Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS Round 2, Week 1. This is Super Johnny joined by Necro, and this is the grind, ladies and gentlemen, that is happening right now. We did see the performances from the teams from Round 1, Week 1, Round 2, Week 2, and now the new groups, the new formations that are happening in Round 2 are getting more and more.
Exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, yeah, the competition in general is, of course, increasing more and more, Johnny. And as we know now, today we're going to be moving forward to day 3. And yesterday we saw one of the biggest upsets inside the overall standings. Global Esports getting knocked out. This is one of those things that you never even dream of happening, considering they've got such a packed lineup. But yeah, I guess maybe the roster changes that did happen inside Global Esports, they're way too fresh for them to actually adapt.
I mean, see, you're going to start off the day with the surprising exit that we had yesterday. I want to talk about the undergods that presented themselves and brought themselves into the top 8 as well. I mean, talk about the wonderful run from Hindustan Gaming throughout the day yesterday. I mean, they were so aggressive in their matches. They were able to secure a lot of fights, just absolutely phenomenal, looking so clean while doing that as well. And of course, the top tier, the top echelon of Indian BGMI, the tier 1 teams.
Exactly. I mean, the top echelon, of course, as you mentioned, the undergods in general, Johnny, they have been presenting themselves so well, right? And speaking about the undergods, we've got do or die, Hindustan Gaming. Hindustan Gaming was actually on top of the table at the end of the day, and that is just mind-blowing to me, considering they had 36 elimination points and only 32 placement points. That explains the amount of firepower this team has, Johnny, considering if a team has more elimination points compared to the placement points, that is something that you see so rarely in general.
Exactly. And now I think today it's going to be a little bit more intense because the discussions that happened in round 1, I think we are going to be approaching round 2 with a similar mindset. The teams that play during the latter half of round 2 will have an added advantage of observing what is going on in the teams that came before them and studying their patterns, realizing the mistakes that have been made, and then avoiding the same tactical errors in their own matches. And
Exactly, Johnny. And considering what these all teams are fighting for, that is going to be the prize pool in front of us. 2 crore rupees on line, ladies and gentlemen, from which the first place getting 75 lakhs, the second one getting 37 lakhs 50,000, and of course it's going to keep on decreasing downwards. But then you can also take a look at the special prizes that are all the way down below underneath the graphics. As you can see, the MVP of the BGI is getting 4 lakhs all for himself, and even the Rising Star getting 2 lakhs. The MVP of the finals getting 2 lakhs, and the best IGL as well getting 2 lakhs. But now, getting back to the conversation that we're having, right? Teams able to accumulate so many of these points soon enough. The point structure as well will be in front of us to explain what teams exactly need to do to get how many points.
Well, let's see though, how many points will they need and how to get those points. We'll have the point distribution system on our screens in a few short moments, and this is something that I think everyone has gotten used to by now. Everyone has figured out, all right, how do we use this point structure to our advantage? When do we take those fights? When do we try to avoid certain situations, to avoid losing out on an opportunity to secure the win in the game or secure some extra points in the process of making it to the late stage of the matches? And it is going to be quite interesting to see what kind of different tactics all these different teams employ for themselves, because certain teams we all know are brilliant with how they rotate. Their positioning is always going to be phenomenal. Then there are those teams that are not that great at positioning themselves inside of the match, inside of the zones, but they have enough firepower to push through any disadvantage that might be laid out in front of them and, well, make it to the later stage of the game. So it's going to be quite interesting to see which teams come into the action and actually start the day off with what sort of mindsets, because if the first 3 games don't really go according to the plan that you might have laid out at the start of the day, then you're going to have to adapt extremely quickly in order to secure that top 8 position. Because again, let us remind you that being a part of the top 8 at the end of the day means that you are going to be moving to the BGIS round 2 or round 3. Which one? It's going to be decided later on in BGIS the grind.
Exactly. Exactly, as you mentioned, which one that will be decided later on in the future. But for now, as we know, we all are inside the round 2, and the entire round 2 has been so phenomenal so far with this grind. I'm not gonna lie. So many of these new upsets that we're seeing. Teams like 7 Habits, underdogs actually, are now starting to dominate this competition, and that's what we like to see. But ladies and gentlemen, on what maps exactly is this teams dominating? The schedule is right in front of us. As we know, we're gonna kick things off with Erangel. Then secondary map is going to be Miramar, and the third map is going to be Sanhok. This is Group 3's day today, and hopefully inside the Group 3 as well, I want to see some underdogs dominate once again.
Well, let's see. I mean, I also want to see some underdog dominate just like you, and it's going to be super exciting to see actually which ones do make the metamorphosis from being called the underdogs to becoming the undergods. I mean, everyone is going to try to call themselves a god, but you have to prove it inside of lobbies like this. And again, I mean, it will be that one off map of Vikendi that I will look forward to today as well, because I mean, the last 2 days, this map for me personally has brought in the most entertainment through the entire day.
That is true, man. That is true. I mean, Vikendi, as you mentioned, it has been quite entertaining, considering it's like a little spanner, right? It's like a little variety that the entire BGIS really just puts on the table. And as I mentioned, as days are going to keep passing by, Vikendi teams are going to start to get more adaptive onto it. They're going to start to get more used to that map. And considering Vikendi into the spin, we also saw the initial phase of Vikendi is way too slow. It starts so slow, but then later on, as the game keeps on progressing on, the action starts to erupt slowly and steadily. But that slow build-up in Vikendi is something that you're never going to see in any other maps.
Exactly, and I think because of that slow build-up, that do struggle late, because again, BGMI, the kind of game this is, if nothing is happening, if you don't hear any sounds around you, you're gonna get more and more paranoid. Where is everyone? What are they doing? Is someone watching me right now? All of those thoughts start running through your head, and you will make a mistake if that panic mindset sets in. So it is going to be the utmost important for the team, especially for the younger players inside of these lobbies, of keeping themselves calm and keeping themselves focused in maps like Miramar and maps like Vikendi, where there is not a lot of action in the early stages, to avoid making a mistakes. Because if you remember, yesterday also we saw teams charge towards compounds without actually checking if opposition was there. If they saw one lad, they're going to assume there's one player, not even realizing there's 2 more players prone out right next to him. We saw this, I mean, on Miramar, we remember the push that Global Esports made towards the players of Big Brother Esports. Now, Big Brother Esports is not an underdog team. You can't just take them lightly. And that fight, and it wasn't the fact that they just pushed towards Big Brother Esports, it was the fact that it was a push towards a shack out in the open, and they did not check their surroundings completely as well, because Big Brother, the reason they were pinned down is because they were also surrounded. So collecting information before actually making a move is going to be the important. But ladies and gentlemen, again, extremely good news for the people who haven't really found teammates for BGIS, that it is you have more time to complete your squads now.
Exactly. The extension is going to be there for you guys. All you need is only 4 players. So make sure you're getting your friends or anyone that you know around you that plays BGIS. And you know if they're good enough to compete inside a professional tournament, ask them to play with you. And get only 4 players because overall the extension is going to be there for you to make sure that you're going to be participating inside BGIS. But now, getting back to the conversation, Johnny, that we're having about these teams and the teams that are going to be duking that out today inside the Battlegrounds. Right? As we know, Johnny, today and now, Group 3 is going to be on the play inside the round 2. And inside Group 3, Johnny, Gladiator Esports is going to be in action. And we saw Gladiator Esports compete a lot of these times in the past inside, especially not just in BGIS, even in the past as well. We've seen Gladiator Esports compete, and we know what they're capable of. Even inside round 1, Gladiator Esports was just dominating their competition.
Exactly. I mean, they were one of the first teams to set that benchmark of the highest amount of points secured in a day. They were the first ones to go beyond that 60-point barrier. But again, I think Gladiator Esports, the thing that makes them different from everyone else, and why I think they're going to be a different sort of challenge for these newer teams to face, is going to be the fact that even amongst the the tier 1 circuit, the so-called experienced teams, Gladiator Esports' playstyle is one that requires them to play slow. It is the one that requires them to go for that extreme late rotation in the early stages of the game. You're going to see them enter the second zone after the first shift is completely complete, and they won't even enter it. They'd still be in the blue. After the third zone presents itself, that is when you'll see them try and push towards the edge. So they are very unique in that sort of way, and they still make those extreme late rotations work. So it will be a challenge for the newer teams, because if they try to gatekeep Gladiator Esports, thinking that, all right, we have an advantage, this team is in blue, they're taking extra damage, it's not going to work out. They have the firepower to push through any position, any team as well. And that is, I think, something that needs to be avoided. But I think that's the fun part, right? You don't know who's coming your way. You're going to take the fight, you're going to challenge them. And if you come out on top, you go back, review the stream, review the broadcast, and you see, all right, we won this fight against Gladiator Esports once. We can do it again and again and again. It feels like we found a breakthrough. And that, if that happens, if someone finds a counter to their game plan, it's going to be so exciting to see what it actually is. And I'm going to be looking forward to all these new teams and seeing what sort of action they're going to bring to the table today.
Exactly. And not just that, Johnny, one more thing I'd like to mention over here is that in round one, Gladiator Esports did not even get a single chicken dinner, but they still had 43 elimination points and only 24 placement points. That is like double. That is like more than double of those points. And then in total tally, they had 67 points. That is mind-blowing. That is an astonishing scoreline. You can never expect a team to dominate this much inside a lobby. Yeah, we do understand these teams are underdogs, so it might be a little easier, but still every single person that is playing inside Bgis in the round one, at least they were playing, it did seem like their firepower was pretty good. Every single team was well matched when it comes to the firepower, but then a team like Gladiator Esports comes in and they just demolish everyone without even getting a single chicken dinner. They're still on the top, and they made a record in the overall standings.
Exactly, and I think that is one of the reasons that they are going to be one of the teams to look out for and one of the heavy hitters inside of this lobby. But along with them, I think one of the teams that I personally want to see what they have done during the break and how they've improved has to be ARCEUS Esports, because ARCEUS's run during the round one stages was also interesting. But again, they just had 3 matches. They did manage to play a few beautiful games, and they did manage to make it through to round 2. Now they've had a break. They've had the luxury of observing everyone else, picking out whatever they feel like is going to be the best pick for their game plan, and then trying to incorporate it as well. And today it's going to be the first day of their test. If they push through into the top 8, I think it's going to be pretty interesting to see how they actually make it happen.
Exactly. I mean, for them to make it happen, once again, as you mentioned, we did see some moments of brilliance from the side of ARCEUS Esports as well. But then you also need to understand that there's so many more capable teams inside this lobby. There's Entity Gaming. There's even Chemin Esports we're going to be seeing. Then there's even GLITCHREBORN, even WSB Gaming. It's one of these upcoming teams, man, especially Entity Gaming as well. They've got such a massive legacy. We know what they're capable of. So in general, I just feel like this group is going to be such a tough pill to swallow for all the underdog teams. But unless if we're going to see some, as I mentioned, some insane performances out and over, these underdog teams just decide to chime inside the action and somehow destroy all the T1 teams, then maybe things can start to get easier for them. But one thing is for sure, in the round 2, the first game, the pressure will always be felt.
I mean, exactly. And this is very important, as you mentioned. The pressure will be felt in the first game, and it will decide the first game. The results of this very first game will decide if the pressure is going to up for you or down. If you perform really well, if you figure out a way to break into the top 5 early, and it should make things easier for you as you move throughout the day. But if you blunder up the first game, if you take the first exit without securing any eliminations, then it will increase the pressure from map number 2 for map number 3, because your mind will be completely focused on making up for the points that you have lost. You will be in damage control mode for the next 2 matches. If you manage to control the amount of control the damage, if you manage to win one of the next 2 games, you're good and dandy. You will have enough points, you will have a safer position inside of the top 8, and then you will be just focused on consistent runs throughout the remainder of the 3 matches. But if that does not happen, then the pressure just keeps going up and up and up. And we all know, as I keep saying it again and again, there is only so much pressure you can take before you reach your breaking point.
That is true. As you mentioned, there's only so much pressure. And we have seen a lot of these teams actually just crack under the pressure as well in the past, right? So you never know in the future which one of these teams will be the one to crack under the pressure. But for now, we've got Erangel on the way as the plane flat path is going to be in front of us, starting all the way from down south from military base towards Zarki.
Well, let's see though how this one is going to go about. This is quite a decent flight path, I have to say. Takes the teams throughout the entire map, is not leaning towards either the east or the west. It is kind of central, and I would say it's completely central. And that should allow these teams a very comfortable position to be in as far as the drop locations are considered. Yeah, if you want to play from Stalber and Kamishki, those positions are going to be quite far away. But you have the added bonus of dropping towards Severny, dropping towards shooting range, heading towards those highways, looking for vehicles, and then rotating towards Stalber, Kamishki. Lipovka, you're going to have to go for a similar approach, drop close to farm or shelter, pick up vehicles, and then rotate.
I mean, you talk about Severny, and Severny is going to be the drop location of Marcos Gaming. So whoever decides to drop on top of that spot, we're going to see a drop clash, that's for sure. Entity Gaming, as usual, they like to go towards Pachinki or maybe somewhere else. I don't exactly know where they're going to be dropping this time, but if we're going to be seeing any type of drop location changes, then that is definitely going to catch me off guard. But for now, that's where it seems like they're going to be locating themselves. We do see Gamlaba on our screen as well, just ejecting that out of the plan. And as I mentioned, in the end, towards Severny, it's going to be the players of Marcos Gaming taking an exit. So I saw all these drop locations, these teams just posting it on their social media, and before every single time inside round two, the round two starts, they're just posting all their drop location on the social media, making sure, telling the enemies that this is our territory, do not dare to step inside it, and speak about the territory. Chemin Esports' territory is being invaded by the players of CS.
Well, let's see though. Chemin Esports, early damage taken by a Fu. And it's going to be quite interesting to see how Chemin Esports react to this. They do have decent weapons upon themselves. Colin, we do see him with the UMP in his hands. It's going to be quite interesting now. The other team, the players from the side of CES, going for an aggressive push. And Chemin, again, is one of those teams. They have enough firepower to deal with these early fights. Afu, look at him. Has a shotgun, has a Vector as well. Shadow with a UMP and, well, a Scorpion. The pistol backup they have. CS Esports pinned down in this Milta City.
CS Esports, I mean, look at them just moving around, considering they know that there's a massive threat line around them. And that too, in the name of Chemin Esports. Chemin Esports is a really known team. You cannot mess around with this team just like that. So yeah, Milta is Chemin Esports' territory, and if you've decided to step in that territory, either you will be able to take out Chemin Esports if you're going to be playing things way better, but that's not the chance because, as I mentioned, Chemin Esports has been playing inside this entire city for such a long time. They're known of every single nuke and cranny. Look at the angle that Said OP created. He instantly got that first man knocked out, and now Spy OP is going to try to reposition himself, but that return knock from the side of CS is good.
I mean, the return knock is there. The trade has come in, but the problem is that Karlan actually has a very good flanking position available, and he will be able to relay a lot of information to his teammates with respect to what exactly CS Esports is doing, what their formation is. And I think as soon as they figure out the fact that it is going to be just a three-man lineup inside that coffee house, and the fourth player is in the back lines with... a line of fire not really available to him, I think Chemin Esports can actually look to re-engage against the players of CS, but Ranadeep now has quite a decent flank available, has the M.
CS Esports, Ranadeep still over there. As we do see CS slowly and steadily trying to close their distance against the players of Chemin Esports. Look at Shadow. I mean, he was knocked out, but he's unfortunately got no meds to patch himself back up. Kalan trying to go for some blind shots. He did spot a player there, but not a clear line of sight onto that player anymore. That's why he's probably ended up giving his position away. Now the players of Chemin Esports know exactly where Kalan's position as well. One of the players from CS is pushed up way too close. That's why tossing in a nade on top of that house. Now, no knockouts found just yet. Kalan's playing this one pretty nice and safe, but soon enough, he's going to get pounced on top from the players of CS. You can see them closing in the distance. Every single player of CS is now starting to push right against Kalan, who's all by himself isolated on top of that building.
Well, let's see. Shadow knocked out.
CS Esports. Oh, this is a threat. That's going to be tough to deal with, but Chemin Esports over and over again, they're just finding themselves in that pressure situation. And CS, they're really just looking to keep them pressurized, but that DBS in the close will, of course, strike you down. CS, they got a little over-aggressive in that scenario because they knew they had the HP advantage anyways. They found a couple of knockouts. CS Esports thought that they can keep on applying the pressure. That's what they're trying to do. And Chemin Esports, out of nowhere, they're going to get eliminated from this game. CS, they eliminate Chemin Esports from their own territory, and now they are going to be the kings of Milta, at least inside the first game of Erangel. CSE's, considering now they've wiped out the entire team of Chemin Esports, that's like a big threat from the lobby, already being eliminated from the game. Now another big threat for all these underdog teams is going to be Marcos Gaming, Gladiator Esports, and Entity Gaming. These three names are going to be the most insane name when you find yourself against them because they've got so much experience. They know exactly what fight to take, where to take it. And did you guys see that nade as well? He blew himself up. So a massive blunder from the side of Chemin Esports. He tried to rebound that nade onto that wall, from that wall to the opposite side, but instead the nade came back right to his face and it blew up onto his face. So such an unfortunate moment for the side of Chemin Esports. But hey, one massive blunder, one massive problem for the players at Chemin in the initial phase of the game was that they had no amount of meds available. And that's why every single player just started to crumble down. As we do have the map feed in front of us, and you do see Marcos Gaming finally leaving the entire Severny City, and they've already started to situate themselves in a better spot, relocate themselves in a better spot. And this is what I like. A team quick on their feet, quick on their thinking, will always be ahead of the teams that are taking their time slowly and steadily. But once again, as I always have been mentioning as well, there are some teams who prefer to play on the edge lines of the circle. Now, those teams really need to be one of the most aggressive teams. If you're not one of the most aggressive teams, and if you prefer to play defensive and passive, then the best thing for you is to try and make it inside the circle as early as possible, as quick as possible, in a comfortable spot where you guys think you will be comfortable enough. Galactic Gamers on our screens. Another name that is an underdog name. And these guys have been proving themselves time and time, at least inside the round one. They try to prove themselves, which was quite a decent showcasing from their side, but is that really going to be enough? Now they're going to be tested to their full potential in round two. Marcos Gaming as well, another big name, as we all know. Speaking about this team too, even they dominated their competition in the overall standings. All the names in general, as I mentioned, they're going to be such a massive threat. All the T1 names, they're going to be a really, really big threat for all the underdog teams that are trying to duke it out. They're trying to make a name for themselves. But hey, you know what they say? Next to fear is the victory. If you are going to surpass the fear, you will be victorious. And this is what this lobby is. It's like a massive challenge for all the underdog teams to take out some of the most known teams and make a name for themselves. But today we'll be able to find out which those teams will be. Glitch, another underdog name that really sort of stood out for me personally has to be GLITCHxREBORN too. They got 36 points in total in the round one. And considering even they are being an underdog team, we know that 36 points does not really sound a lot. But trust me, speaking for an underdog team and their first ever showcasing inside such a pro lobby, 36 points are quite a lot.
Well, yeah, 36 is quite a lot. But let's see, I mean, what this is going to look like by the end of it. I mean, the total tally.
Yeah, Johnny. I mean, considering now the circle as well is going to take a massive shift right in the smack center. And as I said, I always prefer the teams that try to make it inside the circle in their own comfortable spot as quick as possible than all the other teams that try to rotate late. Because now the circle is going to be smaller. Tough to contain every single team inside the circle. If you want a comfortable spot, you will need to eliminate a team and take or steal that comfortable spot away from them. It can be really tough because in the late game scenarios, even the chances of you being third party sort of kind of increases as well. Airdrop one on the port, as you guys did see in front of you. AUG inside it, and of course a couple of upgrades if the teams do want to go for it, but I highly doubt anyone's going to decide to go for it. It's way too risky out in the open as well. So yeah, it's better if you're trying to stick to your game plan, not really trying to adapt or not really trying to do something that's out of the box. Team Hope on our screens. Didn't really have that solid of a showing inside the round one, but you can always try to redeem yourself from the most bad spots, right? And that's why they're over here to prove themselves. GLITCHxREBORN, they've managed to start or kick things off in a pretty good fashion. GLITCHx Duke on our screen too. And considering we know Glitch, this name, in general there's another name, right? We also did see GG, another name in the past. Only Glitch as well. And now we've got GLITCHxREBORN in front of us. And speaking of CS Esports, to be honest, this team probably has such a massive confidence booster after wiping out a team like Chemin Esports.
They wiped out half of them in the early stages. I mean, I'm just going to leave it at that. But yeah, I mean, even being able to deal with a team like Chemin Esports in an early stage collision can be a challenge. And I think, yeah, props to CS Esports.
And Gladiator Esports being in front of us, Justin just patching himself over and over again. Gladiator Esports, quite an interesting outing from their side, right? Taking a late rotation, something that you do not really expect, but yeah, that is what's happening in front of our screens. Probably their game plan's going to be like, it's okay, even if all the positions, all the tickets are going to be booked inside the circle, we will wipe out the teams that are holding our preferred spot, and then we'll take it over. That's the type of mentality Gladiator Esports has. I mean, yeah, their name is Gladiator Esports, and they really do stand true to their name. And they should. Why not? CS Esports inside the circle in a decent spot. They've also managed to find a really good compound for themselves. And now they've also started to park their vehicles inside the garage, making sure the tires are not going to be blown out. So CS Esports in some solid stuff right now. Entity Gaming as well in front of us. And considering Swamiraj is the man who's IGLing this team, we know this man's going to be providing so much information towards his comrades in the future lines as well. And now he did spot out a couple of players in the front lines. The next circle shift is going to be in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Shifting up north out in the open. There are a few teams, but not a lot. Now you do see a massive wave of vehicles just moving it inside the circle. And as I mentioned, you need to be quick enough to make it inside these little circles, because if you're late, then all the good spots will be taken away.
Well, let's see how this one is going to go for these teams. So far, though, not a lot of early engagement, and excellent for they've just lost one player. Chemin Esports, the first squad to be eliminated from the game. Zyroxtreme on our screens right now. Another interesting name that we did see in the later stages of the initial round of BGI The Grind. So it is, again, these newer teams that we are actively keeping an eye out for, seeing how they have adapted, how they have improved, how they have evolved themselves to prepare for round 2. Early stages, stage 3.
Yeah, Johnny, as you mentioned, the game right now. As you mentioned, Johnny, yeah, perfectly. The game right now is on stage 3. Still not that deep inside the game just yet, but still, you haven't really got a lot of good preferred spot for yourself, right? As I mentioned, all the good spots are now going to be starting to take away, and you do see Gladiator Esports sign out the players of ZX. Zoro's in the front lines all by himself, and you do not want to be surrounded by the Gladiators. This is a trap being set up. Gladiator Esports trying to engulf the teams in the front, and you do not want to mess around with them. One knockout found in Gladiator Esports. That's going to be an opportunity for them to just pounce on top of you, get that compound in their head, and maybe potentially wipe you out of the face of the planet as well. And now Gladiator Esports also moving in the front. You do see them just traversing from the open grounds, right? And considering a team is actually able to do that in the final moments, that in itself is something that just showcases the amount of confidence they have.
Exactly, and it's going to be quite interesting to see how can they build this confidence up. Oh, that was a nice little moment right there. making sure that the teams, the player can actually get some screens. Quite an interesting name that we saw in the early stages.
And the circle too, we did see it center on up. We did see shift up north as well in the stage 3. Now we're here to find out, where is the circle exactly going to shift? There is one more team who's already or all the way still in the blue. They're quite deep, man, and I'm going to be a little concerned for that team. For them to make it out of that spot, they're going to need a lot of meds, because now stage 4 is going to start inside the game, and this one is going to start to chunk out a lot of HP, so it's going to be tough to withstand all the amount of damage the Wall of Death is going to be putting up on you. You better be stacked up with those meds. The World of Battles taking a couple of shots in the front. It's the team of Gladiator Esports in the receiving end, but once again, I like the spread the players of Gladiator Esports are showing inside the game too. A couple of players staying up with each other. Gladiator Esports making sure they're at least going to get the most amount of land coverage as possible, get so much intel that they're not going to have any troubles moving it inside the circle. Justin patching himself up, utilizing the boosters, and now we've got another fight brewing up in front of us. One of the players getting knocked out, and we also do see second player falling down. This is not the way you want to go down inside these moments, but it is what it is. It's the World of Battles, not being scared of anyone. They have been in these type of battles in the past as well, and they're here to wipe you out. Now it's the players of Gladiator Esports looking at third party this entire scenario, and the World of Battles is also going to get wiped out themselves. As I mentioned, all the fights that's going to occur inside the late game situation, there's a high chance you will be third party, and it's the players of Gladiator Esports who are looking to take all the advantage inside the game.
Well, let's see. Shogun trying his level best, and well, they do find those openings. This is what we expected, and this is what I was talking about at the start of the day as
Gladiator Esports, Justin, Destro, they did lose out on one of their players, Delta PG, but it's complete fine, right? Considering you've already made it this late inside the game with a decent amount of finish points too. 4 elimination points, or 7 elimination points wrapped up, my bad, ladies and gentlemen. But Gladiator Esports, they're off to a really good start. Not exactly a flying start, though, but hey, it can be converted into a flying start in the future phases if you are going to manage to keep yourself safe enough and just deliver on all the expectations. A lot of these teams now are starting to get eliminated from the game, as we haven't really got a lot of teams alive in general. Gladiator Esports 2 just playing from the outskirts of the circle. As I always mention, inside the late game scenario, make sure you're playing in the outskirts. There's no need for you to push up way too deep. And now, considering Gladiator Esports, they're also eyeing out the compound in the front. Good shots taken. No connections found, though. That's going to be a little unfortunate situation for the side of Gladiator Esports, as they're going to see that team in the front just take an exit from that compound without any troubles. Managing to sneak themselves at least in the edge of the circles, and so they're not really going to have that comfortable of a spot. But still, speaking of that, it is going to be a tough one, man. Look at how many teams are just right next to each other. It's like you're staying inside a territory full of villains. This is a tough one. This is a really tough one. At least we're seeing these eliminations now starting to pop up in the elimination feed. Right, next circle is going to be in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, soon enough. This is definitely a really good territory where the circle can be formed up. But let's see where the next circle is going to center on up. But yeah, yep, it is actually just center on up. A little bit tilted on the northern side, but yeah, nothing too out of the blue. Teams, once again, all they need to do is just play on the edges. No need for you to position right in the smack center. But these fights are definitely now getting a little bit too out of hand. Gladiator Esports still on the verge of getting eliminated. This is a compound, as I mentioned, which is filled with a lot of villains. And because of that, Gladiator Esports still not able to find themselves in the comfortable shoes. And I guess they've also been eliminated from the game. Yes, did not really get a lot of elimination points, but you can say that's a pretty consistent start. If they do manage to rack up that much amount of points in the future lines as well, it's not going to be a problem at all. Final few moments of the game, and we do see a lot of these players also being softened up. A couple of teams that have managed to find themselves in a handicap situation, but a lot of these teams actually the 4 players alive, so survival instincts inside this group for sure, at least inside the first group. But things are looking pretty good for all the underdog teams. They're not doing too bad. Playing it safe and sound, making sure every single step they take is filled with a lot of caution. And it's going to deliver to perfection as other players keep on getting knocked out. This is a vicinity in general, being out in the open. This is going to happen. And now you're also getting bounced on top by another team. This is starting to rack up a lot of problems. But once again, the retaliation is going to be on the board as well. One last man left alive from that squad, and even they get eliminated from the game. 24 players remaining. Still considering the circle's way too small, there are a decent amount of players remaining. And now, as I mentioned, the only cover you will have inside the game is going to be your vehicles, and it's going to be your a little bit of ridges and maybe a couple of trees, but still, it's quite an open terrain, so it's going to be tough to navigate. Oh, this is some tough one.
Let's see. Entity. Got a big name amongst the scene as well. A lot of expectations from this lineup of Somraj on our screens right now. And they are in a very awkward position. The smoke should be able to protect them for a little while, but all the commotion around them, can they make their way out of this chaos with a lot of points? Especially the blue zone right next to all of these teams. I mean, an extra panic element. Zerif taking a lot of damage from that nade, landing right in front of him. I mean, he was lucky enough that he did not overextend. Otherwise, he would have been knocked out. But WSP, how will they handle this fight? It is going to get more and more intense with every single second that passes by.
Yeah, Johnny. Things are going to start to get even more intense as every single second keeps them passing by. Considering a team like, or demonic team like Entity Gaming is still alive inside the game as well, then yeah, it is definitely going to be a massive point of concern for all the other teams that are left over. But even Marcos Gaming is still making it alive inside the late game scenario. And they've also managed to find a little bit of rich for themselves to play around with. But now they're going to get toppled off by the players of Entity Gaming. Having a little bit of high ground, Entity Gaming definitely can have an advantage inside this fight, but they also need to check out their backlines. There are quite a few teams that can try to third-party this entire scenario, that can stab the players of Entity Gaming in the back. Marcos Gaming, for them, this is going to be an uphill battle, considering the player in the back a lot and still hasn't made it inside the circle. Soon enough, the wall of death is going to start to close in, so he needs to make sure that he's going to be in the circle as quick as possible. But still, Marcos Gaming, Vexy, and Sayum in the front lines. They're trying to make at least something out of nothing happen, but Sayum gets knocked out. It's the players of Entity doing a phenomenal job, but even Marcos Gaming, they're not going to be the one to fall short against a team like Entity Gaming. They're here to prove what they're capable of. They're here to prove their caliber, and that's what they're doing. But now they're also getting third party from the sidelines. Marcos Gaming, even they themselves have found themselves in a really tricky spot, but Entity, that could be a really big threat inside the lobby. They've already been eliminated. Marcos Gaming, as we do know, them wanting to get that resurrection, and as we all know, as soon as the resurrection's going to be back up onto Marcos Gaming, they'll be back in full force once again. And considering they've got the entire territory control, they're going to be so good. The only thing I feel like Marcos Esports should now add on a little bit to the game strategy is going to be try to spread yourself out. Get as much amount of land control inside these final circles as possible. CS Esports, getting shot in the back of the head does not really feel that great, huh? But CS Esports, this 2-2 split they've got, it's going to go a long way for them. If they're going to manage to sustain this 2-2 split, then yeah, one thing is for sure, they're getting all the valuable intel. Second thing's for sure, they're also having the map control, or at least also having a lot of ground control. So They can't try to maneuver around. They've got so much breathing space that they can't keep on repositioning themselves here and there and try and duke out the teams in the front. And CS Esports, once again, just taking the fights against the teams in the front as we've got another big name that can be a potential threat. But this trifecta of death is definitely going to be something that you need to watch out for. Going to be tough to survive considering a team like Marcos Gaming as well is just surviving with all the full force. Spray God was knocked out, but once again, it's going to be no issue for the side of Marcos Gaming. He should be back upon his feet soon enough. But what that only really does is just burn through enemies' meds and their utilities. If you manage to force out all the utilities and the meds, then yeah, once again, as an enemy, it's going to give you a massive advantage. Team Rebel on our screens and still just unleashing their wrath and loading the magazines in the direction of Marcos Gaming. But eventually, Marcos Gaming, they turn around and slap the players of Rebel as Alpha goes down. Still Rebel, Evil, and Nikki are alive. These three players, they've got a lot of burden on their shoulder now. It's going to be a 3-on-4-on-3 situation. And also Marcos Gaming once again able to get the resurrection onto the fallen comrade. This nade's going to be perfect. Sam goes down once again. Marcos Gaming, their troubles are not stopping anymore. Even Rebel once again just third-partying this entire situation. Vexy goes down as well. Sam in a really critical condition right now. Marcos Gaming, the only way they can survive this entire outburst of the situation is to just keep the remaining players' position anonymous. Try and play it as safe as possible. A lot of his position in the back compromised as well because the wall of death was forcing him to move in the front, and it was Leo YT who was just peppering down those bullets inside the smoke. Cannot try to withstand all the amount of damage, all the amount of mats that are being loaded in that direction. Now even Team Rebel are starting to get picked up. CS, they've played this game picture perfect, and also they've personified perfection in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, as they're going to be the first team to take a chicken dinner inside the round 2, day 3. Phenomenal stuff from the side of CS. They kick things off, wiping out a team like Chemin Esports, and also name the chicken dinner on their side. Some good stuff. And I'm pretty sure they also managed to wrap up so many elimination points. That repositioning in general inside the final circle, that 2-2 split that they had, CS Esports in every single aspect of the game, they did pretty phenomenal. But what we can only wait for, ladies and gentlemen, is the upcoming games. And for the other teams that are pretty known, for them to bounce back. We saw Entity Gaming as well in the final few moments trying to do something, trying to take the players of Marcos Gaming down. But once again, as I said, for Entity Gaming, their backs were too exposed. And then when Marcos Gaming started to close on the distance, the players had DBS in their hands. All they needed to do was one shot, and you're pretty much going to be done. No way for you to survive that entire moment. But you know what? Let's just go on towards the highlights and check out or relive all those moments, all that action that happened in the previous game. Soon enough, the highlights will be in front of us, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is how things started to kick off. I thought Chemin Esports will have a little bit of advantage against the players of CS, but no. CS is one of the most underdog teams inside the entire lobby. And then being able to perform like this is just incredible if you think about it. I mean, TWOB as well, being able to do such a phenomenal job. Then we also had other teams getting just involved into so many of these random actions. Now, the only reason why I said random actions is because, again, this group, they've not faced each other once in the past. This is their first time facing against each other. They don't exactly know how someone's going to be rotating from, what direction they're going to be rotating from. But as the day keeps on passing by, I'm pretty sure these teams are going to start to get used to each other even better. And we're going to be seeing less of these type of situations where just random eliminations were flying around all across the board. But even Marcos Gaming, I'm not going to lie, a really tough showcasing from their side. They did try to stay alive till the end. But hey, as long as you're going to get inside the top 3 and also a decent amount of points secured, that's all that's going to matter, right? Still managing to stay inside top 3, a consistent finish from Marcos Gaming. That's also going to give them such a massive boost. But as I mentioned, for CS, this is incredible. For CS Esports, being the underdogs inside the lobby, being able to dominate the competition so well, being able to secure such a good position inside the circle, being able to think and adapt on the fly, it's something not all the teams have. It's something you can only have with experience. But this team, considering being an underdog, they're still able to do so good. And this is what happens, right? When you are going to be sitting back at home, analyzing all the games, watching every single professional game, and trying to copy their playstyle. Not exactly copy. You can also add on your own mix in those playstyles, but pretty much just trying to learn from the best. And once you try to watch all these games, and if you want to really get better, you can start implementing all those strategies in your game as well. And CS Esports, they've been doing phenomenal. And I'm pretty sure now the upcoming game of Miramar as well, we might see even some better showcasing from the side of CS, considering they have been pretty good. But another team that I feel really bad for is Chemin Esports. A known name being eliminated that early inside the game. That's not going to feel good for Chemin, considering you've only got 5 more games left over and you need to be inside the top 8. Yesterday we saw how tough the competition was. A team like Global Esports getting eliminated from the entire round 2. That in itself should explain you guys how tough the competitions are. Even Gladiator Esports, they did not really get a lot of chance, a lot of the momentum inside the early game phase stages. They were still there somewhere in the late game phase, but not able to withstand the amount of damage the lobby was inflicting onto them. And then even Gladiator Esports got eliminated from the game. So tough showcasing for all the known team. But maybe it's just the first game, right? They still probably want to know how the lobby is going to be looking like. Because one thing is for sure, the experienced team are called experienced because they have been here, done this for such a long time in the past as well. It's really not going to affect them. But in the future lines, all it's going to come down to is the mentality of a player and how it is going to be looking like. Now, as I mentioned, for Gladiator Esports, inside the round 1 in general, inside this entire tournament, their momentum has been perfect. It's been phenomenal. Even for Marcos Gaming, inside their groups, they dominated. Inside round 1, they absolutely dominated the competition as well. CS Esports, inside round 1, yeah, they had a decent showcasing, but not too much of like in domination. CS Esports has always been one of those teams that likes to prefer brilliant plays over just straight up blind rushes and going for those elimination points. Chemin Esports, we know this team as well. It's a known name, so we know every single player inside that entire team is going to be stacked up to perfection. We also did see WSB Gaming sort of trying to make a name for themselves in the final few moments, in the final few situations, but even them failing to do so, because in the end, once again, the circle 2, you need to take one thing in consideration. Inside the entire round 2, even the circle has been the major MVP. Trust me when I say this, the circle's been playing with a lot of these teams and the players' emotions. The hard shifts have been so crazy in the past. It's really tough to predict where exactly the circle is going to be shifting, but still today was a little better. We did not see the hard shifts happen that much. I think it was stage 4 where we saw like an insane hard shift happen on the northern side, but then later on it was mostly just centering on up over and over again. But still, that hard shift was somewhere where we saw so many of these fights actually starting to erupt, so many of these teams just getting eliminated. Even we saw the elimination feed pop up on our screens, and then we also saw teams like Entity even sort of starting to crumble a little bit in that phase, even taking a little bit of damage. We also saw the World of Battle actually trying to engage in a couple of fights. Well, they were trying to get a little bit of more elimination points for themselves because they were spotting so many teams just taking rotations right next to him. It was Gladiator Esports who third-partied them and got him out of the game. In general, as I mentioned, a lot of these teams are just not able to have those flawless rotations because, once again, it's their first time facing each other. They don't know how the rotations are going to be like. They don't know, maybe a team's going to be trying to bring something, a new strategy. Maybe they're experimenting. A known team usually do tend to experiment inside these type of lobbies. So you never know what's going to be happening or what's not going to be happening. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take a look at the MVP of the game and find out who was that man who did so phenomenally well. It is going to be in the name of WSB. It is going to be one of the players from the side of WSB. He got 3 finishes from his side. And I'm considering only 3 finishes was the MVP. Then I really wonder what was the highest amount of damage that has been dished out, because it just seemed like the finish points in general were just equally divided. Top 5 players in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, and WSB, considering they've got 3 finishes for themselves, and we've also got Chris OP with 3 finishes and Leo Vite with 3.
Well, let's see though. I mean, the future, what is the future going to look like for them? It is going to be a little bit interesting. WSB, I mean, they had a decent game. CS Esports, the start was phenomenal, Necro. How do you think they carried forward? I mean, the numbers put on by the individual players look extremely good.
Yeah, indeed they do, man. The numbers definitely they do. I mean, as I mentioned, they kicked things off in just an incredible fashion in general, Johnny. I mean, CS Esports, the start they had, it was insane. It was just immaculate. Managing to wipe out a team like Chemin Esports, I mentioned too, in the early phase of the game, it's going to give you a massive confidence booster. But as we do move on forward and take a look at the point standings, as I mentioned, Marcos Gaming too, they had quite a solid game for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it was a phenomenal performance from the side of Marcos Esports. Unfortunately, I mean, due to the weather conditions, I wasn't really able to enjoy all of it. But whatever I saw was pretty phenomenal, man. I mean, it was an entertaining game. Gladiator Esports, though. Necro, you have to say, those 7 eliminations look a little shabby. We expected a lot more from them.
That is true, man. I mean, hey, but I would still say that is quite a consistent start, right? Comparing the players of Gladiator Esports, that is still quite a consistent start. 7 eliminations off the bat and a couple of placement points. Not bad. Maybe in the future games, they can definitely start to do even better. But ladies and gentlemen, as we did see all the point standings in front of us, and we know the game's now going to be starting to shape up pretty well, because CS Esports, an underdog team, is going to be somewhere on the top of the tables as well, and that's a phenomenal start for them. Marcos Gaming too, not that far away, but teams like Gladiator, teams like Entity, they need to step things up even better. They need to give a tough competition to the underdog teams that are looking to make a name for themselves, because if this is how the competition is going to go like, then the one thing is for sure, the fans are going to be raising a lot of fingers. But for the people that are watching the English stream, right, how often do you guys see a solo cast? Today you guys got to see a solo cast from me.
And that was quite phenomenal from you, man. I mean, you pulled off the entire game by yourself. So I think a huge round of applause for our man, Mr. Necro, man, the star of game number 1, the true MVP of game number 1. But, I mean, you took on the game solo, but do you think you can take one of these quad solo as well?
I think so, I can.
Really?
If I put enough amount of practice.
True. That is
I
true.
mean, as our good friend Shivansh, you know, he's not really someone who does English casting, but he's one of my good friends. He says to be a good player, you need to be a good player.
And so that is very on point. Yeah, you have to be a good player in order to call yourself a good player.
Exactly. To be a professional player, you need to be a professional player. To be in the professional org, you need to be in a professional org. That's how it is. But ladies and gentlemen,
of life.
Yep, that's how it works. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go on forward and take a look at the matchup, as we do have the teams that are going to be duking it out in front of us. We did see them duke it out in the game 1, but now we're going to move on forward to the map of Miramar, and we're going to see them once again.
Well, let's see though. I mean, again, the start of the day, as we were talking about, it defines how you're going to think about the rest of the day, and it was a phenomenal run for a few teams. I mean, we expected a little bit more oomph in those fights, but that wasn't really there. And I think, again, since now there's a switch, Necro, we're going to give him a little bit of a break. The man pulled through the entire match, but I have Salty joining me back on the panel. Salty, what do you have to say about this initial run from these 16 teams of day number 2 of round 2?
You know what? The narrative is so beautifully set at this point. Everyone in the community was looking forward to this group, because this group was stacked with tier 1 teams after tier 1 teams. But then the first team comes up, right, and gets a chicken dinner. Who is it? It is CS Esports, an underdog, right? This is exactly what BGMI, BGIS, the grind is all about, right? Finding those golden moments. And I feel like Team CS Esports, they have a platform set for themselves. It's not just CS Esports, so a couple of other underdog teams also that I'm looking out for is going to be BTWXNED Esports, who had a lot of points from the first day itself. We'll have to find out how they actually cope up to the enormous pressure that these tier 1 teams are going to push, because when you have multiple of these teams in the lobby, all of them start sweeping across the map from different directions. They come in wiping across squads, and then they meet in the final circles. And the fact that these underdog teams like CS Esports are able to cope up with that pressure, not just cope but also extinguish it, it's absolutely brilliant.
Exactly, and it will be quite interesting to see what the adaptation from these I'm going to stop calling them undergods now. I'm going to call them the upcomers, the new faces that we see. I think the upcomers fits them perfectly, because I mean, eventually a few of them will be entering the tier 1 themselves, and I'm pretty sure of it. By the end of the BGIS, hopefully a lot of these teams are going to be picked up. But it is going to be quite interesting to see how these upcomers react to underperformance in an initial game. Because I think, again, as you were talking about it yesterday, you did have an opportunity to talk to these big names, the big players.
Yeah.
And I think you can attest to this, that a lot of them rely on the very first game as what is going to give them confidence, what is going to get their hands warmed up, and what will also instill fear in the hearts of rest of the competition. And if you can't do it in game number one, then there are two ways the other teams are going to look at the scenarios next. Either they're going to think that you are weak on that particular day, it's not your strong day, they're going to keep on challenging you, or it is going to be your own actions that will help you come back into the rankings. And by that I mean, either you will have to go all in for the aggression if you are a team like Gladiator Esports, a team that does have the firepower to cope up with numerous fights at the same time, or if you are one of those teams that specialize in those rotations, you're going to play for placements throughout the day entirely. But one way or the other, you will figure out a way inside the top 8.
Exactly, they will have to figure out a way inside the lobby. And one of the very key points that you mentioned is that these big names, they look for momentum right from the get-go itself. Momentum is a thing which is extremely important, especially when you play 6 games on a day. You need that little bit of consistency, you need that little bit of a good start to set yourself up, get your hands warmed up as well. You mentioned Gladiator Esports, Destro, Justin, Delta, all of these players, they're just chilling, they're not really stressing out, because as much I have talked to them, as much as I have had that interaction with them, they are somewhat of a comeback kings, right? They love to start early, but even if they don't have that good start, they love to come back from the stages where the situation is against the wall. So for them, it is going to be an interesting platform, because now they have the opportunity to be called as the comeback kings as well.
Yeah.
We have crunched down a lot of numbers, and we have seen that Gladiator Esports, they completely uh, abominated the competition on the first day. But this is the time when I feel like true champions will be made, because if you can come back from a loss or from a situation where you didn't want to be in, this is where true metal is tested.
Exactly, and I think, again, adaptations are going to be key, and you will have to be quite quick about your decisions as well. Not a lot of time left before we jump into the action for game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. But again, I think let's start discussing names specifically, right?
Yeah.
We talked about Gladiator Esports. They had 7 eliminations by the end of the first game, and I know that is going to be their focus throughout the entire day. They will enter the zones late. They are going to well, they usually, so it's quite evil, their game plan, because usually when teams are gatekeeping other teams
Yeah.
and stopping them from entering the zone, you expect the teams that are inside the safer part of the zone
Yes.
to win, because the other team is taking blue zone's damage. Quite obvious, right? That is where the evilness in Gladiator Esports plans chimes, because they are going to be there in the blue in the third stage, and they're going to be roaming around. You're going to think, oh, we're going to take this fight, we're going to win this. They have taken a lot of damage. Not going to work out. They have, as I keep mentioning, they have enough firepower to overpower you in any scenario. I think after the 6th zone is when they start to panic, and that is when they are forced to push forcefully inside the safer area. So I think that is one of the approaches that I'm going to be looking forward to. Along with that, I think one of the newcomers from this particular lobby has to be, as Necro also mentioned, BTWXNED Esports. They were also quite consistent throughout the day, but that was just speculation before the match began. Now we jump onto the map of Miramar.
Yeah, we certainly do, right? The flight path, of course, extremely interesting, because I believe it is a very horizontal flight path. Well, let's say it's skewed a little bit. Starts off from El Pozo and moves towards Minas Generales. Now, this flight path is going to allow most of the teams to drop in their location itself. And we've seen from the first game itself that these teams, they've sort of sorted it out. They don't have those initial skirmishes, because of which we'll find those early eliminations. But so far, a lot of these players have ejected themselves out. And I believe that there is going to be some sort of a dense situation in the northern part, especially in El Pozo. I can see a lot of parachutes hovering on that city itself. It is a huge city, Johnny, so I believe that there is not going to be a lot of problems. But do they have the exit plan from there as well?
I mean, we are going to find that out in a few short moments. As we did talk about ruins yesterday as well, it's one of the most isolated positions inside of this map. It can backfire quite easily if the zone ever turns towards Los Leones or anywhere towards the east side of the map. So you will have to be extremely careful with where the circle is and how quickly you decide to rotate. But I think one of the advantages that I feel Ruins has is the fact that, as I said, it is isolated. so you will have that early loot time all to yourselves. You can readjust. Plus, there's that one position of La Cobriera, which is quite easy to enter, and no one's going to expect you to sort of challenge La Cobriera from ruins. But we were talking about difficult scenarios, and this is one of the toughest situations that a team landing towards ruins has to deal with.
Absolutely. A rotation of miles which they need to carry forward and actually get inside the circle. This is probably one of the toughest circles, if not the toughest circle in Miramar, especially because of the rough terrain that the teams have to face towards the southern shoreline. So any team who is deciding to go onto that situation and try and acquire those positions, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to come out if the circle does decide to edge inwards. But as soon as I say that, the first pick has actually been taken down, and it's Justin from, I believe, Gladiator Esports, who has got the first finish to his name, and we also have 63 players remaining. So yes, the first pick has been confirmed. It is from the side of Team CS, if I'm not mistaken. The other ones who are involved in this early skirmish, and Sarthak, his position has been compromised. Two players try and approach him. It's Shogun as well as Justin and Destro. Three of them are going to climb on top of this man and destroy him from every single direction. There's no saving this man.
Exactly. I mean, there's no coming out of this. There's no way about this. You will have to just bite the bullet and take the hit. And I think CS Esports, even in the last game, we saw them take a fight as soon as the game began. Even in this one, quite unfortunate, the early drop clash, they will have to deal with it. The last one, the previous one, they were able to come out on top, securing 2 eliminations. But this time around, the plan has backfired. They are the ones losing out on 2 early points. On the other side, Zyroxtreme, and they are also part of an early drop clash, although this one is quite awkward. The neighbors in this building are not friendly at all.
They certainly are not friendly. In fact, a lot of neighbors are not friendly, Johnny. This is one of the lessons that I've learned in life the tough way. But let's find out who comes actually on top. Team Hope, though, they have the higher stories of the building, so it should be easy for them to gatekeep the staircase. It won't be easy for the team at the bottom, that is Zyroxtreme, to flush them out. Some amount of utility might be able to do so, but without a knock itself, there is going to be an impossible situation to push. Once again, we see the replay of that brilliant push coming in from Gladiator Esports. Even Zyroxtreme, for a matter of fact, Flock, he had the weapon to work with, and as soon as the player peeks out, he could connect that headshot and got a knock first shot itself. But Team Hope, they're still holding their ground, and they're still showing balls that they can take fight against this. There is no exit plan so far. Of course, if they try and jump out of this blending, they will get flushed immediately. So it is extremely important that this stalemate comes to a closure so that either of those teams actually can make it in a good position inside the circle.
Well, let's see though. I mean, one of them will have to engage against the other. Both of them just can't keep standing, and I think that is what is happening right now. Zyroxtreme, they are also waiting for the other side to make a move, and the team on the other side, Team Hope, they are also waiting to see what the opposition is going to do. It's just a game of patience at this point. And whoever runs out of patience first will end up making the first blunder. So I think it's just a waiting game. But we move on to Galactic Gamers.
All right, then, Galactic Gamers, so far, they are on our screens right now. One of the underdog teams who we really wanted to see show their true potential. Now, they've landed on a good spot for themselves. They are looting out, no stress whatsoever. Speaking of stress itself, it seems like Zyroxtreme and Team Hope, they are going to duke out for ages. And as I believe, Ankit has actually climbed on top, and he is trying to duke out against 2 players of Zyroxtreme. It's not going to be easy. Zoro, of course, gets the first knock for himself, but instantly the trade comes through. Another 1v1 battle, and the maneuver from Daksh is brilliant. And this is how he's going to find the knock, but instantly gets traded out. It is Exin, and he needs to cover a lot of distance, and Zyroxtreme need to survive with a lot of men. But no, wait. Team Hope, once again, they have the breather to revive their fallen comrades, and I feel it's way too late for this player to come in right now. But even then, can he seek some sort of a revenge is going to be the question. It's once again a 1v1 inside this compound, and that is it. Team Hope, they completely extinguish the likes of Zyroxtreme. They did try a lot, but like I said, the higher stories of this building always make this fight such a complicated situation, because without utility, without any sort of nades and explosives to flush out and unsettle the players on top, it is going to be an absolutely impossible task, because you're the one who is climbing up top. They know where to peak. They will have the early shot and they will connect the bullets first. You will never really have the chance to try and put up a standing fight. Of course, you can try and double up with your teammates. You can try and go for the positive trades, but it was not happening. Team Hope, their formation was absolutely brilliant. And once again, Johnny, just look at this circle. Of course, the fight did end, but problems just don't seem to end for these teams.
Exactly. I mean, the problems are not ending, never ending, and I mean that has been the case for I think everyone, even in round one. But all right. CES, a few shots taken by the players of Chemin Esports on the lads of Galactic Gamers out in the open. But Apu made the quick decision, quick thinking on the feet. He backed off, got into a better position to get those sprays down, and I think that has to be of the utmost important. But let's see. Will Chemin Esports push Galactic Gamers up and down in these broken buildings for a few minutes at least? And I think these teams, especially considering it is Chemin Esports on the other side, they wouldn't really want to force a fight in a situation like this, because they know they're out in the open. They are a little bit more exposed, and if things go south, then things can definitely backfire upon them. So they will look for a better position and prioritize their own safety, considering it's still the early stage of the game, and also considering that they are already inside the safe area. They are already inside the safe zone. No incentive of forcing a fight this early.
Exactly, but of course, we've had a lot of fights, Johnny, and this has been one of the most violent Miramars, at least the most violent early Miramar stages that I have witnessed, because multiple teams just brewing into battle, and there is so much confusion amongst teammates, that level of hesitation, right? There is that level of hesitation where teams are landing in the same compounds, they're looting the same buildings, and multiple players, 7, 8 players being inside several stories. So that just makes the situation extremely awkward. But once that situation has been extinguished, once those team has been eliminated, we already know that one entire team has been eliminated in the form of Zyroxtreme. CS Esports, they've also lost 2 players in the process, and multiple eliminations apart from that as well. I believe that this is going to be the start of a period when there is that little bit of a space for these teams to maneuver. You know, there is that little bit of a time so that they can find out where do they want to go. And for the teams who actually figured out a good spot for themselves, did not really engage in those early battles, for them it's going to be chill, for them it's going to be fine, but they still need to figure out where exactly do they want to find that spot inside the circle. This is just the first circle, ladies and gentlemen, and look at that shift. As I said it, right, these southern shoreline circles always tend to attract towards that shoreline. It always tend to stick towards that shoreline, and that terrain is not ideal for fighting. That terrain is not ideal for holding. We know for a fact that in the 4th or the 5th circle, the circle is going to shift back up north. How far is it going to shift? Is it going to have the shoreline in itself, or is it going to be completely mainland? Nobody knows. It's a gamble which these teams have to take, and I believe the one taking the right gamble will come out on top. Speaking of teams itself, BTWXNED Esports, they prioritized position over finishes in the first round. They had a really good set of teammates as such, and really good decision-making skills, which sort of enabled them to find that podium finish multiple times. Not just the podium finish, but also in terms of finding those placement points from being inside the top 5 majority of the games that they played. And I believe that they are going to use the same skill sets here as well, because that is going to take you forward. We've seen multiple teams not focusing on placement and rather just going for finishes. And that never really sort of figured out, been ideal for any team out there. Chemin Esports, as a matter of fact, as well, right? They are one of the teams who did not have the greatest of beginnings. We know for a fact that this is a big name. They've already sort of played in the highest of levels, so we expect more for them. But again, there is that contrary topic of whether are they keeping up cards in their sleeve, whether not they're showing all their cards, what they've got, whether they're not showing all their true strats as well. So we need to find out if Chemin Esports is ready to sort of bring up and amp their game to the level where they start dishing out more damage to their competition. But look at this, though. This is an interesting situation. Two top tier teams in the lobby, Team Rebel as well as Entity, just sniffing each other out at this moment. They know for a fact with the engines firing up, there are those sound cues that, yes, there is someone present, but they can't really be for sure that if there is going to be a fight or is that a random rotation happening in front of them. Entity, in fact, they choose to not even take that risk and they disengage and fall back. They have 2 vehicles to work with. In fact, they have 3 vehicles to work with, and they might just easily decide to not engage in that fight and just go their individual way. But look at this, the Samraj, we know what his intentions are always, right? He's one of those IGs who loves to take those aggressive duels, who loves to charge into the opposition. Entity, as a matter of fact, they didn't really have the best of starts in round 1. They kind of focused a little more on the passive play, and everyone was left thinking that, is it true Entity, or are they saving themselves? Are they saving the best for the last? I just hope that we get to see the best, because we know for a fact that this lineup, it's stacked. Somraj and these other guys, they are players of international caliber, not just the national level, but they are players with international experience. And all of that experience is going to come out today, because the level of unpredictability that they're going to face, especially with underdogs being in the mix, a lot of tier 1 teams being in the mix, you can't really decide for yourself what sort of a strategy do you want to keep for yourselves. But ladies and gentlemen, as we have a look at the map once again, the circle is still towards the shoreline. And I love the fact that Team E4, Excellent 4, they have the right spot for themselves. The circle once again is just sticking to the shorelines. And this is going to be so interesting. I believe that the northern end of the circle is going to be completely packed with teams, and so many flush of colors out there already. And it is going to be even more as the game progresses. We see a plethora of vehicles approaching the circle, and now that rough terrain of Miramar shorelines are gonna be an absolute bloodbath when the shots get started. Of course, Marcus Gaming a little late in the rotation, just right behind Team Ned, and I believe some shots will be taken. Aladdin, of course, prones down and starts firing. Not a lot of shots will be confirmed, because of course the range is just way too much and the vehicle moving. It is just not ideal situation for that team, to get that knock for themselves. But I've always said it, it's important to take pot shots against your opposition.
Let's see, though, how the rest of the game is going to go for them.
Still on the move. Team Ned needs to find that good spot inside the circle. But elsewhere, it is Team CS, I believe, who have found 2 free finishes for themselves. I'm not really sure how these players were knocked down, but Para BTC is going to find 2 players knocked down on their knees, completely helpless, without their teammates as well. And this is really easy pickings for him. Another free finish to his name. 2 finishes for Team CS Esports, even though they suffered that early elimination of Zenin as well as Neo. I believe that this team does have the caliber to pull it off. ARCEUS Esports as well, right? They are going to be in a pool of trouble right now. 2 players being completely knocked down right now. Just one first it gets to work with. They're taking so much blue zone damage, and I believe that this is not ideal situation for them. They need to figure out a way to come back.
Well, let's see. Chemin Esports. We have seen them in the early stages of the game, and well, Chemin, the M4 in the hands of Afu. Let's see how much damage he will be able to dish out with this. There's a little bit of a split between the players of Chemin Esports, and sorry, I have to say, thank you so much for carrying this game for so long. I guess for this game, we are going to call you the MVP out of the 3 of us. And again, even our squad, all right, our squad is complete. We do have a producer, Chemin, Necro, and our producer will be our 4-man roster that's going to be moving around. But talking about the game, a few shots do connect. Shelby running behind the ridge. Oh, a little bit of a panic for the opposition.
Yeah, Chemin Esports, for a matter of fact, they found that good spot inside the circle. And I was constantly mentioning about how these southern circles create such complexities, because there are so many dips and valleys in these regions, Johnny, that teams think that they are safe, but they're actually death traps in eternity. Yeah. I mean, if you try and find yourself in those situations, there are going to be so many utils which are going to come your way, explosives, molotovs, and it is going to be extremely difficult for you to deal with that. And as soon as I say that, this is the shift that that I was waiting for. I even mentioned to the audience that these southern circles are very tricky because teams think that they are going to be safe when they hold the shorelines, but there is going to be one of those ships which completely goes off away from the shorelines and returns back to the mainland. Of course, the terrain is not as simple, but at least it does not have the safety backup of the shoreline itself. So the teams holding those regions will have to move northward, and rotating here is absolutely not easy.
Exactly, it's not going to be easy to come up with a game plan to climb that hill, especially on Miramar. And I've always said this, these southern hill circles, hill south of Los Leones circles, they're kind of a favorite and my least favorite zones at the same time. I mean, you do see teams go for these interesting fights, but the early high ground advantage kind of becomes unbeatable, I'm going to be honest. But look at that, BTWXNED, we see them in the finish feed taking a fight against the players of GLITCHx, and I believe GLITCHx are already 2 players down.
Yeah, they are 2 players down, but look at Team Hope. Look at that split that they're playing. I'm not sure if the split is going to work out, especially with so many teams holding the edge lines. Marcus Gaming completely vulnerable, especially in outside P6's territory. Now, nades being lobbed in, no damage being dished out, but of course, it's going to be of some problem. As long as they hold this territory and they can gatekeep this team, it's going to be interesting to find out how can Marcus Gaming deal with this pressure. Team Hope, once again, right now, they are in front of Team Excellent 4. I'm not really sure if I'm going to call them Excellent 4. So far, they're only Excellent 2. The rest other 2 players, we don't know where they are.
Yeah, I mean, and it is going to be quite awkward because of that as well, because I think the opposition is also going to ask the same question as you said, where are the remaining players? But Fragger, with a frag grenade, is going to secure the opening knock for his team, and the next one is going to be pretty amazing as well. 50% damage chipped off the individual from the opposition. The Molotov is going to be lobbed in a Hail Mary attempt to secure the finishes without revealing his body to the opposition as well. But no, Team Hope, I think all hope for them is going to be gone as one player is finished. Chris has been brought back, but it's not going to matter. Rishi's going to be put on instead, and now it's just the last 2 individuals from the side of Team Hope that are left to survive and in fact battle the side of Excellent 4 while being completely exposed out in the open. And this is not an ideal situation for anyone in this game.
Like I told you, Johnny, the topography is just extremely weird for teams to try and charge in. They were gate-kept from multiple directions. Of course, in front, there were Team Excellent 4, or probably Excellent 2, because Fragger was just enough to take down 2 players all by himself. But now he has been knocked out. Abhijot is going to be the last player who still survives, but with the addition of additional pressure coming in from, I believe, Team Glitch, as well as from some other team, this is going to be an interesting task. How can Team Hope cope up with that pressure is going to be the question. So far, it's just a 1v1 between Abhijot as well as Zyno Gaming. Who find the first contact is going to be of prime importance, because if you hit that first headshot, a 1v1 situation is going to turn into your way, swing your way. He's still trying to go for that revive, but so far, he hasn't been given any sort of space whatsoever. And Zyno Gaming, he's doing a good job to try and delay the inevitable at this point.
So let's see. As you said, he's trying to delay the inevitable, and Abhijot also, while trying his level best to fulfill it, does succeed in the very end, just wiping out Team Hope in a very uncomfortable position. But BTWXNED, they are taking the fight against the Gladiators themselves, and they are coming out on top. Garuda, he's moving forward, his teammate knocked out in front of him, and he's the last man standing for his team as well. He has to be careful of Shogun's position. He hears him climbing the ridge from behind him. The nade is going to be cooked, but Garuda, he forgets about the weapons in his hands, and Shogun just guns him down out in the open. Gladiator Esports still reigning supreme.
I loved what he tried to pull off, Johnny. Honestly, the smoke could have deterred so much movement and so much information to that last remaining player. And as long as he was able to hear footsteps, I believe that he could have connected the shots. But the smoke was a tad bit too late, which just gave away the position and also made him vulnerable from pulling out his weapon, because of which that 1v1 was lost. But elsewhere at the edge of the circle, we have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams battling for that little bit of a real estate, and Predator 6 is at the center of it all. all. They have pressure coming in from Glitch Gamers, they have pressure coming in from Marcus Gaming, they have pressure coming in from the backlines from CES as well. How do they deal with so much pressure is going to be the question, with utility flooding in from every single direction. They have to keep their backs tied up as much as possible, and Galactic Gamers, they're doing a good job so far by isolating directions, using smokes to block off sight lines, and then utilizing the rest of the directions to fire their shots. WSB Gaming, a good double knock coming in from them against the side of P6, and now their strength has been cut by half. Zeref and Shub are going to climb on top of Shelby, and they double team him down. This is brilliant tag team work, and WSB Gaming, 3 players still alive in a comfortable position.
Well, WSB is still looking quite strong. They are inside the top 9 of this match, and they have 4 eliminations secured already. They're looking to move forward, but we're on the other side. Marcos Gaming against the players of Galactic Gamers, as we said. Dollar was knocked out, and the last individual, he was hiding behind the smoke. Quite cheeky, in fact, but the sandwich situation that was created for Galactic Gamers has now faded, and I think they can be quite safe by just worrying about the players of WSB in the backlines, but still going to be extremely difficult to survive and come out on top out of this scenario. WSB though, Raiden, look at him, he's lobbing a nade towards the players of Chemin Esports, but the players from the opposition were on the move, so it was quite difficult for him to actually connect the nade accurately.
Yeah, but look at this, the circle just betraying every single team out there. Not entirely betraying, it's sort of towards the central shift, but majority of the teams were playing the edge game so far. And that is one of the reasons why none of them have any real estate whatsoever. This was the fight between Team Hope and Excellent 4, which the Team Hope, they could drag on for a while, but they just couldn't really win at the end of it all. Team Entity elsewhere, they were actually struck hell upon by Team TWOB, and this happened while we were witnessing that fight elsewhere. Nades and explosive and weapon and vehicles being exploded. This was a really critical situation for Entity Gaming, and we know for a fact that when you bring those buggies which are very susceptible to being exploded, this is what happens. You just get taken down in a flash.
Exactly. You have to be extremely careful. Buggies, I mean, while they are quite quick on the move, you are quite exposed while enjoying the ride of one, but let's see. Excellent for Abhijord, one of the last individuals surviving from his side. I don't think he's going to be surviving for long, and there it is, just vanishes in thin air. Chemin Esports now, Shadow knocked out, Spy, OP, and Afu trying to take the fight against TWOB. And TWOB, as we talked about them a few moments ago, they are looking quite solid, but not solid enough to survive a sandwich situation as Gladiator Esports show up from behind them. The backstab working out successfully for Gladiator Esports, and look at that, really look at that. Just 2 players left from this team, and they already have 11 eliminations secured. And Delta, you evil man, trying to run him over with a buggy like that. Oh boy.
I mean, he did try and dodge the buggy, but of course, how will he dodge the bullets? There is no question of doing that. It is Gladiator, of course, and their gunfights are unmatched at this point. Shogun, the amount of confidence he has to move a buggy in a terrain like this, in a circle like this, especially with so many teams surviving, it's absolutely insane. But every team just trying to find that one dip where they can be safe for a little while. Chemin Esports also trying to push forward, and for them, I feel like they have the best chance of finding that because of those extra legs that they have. They have 0 finishes to their name so far, but they came in and the rotation was spot on, and they can use that man advantage right now to scout out multiple directions at once. Speaking of scouting multiple directions, I believe like pardon me for that, Gladiators, they have scouted multiple directions. They have their front lines covered and their backs are against the wall of death, so they will have no backstab whatsoever. Shadow just got taken down by WSB from a distance.
Yeah, that is the disadvantage of monster trucks, ladies and gentlemen. As, I mean, it is quite a common strategy employed by a lot of players that if you park a vehicle and if you want to use it as a cover, the first thing you do is blow off the tires. It's going to lower the height of the ride and it's going to give you cover from the ground level as well. Just in case you want to... Exactly. Reduce the ground clearance and no one's going to be able to shoot you underneath the vehicle. Monster trucks, on the other hand, are quite massive and it's very easy to connect the shots underneath the car. But now I think Chemin Esports, they are going to have to react to this. Their game plan, they were playing for survival and they have succeeded as well. They are inside the top 5. And would you look at the top 5 of this group? There's WSB, there's Chemin, there are the players of Gladiators still present. And it is quite stacked, the final game scenario of Miramar.
It certainly is, especially with Team Rebel and Marcus Gaming in the mix as well. But look at this, Karlan just using the bush to his advantage, knocking a player down from Team Rebel. Team Rebel, they've had this pattern since ages where they always find that podium finish, that top 5 finish inside the final circle, but they never really have been able to kind of utilize that and actually get that big chicken on board. They will be looking to do so, but they don't really have adequate men up and alive. Not men, let's call it women. But WSB Gaming, so far, they're the ones who are on the move, who are on the chase, and they are firing shots at multiple directions, pinging down multiple teams at once. And the amount of pressure that they have laid, I believe they've dished out a lot of damage, not just on Chemin Esports, but also on Team Rebel.
Yeah, and Team Rebel, we know they do not lack in terms of firepower anyway. In fact, I would argue that they are one of the deadliest teams inside of this lobby right now. So you have to specifically watch out for these women. Alpha and Evil moving forward. Evil! Oh my goodness, she barely made it through. But luckily for her, she's quite close to Alpha. So even if she manages to crawl towards a teammate, and if Alpha can deal with Zeref, then maybe they can make a comeback into the game. Pressure on Zeref, gets caught off guard by the players of Chemin. He miscalculated, but the backfire, the backup is there. Hub is going to push forward with the DBS, but no, did not realize Afu was still left, and blunders being made by everyone in the lobby. WSB going for an aggressive push on the players of Chemin, trying to put them out of the misery, but no! Team Rebel Alpha, she was still there, still left standing, and she clutches the fight win, at least for her team. And now a 1v2 situation for Team Rebel. Does she realize that at least for the next few seconds it's a 1v1? And she does! The nade, the Molotov, it's being lined up. If this lands perfectly, then it's GG. Chemin Esports are gonna get destroyed. And it's Team Rebel out of nowhere, clutching the win. Impressive victory.
Wait, what just happened, Team Rebel? I just talked of how this team just could not capitalize on coming out on top every single time. But this team did it this time. It was Alpha who was absolutely brilliant. In fact, majority of the players inside the final circle were on a suicide mission. They were blindsided to the opposition who were coming in. But this team, Team Rebel, this was the time when they could actually make it work. That nade was spot on. Those knocks were spot on. And the last remaining player, oh my word, how many times have we seen this happen? This was one of the most chaotic Miramars that we have seen, Johnny. You have to accept that.
I mean, exactly. It was one of the most chaotic Miramars also. I feel bad for what happened to WSB and Chemin. Both of them had so many players. WSB, I don't know why they got so eager to wipe out Team Rebel that they just completely ignored the fact that there was one more team that had the numbers to actually take them on. I mean, I get it. Team Rebel was down to one player. You know, it's very easy to wipe that one individual when that one individual has nowhere left to go and is completely pincered out in the open. But what about the other guys? They will also try to secure the points, and WSB just completely stepped out in front of Chemin, and Chemin was like, what are you guys doing here? They started firing at them. Both the teams clashed, and Team Rebel Alpha, I have to say, just brilliance displayed in terms of patience, waited for the right time, waited for the right opportunity, and all she had to do was just pop a nade at the right spot, and that was it. That was the chicken dinner. That was the 15 points. Easiest win.
Probably the easiest win, but I believe that, you know what, I have an opinion where I feel like WSB kind of made that mistake of throwing the game by trying to push up, and Team Rebel, they had the patience, right? Patience sometimes wins you games, and this was one of those examples. The way they did not make any mistakes. Yes, they did not make any crazy plays apart from that nade which landed spot on in the final second, but apart from that, Team Rebel, their game was very standard. It was according to the books, and this is what you ensure when you play according to the books, right? You always land up in those top 5 of positions. You always land up in those top 3 positions, and you just wait for your chance of getting that big chicken, and this was one of them. Beautiful display by Team Rebel, technical display by Team Rebel, but you've got a feel for WSB. That move was completely unwanted and unnecessary.
Exactly, and I do agree with you. I mean, it was a little bit unnecessary. It was what we call an overkill, if you will. And again, I think had either of them the sides kept their patience, kept their cool, things would have looked extremely different. But I mean, hey, it is what it is. And it's not like WSB or Chemin played bad. Chemin Esports, we know they were recovering. They were in damage control mode as their previous game. The performance on Miramar was a little bit of a blunder. They were taken out quite early. So they were playing for those placement points. They were not really focused on winning the entire game. They just wanted to survive as long as possible. I mean, if they won, that was a bonus. But they already made it to top 2 with 4 eliminations. That's a grand total of 16 points from this match. Not too bad. Mission success. WSB, I think they racked up like 11 to 12 eliminations in the top 3. So they have crossed 20-point total tally for this particular game. So their game plan was also a success. It was important for Team Rebel to actually secure the win. They were in a very uncomfortable position. There was no way, no clear line of sight of the win actually being theirs. And as you said, it was handed to them. They were very generous, grateful for it. They did not miss to hit the marker when it presented itself. And I think we did see a lot of teams sort of take that hell control very early on. So it was quite smart of them to actually switch to the lower ground early. And I think that is what WSB was trying to do. That might have been what WSB was trying to do as well, to switch to the lower ground, make sure they only had that one position to focus on the players of Chemin. Because you all know, I mean, in the last 4v4, everyone would just have played spread out, and where the players of Team Chemin were, they would have had those tractors and those a little bit of extra cover available to them and form those structures that they could have worked to secure the last game fight. So I think that might have been the outlook of WSB. But hey, doesn't matter. Points are points. You get them one way or the other, and I think all the teams in the top 3 were able to do that. I want to see what happened to the teams that took early exits. Were they able to secure any finishes at all? Were they able to secure like at least 2 or 3 points from this match, or are there going to be teams that ended with nil?
I believe there are going to be teams who end with nil, because especially because there were so many initial fights. Like as soon as players dropped out of that plane, right, there were fights brewing up and there were combats happening left, right, and center. I believe that even within the first 5 minutes of the game, we saw the elimination of about 9 or 10 odd players. So it's not every day when on a map of Miramar you see 10 eliminations happen in a matter of seconds or in a matter of minutes, especially just when the game has started. So I believe that there will be teams with 0 points, and then this is the situation when they have to start to build confidence. The teams who have been repeat losers, I don't like to call it losers, but the ones who have underperformed repeatedly, they're the ones who will have to come back. And the comeback map is always the map of Sanhok. Sanhok gives you the opportunity to overturn tables, gives you the opportunity to do something which you probably can't or probably won't take the risk of doing on a map like Erangel or Miramar. You have the option of taking that risk. And if it actually pays off, then you once again will find yourself among the top dogs. And that just gives you the opportunity of carrying forward that momentum. So Sanhok can really be the table shifter for the teams who haven't really performed. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of tables, the player who is at the top of the table is going to be WSB Zeref with 8 finishes to his name. Another player from WSB Gaming. They've been absolutely brilliant. I've seen this team extremely focused on their game. They don't really seem like, they don't focus on anything else. It's just the game about this team.
Yeah, I mean, and they are going to be focused on it completely as well. But let's see. I mean, Gladiators, they live up to their name every single time. TWOB, actually, I have to say, Salty, that I was actually impressed with the way TWOB handled the fights that that were presented to them, and how they were able to be a little bit more on the aggressive front, do a little bit more on the aggressive front. So I think they are set on the right path now, and I think TWOB definitely does have extremely well-crafted players in their lineup. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes out on them in the next match as well. But Rankings of the game, WSB again, first position, 21 points. Gladiators on the second with 20. Team Rebel on the third with 19 points. But the chicken dinner, it was Team Rebels.
Yeah, it certainly was, right. And CS Esports coming in from that winner chicken dinner on the first map, they would only acquire 5 finishes to their name. Even Team Hope, right? All of these teams engaged in early battle, and this is what you get. You might be able to wipe out one squad, but what is the trade-off? What is the outcome of that particular fight? You are hurt. You probably don't have all of your players alive, and mid-rotation you might get cut off because you're not having the game plan that you had before the match began, right? You had a particular set of strategy, but you could not follow that because of that early skirmish. Even Team Entity being there with just 1 point is going to be a little bit of a troublesome for them because they need to start to make a comeback, because we've seen what happens with global esports and the likes of these big teams who can't really make a mark in the first couple of games itself. Now the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, WSB Gaming and Team Rebel, they're tied at 34 points.
Yeah, it is going to be extremely intense with how the next game is going to go for these teams. Team Rebel with just 7 finishes, 27 placement points, bring themselves up to the first position of this particular group. WSB on the second, but as we move on to the next page, I have a question. Salty, what is Entity Gaming doing on the 12th?
I don't know, man. I absolutely have no clue what they are doing. I mean, they're still trying to find rhythm. It feels like this team is not in its top form. And to find that rhythm and to get back into that top form, they need that one big game. We've always talked of how mentality changes, how mentality gets affected when there are multiple poor performances get stacked up. It's not just one bad game. It's multiple bad games that keep piling up, and that creates an enormous pressure on the players' minds. Even in first round, if you remember properly, Entity Gaming did not have the best of outings. They did not show up like one of the best teams of the country, and definitely did not play like one of the best teams in the country. So I feel like this is high time for this team to step up, because we know for a fact that if you try and delay the onset of the inevitable, something like global esports is going to happen to you.
Exactly, and that will raise a lot of question with what is going on in the background. And I know the Iceman Somraj is definitely going to have a few words to say to his teammates, but what will be the impact of those words? We will only find that out once we move on to the map of Sanhok.
Exactly, but ladies and gentlemen, all of that action of Sanhok is going to follow up after a very short break. We're going to have a little bit of a breather, but you don't go anywhere. We are going to come back extremely soon.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक करेंगे।
साइड मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे।
अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold. कोई नहीं है सामने। Center slam.
स्मोक कर कवर ले।
एक HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कनें और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away. Rapid fire.
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it
want to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS The Grind. This is Super Johnny, joined by my man Necro, who's back after the break and after the solo carry of game number 1. How are you feeling, Necro? I mean, did you enjoy the action of Miramar, though? The phenomenal endings, especially.
Dude, you know what, Johnny? I mean, to be honest, I did enjoy the Miramar ending, though. I wasn't here at the start. You know why? Because I was playing Defense Derby, dude. I mean, it's a phenomenal game without a doubt, man. And I'm just now addicted to it. So I was just playing Defense Derby in the sidelines. But yeah, when I was back in the final few moments, I enjoyed that game, right? Even WSB able to showcase such a great performance. Team Rebel, though, still quite consistent.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they were consistent, and while everyone was playing each other, it felt like Team Rebel, they were playing with the zone. They controlled the zone so perfectly. Their rotations were so on point, and I think that was one of the key factors that we did see them in the top 3 with an opportunity for the chicken dinner. And as we all know, they seized it perfectly. But as we head into game number 3, the reset that was there for the, let's see what decision was made by them and what changes are going to be seen on this map of Sanhok. Although, Necro, do you agree with me that we are enjoying what CS Esports is doing? 2 matches, both of them starting off with a draw clash. Doesn't matter if they win or get wiped out, they are going for it.
I'm loving the thought process. I'm definitely loving it. I'm loving these aggressive plays from the side of CS Esports. And to be honest, they already got 1 chicken dinner with a solid finishing anyway. So for CS Esports, 1 or 2 games going the sideline here and there is completely fine. They've built up a massive cushion for themselves, which they can rely on. But again, I've said cushion. Cushion can't be ended in the future line, so you cannot take things for granted at all. You still need to keep on working hard in the future lines as well. As we know now, the 3rd game is going to be played on the map of Sanhok. And as I always like to say, the zone's going to be the dictator inside this map. It's tough to find yourself a good rotation if the zone's going to throw you off guard.
Exactly, and I think especially with how yesterday's Sanhok was, it is going to be quite interesting to see what today is going to look like for these teams. As we said, the zone, it has been betraying these teams time and time again. And I would like to see which team is CS Esports going to, I don't want to say target, but I think that is the word that fits best because they are the hunters at this point. They are the ones who decide who they want to drop upon, who they want to challenge, and who they want to take on as soon as the game begins. And the other team only has one option: react to it. Either take the fight or run away from it. You run away, you look weak. You take the fight, you're risking a 50-50. Either you win or either get wiped out.
Exactly, but ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The map of Sanhok's on the way, and soon the plane flat path as well is going to be in front of us, as we've got the plane hidden in the skies and the plane flat path starting all the way from the northern side towards the Camp Alpha Island. Now again, Johnny, this plane flat path at the end of the day inside the map of Sanhok, it doesn't really matter. For teams, the extent's going to be easy as ever. It's a much more smaller map, as we all know, compared to all the other maps, so teams are not going to be struggling at all. But you know what? One thing that I really want to see, even in a better fashion, is Gladiator Esports dominating the entire competition. When are we going to be seeing the Gladiator Esports that we saw in round 1? I'm just so stoked to see that Gladiator Esports, man. Please, guys, just go on a rampage.
I mean, they are kind of going on a rampage, not backing away for the fights. Gladiator Esports, here's the thing, Necro. You have to realize that they are not playing for the win. Gladiator Esports is playing for those elimination points, and that is what they're trying to rack up every single game. Game number 1 was a success in that manner. Game number 2, they tried, they pushed it to a certain extent, and they did secure a lot of eliminations as well. I don't think that we might see them win a game if they end up wiping the entire lobby. But otherwise, I think we are just going to see those high elimination numbers throughout the day from Gladiator Esports. Look at this. They went towards Paradise Resort, but since Gladiator Esports are there, no one else is going to challenge them. And where's my favorite team? Where is CS Esports? Who is in their crosshairs now?
Favorite team. I like that, huh? Already, I mean, 2 drop clashes and now they're your favorite team.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Johnny, look. You never know, man. Maybe now you can just jinx the team by calling them your favorite.
Oh.
I've seen this happen. It has happened with me a lot of the time. So you would not want to have a favorite, trust me, because if they get jinxed, then they're not going to feel too good. Maybe they would think that it's because of us.
True.
But jokes apart, ladies and gentlemen, Marco's Gaming as well. One of the teams that made such a great mark inside the game 1 in general. Yeah, not really able to get the chicken dinner, but still staying in top 3, getting a decent amount of elimination points. That's something every single team wants to aim for. They've had a consistent start. Same thing goes with Gladiator Esports as well. Same thing goes with teams like CS Esports and then teams like Rebel. And to be honest, I wasn't really here for the entire game, right, Johnny? Would you want to fill me up on how exactly Rebel kicked things off in the previous game?
I mean, as I said earlier, they were completely focused on their rotation. So up until they showed up for the final few fights, they only had, I believe, like 2 eliminations to their name, picking off individuals mid-rotation. But again, like we saw in their performance during the first round of this BGIS The Grind, their positional play, their rotations are so strong that they do manage to consistently make it to the final few, the top 3, the top 4 of the lobbies. And I think that is the best part about Team Rebel. In the previous match, yes, they could have been taken out a little bit early, but the blunders from WSP and the players from Chemin Esports also just being a little too focused on taking the fight against WSB allowed the opportunity for Team Rebel to just stay in the backlines, protect their position, and luckily Alpha had that nade on her. I mean, she's going to be so grateful that she had that utility, because I think, Necro, you will attest to this. By the time there are just 2 teams remaining, we see players and teams running out of throwables. Smokes, nades, Molotov, all of them. They're running out of utility.
Yeah. And this is what I literally mentioned in the game of Erangel too, Johnny. Like, it just felt like teams were trying to burn through enemy meds and utilities at the start of the game as well. It's just like they were taking shots, players were getting knocked out, and then they were not really going for the finishes because, of course, they couldn't find the sight lines. But what they was really doing was sort of just burning through enemy meds and utilities at the same point as well. So in the late game scenarios, they rarely or barely had any type of smokes to back him up or even any frag grenades to sort of give them an advantage inside the fight. But yeah, overall, as I mentioned, if you're going to be burning through the utilities, your utility management is not going to be that great, then the late game scenario is going to be tough for you to survive. But Chemin Esports on our screens, a team that got eliminated right off the bat in the first game. In the second game, not too much of an hot showing as well.
Exactly, and now Chemin Esports, I mean, they are one of the experienced teams
God,
of the bunch. Team Home quite close to them. Shadow needs to be careful, exactly. And Team Hope, I think this is the right timing for them to actually push towards Shadow, try and pick him apart. He is going to make a run for it. He's in the buggy. The spray is not going to connect from Rishi. But on the other side, Rishi steps into the line of fire, and the cover fire from the side of Chemin Esports was so perfect, pushing Team Hope back.
Team Hope. This could have been their hope to get at least 1 elimination point right off the bat, Johnny. But yeah, it didn't really happen. The hopes are shattered, but it's completely okay. As we all know, hope is something that you're always going to have, no matter what. Even if one hope is still stolen away from you, the second hope automatically arises. So for Team Hope, they're going to be mortal. But speaking about Chemin Esports, speaking about them, they haven't been the immortal ones inside the lobby, man. They've been struggling throughout the entire day. And now speak about that, we've also got Glitch, one of the players from their side getting knocked out, actually 2 of them. And soon enough, they're also going to be confirmed, so that's not a good news. It's the players of the World of Battle. I'm not going to lie, even this team, Johnny, in general, has been looking so aggressive. And to be honest, I'm in love with the playstyle this team's showcasing.
I mean, yeah, what they're doing right now looks quite clean, quite phenomenal. And I also said this after the first game, like the World of Battle. I'm enjoying what they're doing right now. I'm enjoying the performance inside of the game right now. Game 1, Game 2, and this third game, the way this has started as well. Looks very interesting, very intense, not backing away from the fight, positioning themselves in a way where they know they will have an advantage in the early engagements as well, and not getting too over-eager, stepping out of their cover too early, willy-nilly. They are prioritizing their safety, like checking the positions, gathering the information, and then moving out of cover. But as you were talking about Chemin Esports, I did see their name on the feed. I think it was a little bit of an engagement against the players of WSB. One of the players was knocked out from the side of Chemin Esports, but I did not see the finish confirmation, so I believe the revive was secured. But look at this, CS Esports, as I said, my favorite team right now. They were looking towards those compounds, and I think they are still looking for a fight. They're looking for teams to hunt. Unfortunately, the team that stands in them in the direction they were looking in, those compounds are taken by Team Rebel. Oh, this is not going to be easy for CS Esports.
It won't be at all. I mean, Team Rebel, they're quite spread out, right? They're having this little 2-2 split for themselves, and they have spread themselves out throughout the compounds. Now, once again, for now, they're going to be safe. No issues whatsoever. Still the early phase of the game, still just the stage 1. So as I mentioned, no troubles whatsoever. Even God's Reign. This is so, I mean, not God's Reign, Gladiator Esports, my bad. But this is so uncharacteristic. It's just not the Gladiator Esports that we know.
Yeah.
This is not the Gladiator Esports that we've seen in the past. They do not tend to play like this, so safe inside the lobby. But I guess the first 2 games have been sort of a shocker and maybe a wake-up call as well for the players of Gladiator Esports. Because one known team, Global Esports, has already been thrown out of the competition. You do not want to be the second one.
I think this approach of Gladiator Esports does make a lot of sense when you think like on Sanhok, you never know. There are going to be people lying down in the grass. They're going to be hiding themselves in those shacks. And if you start running around just looking for competition, looking for fights, it is going to be very easy for other teams to third-party you, to put up extra pressure on you. And Gladiator Esports do not really want that early exit for themselves. They want to survive enough in the match to secure as many elimination points as they want. And I think that has always been their focus. So I'm going to say just give them time, Necro. Just give them a few minutes. They're going to be back in their own cells. And I think that is what everyone is waiting for. That is what they are waiting for as well. But now moving on to Predator 6. Let us see what is going to happen to them by the end of the game.
I mean, their name is Predator. Let's see how much of an apex predators they're going to be proving themselves to be inside this game. Because if they are going to be the one to be that, then definitely they can go on a rampage as well. But speaking about the team that has only been taken out, or almost on the verge of being taken out, was GLITCHxREBORN. We did see that fight against the players of the World of Battles. GLITCHxREBORN tried to cross the bridge, and the World of Battles was actually on the opposite side, holding on top of the mountain, and they sprayed those 2 players down. So such an unfortunate outing already for a team like GLITCHxREBORN. But once again, as I've mentioned, the hopes hasn't been taken away from them. Hope is something that's always immortal. So let's hope that GLITCHxREBORN can bounce back from that position, because Sanhok is the only map that can help you bounce back. Johnny, if you remember round 2, day 1. If you remember, the game of Sanhok that happened, Ruling Since 80s was the team that actually got the chicken dinner onto that map. Just that one last man. He kept himself anonymous. He kept his position unknown to all the other teams, and he got that chicken dinner for his team. Like, that was such a clutch moment.
I mean, and you get to witness those moments only on this map. You can't pull it off on Miramar. You can't pull it off on Erangel. We have just started to see Vikendi again after a long time. So we'll see if these teams will be able to pull off the moves like those. Keeping themselves hidden in a corner, just tucked away, all lonesome. And in the end, you just walk away with a win. No one expects you to do that. So I think, again, but it gets very awkward for you, Necro. You have to agree, because you don't really have a lot of information to work with. Even if you get information, you can't really do anything about it, because majority of the time you're going to be outnumbered, and it is very, very tricky for individuals in a situations like this to resist the urge of getting up and just start blasting everyone that they see. Very difficult to resist that urge, because anytime you see someone, the first thought is pull the trigger.
Exactly. And to be honest, I'm really worried for GLITCHxREBORN too, Johnny, because just these 2 players, they're going to have so much pressure onto them. And considering now they have got 2 options, either go for the Met strat or just try to go for the normal classic approach inside the game, where you're going to be trying to get as many elimination points as possible and try and position yourself better. But you know what I think? They should use a bit of both worlds. One player should go for the Met strat. The second player should go inside the circle and try and play as sneaky as possible, because I feel like that can at least give you the most amount of survivability.
True. But switching focus to, again, another experienced name inside of this lobby, Marcos Gaming now. on our screens. Aladdin, Vexi, Spray God, and Sayam. A very, very stacked lineup. Stuff legends are made of. But talk about legends and Chemin Esports. We see them on the field, Necro, against Predator 6. And I believe they have picked off quite a few individuals from the side of Predator 6. But we'll refocus on that fight. But as I was saying about Marcos Gaming, on paper looks like a very stacked lineup. A lot of expectations from them. And I want to ask you this: where do you think, where do you expect Marcos Gaming to be by the end of the day? Where do you think they should be based on the team that is there in front of us?
True.
Top 3?
I mean, for Marcos Gaming, without a doubt, yeah. I mean, expectations, considering from any known team, you're always going to expect them to be at least in the top 5, right? Without a doubt.
Yeah,
they're supposed to be the big dogs. They're supposed to just dominate the underdog competition and somehow just keep themselves on top of the entire competition in general. But a lot of these top teams are not able to do so. Yesterday, we saw OG was the only team who was inside the top 5. But then all the other experienced team were right underneath them. So that in itself just explains how much of these underdogs as well have just stepped up when it comes to the competition. WSB on our screens, and Shub is the one eyeing out the players in the front, trying to get as much as intel as possible. It's not going to be able to spot out a lot of players, but the team in the front is going to be ENT.
WSB just waiting for the right time, waiting for the angle, and the players to step into the line of fire. Chemin Esports on the other side, being patient. This is an extremely slow start to Sanhok, one of the slowest I've ever seen. And I think that is all thanks to the kind of chaos that was ensued into the lobbies in the first 2 matches. Players buying themselves as much time as possible right now. Again, switching over to Marcos Gaming. They have just moved inside the zone. This is quite interesting. I've hardly ever seen this team play so late. And Spray God right now is looking to join his teammates. It's a 2-2 split, I believe Marcos Gaming are working with. So Spray God is going to join Aladdin on the high ground that he has taken control of, while the other 2 teammates are on the other side of, on the other hill. They have lines of fire available to each other. They can see each other in the distance, but they will have to be extremely careful, because if they take on multiple fights in opposite directions, then there's no way they can back each other up, and they will have to take the individual 2v4s against their respective teams. Excellent. Performance so far has been not that excellent, I have to say.
Maybe in the future they can. Maybe in the future they definitely can have that excellent performance, but as we did see Marcos Gaming, right? Still, like, they were out of the blue for a really long time. And that's the best part about Sanhok, right? Considering it's such a small map, the rotation's not going to be that tough inside the early games phases anyways. Because once you've got your hands on those vehicles, you can make inside the circle in the next minute or 2. It's that easy to make a rotation in the circle. So a lot of these teams, even if they are caught out in the blue in the early phase of the game inside the map of Sanhok, it's completely fine. But you cannot afford to stay outside the circle when the circle starts to shrink down even smaller. Inside stage 3 or stage 4, you got to make sure that you're inside the circle as quick as possible. And right now we've entered stage 3, and that's why you see Marcos Gaming instantly repositioning themselves in a better spot. Team Hope is going to spot him out. Now Team Up exactly knows that there's a team in the compound in the front lines. They can try to play a little bit more safer. Now they can consider that factor. Even one of the players from the side of net's going to fall down. That's not a good news, but at least he can try to back off and get the resurrection up.
Well, let's see, though. How far can they take this? Zyroxtreme Esports, the first few games have not really gone their way. This game is going to be of the utmost importance to them. They have to convert this into a win. They are looking to push up the hill. They have to be extremely careful about it. It's the other team waiting on the other side. It's not going to be easy to beat them as well. Again, they hear the shots. They hear all the commotion happening. And they are wondering as well when it's going to be their chance to step into the action. BTWXNED Esports. I mean, we expected a lot from them, Necro. Are you going to agree with me? Because we saw them in round 1. They were looking so good.
Yeah.
But then round 2 so far has not really been theirs.
That is true. And first 2 games already done too, Johnny. So this is sort of like a wake-up call game, right? Yeah. And to be honest, Sanhok is one of those games that actually does give you a lot of variety as well. For example, if a known team's dominating the entire competition, and if Sanhok comes around, that known team, you might not see them getting that chicken dinner once again. you might see a different winner, because Sanhok sometimes do tend to add that RNG, but that third-person perspective from the side of Sion gives him such a big advantage into that fight. The player straight up just walks inside his crosshair, Sion peeks out, destroys him, even Duck's OP goes down. This is not a good news for the players in the front.
Well, let's see though, it's not looking good for them. The initial knock has been secured by the players of Marcos Gaming, as you mentioned, but how are they planning to react to this, especially considering they know, I think they realize the fact that there's another team in the distance and they have the line of sight available as well. Marcos Gaming still looking solid as ever. They have secured the finishes. They converted into knocks, putting additional pressure on the players of Zyroxtreme. Zyroxtreme down to the last two individuals. Aladdin taking damage from the flank. Has to go back inside the cover, but Sayam steps out, lobs an nade towards the opposition, and Flock, look at him! Tucked behind the rock, hiding every single hitbox of his body. But the problem with this position is, if a Molotov or a nade comes here, he won't be able to get up quick enough to avoid anything. He's instantly getting knocked with any sort of utility lobbed. Any damaging utility lobbed.
A Molotov would be the best one to force him out of his cover.
True.
But once again, it doesn't seem like Marcos Gaming's got any clue where this man's position. So Zyroxtreme, you can at least count on them for now. The next circle is going to shift top left once again, ladies and gentlemen. Another shift tilted a little bit to the left side. Gladiator Esports finding themselves in a massive advantageous situation. So that's a really fantastic news for when it comes to Gladiator Esports. But now you see every single team inside the lobbies just started to traverse across the lands to make it inside the circle in a comfortable spot. Soon enough, all the good spots are going to be taken away. So for you to get a prime spot, if you're going to be rotating inside the circle, it's next to impossible. The world of battle, challenging a fight against the players of Godsreen. Justin, he's managed to take down 2 players, but now 2 more in the front lines.
Well, let's see. Front lines looking quite clear. Shogun! Look at the overconfidence. Runs through the Molotov to peek the corner. And even though they do manage to pick off the opposition and, well, show the exit gate to the players of the world of battle, Shogun was knocked out, and for the next few moments, Gladiator Esports, they won't be at the 100%, but the revive does come in. Shogun is back. He's going to have to heal up before he steps out, and they lost 1 player in the action so far. Destro was picked off.
Yeah.
The good thing for Gladiators right now is the fact that they have that reset time available to them. There's not a lot of teams around them, and this is one of the easiest positions to be in when you know the opposition does not expect you to have such an off angle available. They were trying to take control of that shack and just picked off mid-rotation. The other 2 players could not react fast enough to their teammates getting taken out.
And look at another knockout. Now the elimination feed once again starting to pop up. It's the players of Marcos Gaming engaging inside a fight. And in the front lines is a team that the name that's to be feared. So Marcos Gaming cannot take things that easy against a team like this. Need to take things a little bit safe and sound. Considering Marcos Gaming, they've got the higher ground advantage inside this fight. So of course for the opponents, Team Hope, it's going to be an uphill battle. But look at them just driving around. Still, it's Zinx Gaming keeping his position anonymous. The buggy drove so close to him, but maybe his position was compromised as well. And that's why now he's decided to reposition himself.
Well, let's see though. I mean, how will the reposition? As you mentioned, it is going to be important, but the decisions that you take of exactly where you're going to go and how you're going to hold on or play from that position can be game-breaking sometimes. Team Hope, the hope is still there. 2 players still left surviving, but they are quite exposed, and I believe Marcos Gaming, they're already on the hunt for those individuals. Nades being lobbed, utility being tossed out. Aladdin looking to drive over someone or anyone he sees. Just thrown out. And they see the individuals as well. The first runaway is going to be there. Krish knocked out. The other lad is going to try and take the fight, I guess, but it's not going to work out. It is a 2v1 situation, and I think Team Hope, they are prepared to get wiped out. There it is. Yeah, that is just absolutely brutal. They did not even use their weapons. They just drove over them.
That is true, and look at the next circle shift, Johnny. It's hard shift after hard shift. Now the circle shifted down south. Before, it shifted up north. this circle is being so unpredictable. As I said inside the map, Sanhok, the circle is usually the dictator. It's the BGMI god with every single team's luck in their hands. Before they decide to favor the players of Gladiator, now they're deciding to favor the players of another team. Entity Gaming finding themselves in a massive world of trouble. K47 is being knocked out. Samraj in the clotheslines though, wanting to get his fallen comrade back up, but it's going to be next to impossible. It's a late game phase, and it's going to be next to impossible to survive all the amount of damage the zone's going to put up on you unless you've got a lot of meds on you.
Well, let's see. I mean, they have the meds, but will they be even able to survive to go for the heal battle in the late game stages? Even now, teams are not letting anyone run around for free. And look at this. WSP ZF completely ignores Justin on the flank, and he's going to have to pay for it. Justin, he's still making a run out in the open. Knows there's a player behind him who's going to take the damage from the blue zone as well. No opportunity allowed to go for a heal battle. And even though Gladiator Esports, they take a hit, the fights have taken a toll upon them. Shogun is the last player surviving. They already have secured 7 eliminations, Necro. And as we were talking about them before this game began, I think now even you will agree with me. They are not playing for placement points at all. They are going all in on the aggression.
And you better do so. You better do so. This is what we have known them for. And look at these nades being tossed up. You know someone closed onto that position, so Shogun's just trying to toss in some nades with that third person's perspective. But eventually, anyways, Entity Samraj gets knocked out, and even the confirmation's going to follow up. Gladiator Esports, they haven't really found themselves in the best of the position you can ask for, and considering now Shogun's going to be the only man who's going to provide himself that backup fire, it's going to be tough to survive, man. Only 7 elimination points wrapped up. At least try to squeeze yourself in that top 3. That can give you some extra bit of placement points that can help you at least be in the top 8 in the future lines. Before now, it's a fight brewing up between the players of GG and also Marcos Gaming, as 2 of the players getting knocked out. One of them getting finished completely. Now it's all down to Sayam, and I guess even he's on the verge of getting eliminated.
Well, let's see, though, on the verge and getting eliminated are a completely different thing, but I think you were right. Last individual surviving, Fragger, he made it look so easy. He just stepped out of the window, fired a few shots from the DBS, came back in to join his teammates, and, well, now Galactic Gamers in the top 4 with 4 eliminations to their name. One of their lads was knocked out, Karan. And I think it should be a very easy revive for them. They have an extremely good position to secure the win of this matchup. And hey, look who's here in the top 4. Out of everyone, CS Esports show up with 7 eliminations.
Galactic Gamers with all the 4 players alive, ladies and gentlemen. And also the most powerful position inside the entire final circle for now. Considering they are ruling the prime spot inside the circle, now they're also going to be the center of attraction, but there's only top 4 teams alive, from which only 2 of those teams are actually inside the circle. 10 players remaining in total. TRL, they're also just getting peppered down. They're also just getting pressured so much with the amount of utility the players of Galactic Gamers are just trying to pour on top of them. They're trying to overwhelm with all the utility. The nade was so close, but the repositioning from Evil was fantastic.
Well, let's see there. I mean, it was fantastic, but we Entity Kamla boys trying to move forward, still putting on those first aids. I think the best thing he can hope for is the fact that his first aids are enough to help him get to at least a safer position, at least out of the blue for a few seconds, so that he can witness what is happening to these other teams. But in the meantime, CS Esports, once they've started avoiding the early game drop collisions, I think they've done extremely well for themselves. 7 eliminations and making it into the top 3 at the same time, securing a lot of points. I mean, already 10 points minimum, 17 points minimum are going to be theirs, but they can get a few more, and they're waiting for Galactic Gamers and Team Rebel, who, by the way, this time have showed up with numbers in their favor. They're waiting for the fight to end. Team Rebel, an uphill battle, taking on the players of Galactic Gamers, and Fragger is going to be forced to close the door, but CS Esports, they chime in. The third party looking solid for Leo.
That is true. The third party indeed is looking really solid. And now TRL still, I mean, considering Galactic Gamers, they lost out on one of their contenders, so that's definitely a little hurting But it's still completely fine. They've got a solid piece of cover for themselves that they can play around with. But unfortunately for Galactic Gamers, the circle is favoring equally even the players of Team Rebel and themselves as well. CS Esports, the team that you're supporting, Johnny, that your favorite team, they've only got that one last sole representative that is trying to represent the entire organization of CS Esports. Let's see if he's going to be able to survive for long enough or not, because Team Rebel is one of those teams that is just known to play such a good survival and positioning game. Now they've also managed to get a little bit of compound in their hand that can provide them that hard cover to fight against the players of Galactic Gamers.
Well, let's see. Top 3 teams remaining, just 7 individuals surviving. CS Esports, Leo YT. Last first aid being deployed. Team Rebel running out into the open. It will be a final 3v3 between Rebel and Galactic Gamers. CS Esports, I think Leo can just ruin the game for one of these teams by lobbing utility. But Team Rebel running out of options. And once again, Alpha is the last player left standing for a team in a 1v3. Not enough HP as well. So I think the decision over there was quite clear. Galactic Gamers, it was very easy for them to secure this win, and the chicken dinner, they're going to welcome it with open arms.
Johnny, in the end, Leo played the spoil sport, and he spoiled the game for the players of Rebel. He had an MG3 in the hand, Johnny, and he just spoiled the entire game for that team. I just feel so bad for Rebel. But hey, as we know, this team has been so consistent, Johnny, and to be honest, I don't know how they're managing to pull it off in the game of Erangel, in the game of Miramar, now even in the game of Sanhok. It just feels like they've cracked the code.
I mean, it should not be surprising. Rebel, Rebel has been there for ages, man. She has more experience under the belt, like quite a lot of these players, and I think that is one thing that can play out to their advantage. So I think it is the fact that the experience is there and the firepower, they are compensating for that with a little bit of just survival instincts being put on display. And I think that set of game plan, that sort of mindset is working out quite nicely, quite flawlessly for this team. And I want to see what they're going to do to push their limit, because now I think we know for a fact, positional play, they are done. That box is checked. Now they're going to be focused on those elimination numbers in those later aspects of the game. As soon as they realize, all right, now we have enough points to qualify for the next stage, now let's go all in. And I want to see what that point will be.
I mean, look at these highlights, man. Marcos Gaming just straight up just playing like some other game, man. It doesn't even feel like BGMI at this point. All of the players sitting inside the vehicle, just running their competition over. Then even Chemin Esports doing the same thing in front of us inside these highlights. It is just something that you can never forget, right? Then even Galactic Gamers, to be honest, what a solid showcasing from their side. And they definitely needed such a nuclear game in their hands. And this is what I was exactly saying. That one single player from their side, just as I mentioned, CS Esports, that one single player from their side really just played that spoiler in the end.
Yeah, and I think that is something that we will have to focus on to see how these approaches are working out for these teams, because I think, Necro, you will agree, this has been the most interesting lobby so far. We are not seeing two teams behave the same. We are not seeing two teams act the same way. If there's one team that's constantly looking for the other fights, then there's the other team that you won't really see there until like 20 minutes have passed inside the lobby, and then all of a sudden they show out in the top 3. And I think that sort of variance in the play style makes this one of the most interesting lobbies as so far in BGI as the grind. And I think a lot of things can be picked up from these teams. They can pick up a lot of things from each other and instantly adapt, incorporate into their play, and show up in the next game, surprising everyone. But then again, I think with what Team Rebel has done in the first 3 games, I think there will be a little bit of a difference between the leaders of the leaderboard and the rest of the teams following them from behind. And because of that, as you always say, mid-pack is where we should keep our eyes on.
Mid-pack is always way too fragile. It's way too sensitive. One single missteps and your position's going to get compromised. That's why mid-pack, you would never want to be there. I would rather stay in the bottom place than be at the mid-pack, man. That would be too much pressure on me just trying to deal with to consistently keep my position in the mid-pack, because I know that I would need to have consistent games all the time. It's just too much pressure to deal with, Johnny. Let's be honest. But speak about Team Rebel, right? they've been so consistent that I am expecting them to be at least in the top 3 in the overall standings. But what about you?
I think they will be on the top 3 for sure. I mean, before this game, they were in the top 3 already. Even in this matchup, they did not have eliminations, but hey, they were top 2, right? That means 12 points were secured from this game as well. And as we keep crunching the numbers, I mean, we know for a fact that if you manage to keep an average of 10 points per game, it's going to be, it will help you stay in the top 5 quite easily. And I think by the end of the day as well, we won't really see Team Rebel slip out of the top 5. That is where they will be, either in the first position or somewhere within the top 5. I'm actually worried about Entity Gaming though. Necro, I want to hear what are your thoughts on their run so far in the first 3 matches.
Entity, I mean, to be honest, Entity is one of those teams that has never preferred to fight. Let's be honest, Johnny. We've been taking a look at this team since the start. And this is always one of those teams that like to position themselves in a better spot and then go for those fights. So their main priority inside any game is to position themselves in a better and a comfortable spot and then go for the fights. But when the circle is something that's really not favoring the players of Entity, then they always tend to struggle in making that room for themselves inside the circle. And that's exactly what happened, if you remember, Johnny. The circle shifted away from Entity, and then we saw Somraj was the only player left over because the rest of his team got eliminated while they tried to make a rotation inside the circle.
And I think this is going to be a point of concern for Entity after this game, because as we have discussed, 3 games are done. And now Entity, I think before this match, they were outside the top 10, let alone the top 8. They were on the 12th position. And even this game did not work out for them the way that they hoped, at least. So it is a big challenge, especially considering that they have Vikendi next, and then one Miramar and one Erangel are all that will be left. So it will be quite interesting to see, because now the next step on the ladder for Entity is just secure Vikendi no matter what. Be in the top 3 on Vikendi no matter what, and I think it is going to be difficult for them to pull off. But we do have the MVP of the previous game on our screens. It is Justin from Gladiator Esports, and I'm running out of words to praise Gladiator Esports, Necro. Can you do it for me? I mean, they have just been phenomenal in the first 3 games, man.
I mean, hey, their name in itself is going to praise them. Their name is the Gladiators, right? And that's what Gladiator Esports are supposed to do. That's what they have done in the past as well, and they're standing true to their name. They are the Gladiators inside the lobby, and they are dominating the competition as expected. But still, man, they're not able to find that chicken dinner so far. Even inside the round 1, they didn't get the chicken dinner. Now, even inside the round 2, it seems like they're probably not going to be able to get the chicken dinner once again. But hey, as long as they're staying consistent inside the lobby, as long as they're getting those elimination and those placement points, that's all that's going to matter. Galactic Gamers, though, as I mentioned, this team definitely surprised me, and I think so this team probably will be able to do even better in the upcoming maps. But once again, as I mentioned, in Sanhok, you usually do tend to see those varieties because the circle is going to be the dictator, and it's all up to the circle which team to favor, which team not to favor. Now, as we do have the point standings in front of us, CS Esports managed to position themselves in the 2nd spot, even though they were the team that got eliminated in the 3rd spot.
Yeah, and CS Esports, I think, again, I guess they were waiting for Sanhok specifically to play the survival game. They'll be like, survival is easiest on this map, so let's just do that on this particular map. On every other, let's just try and see how many finish points we can get. And this game plan of CS Esports is actually working out quite decently for them. I think they will be able to stay in the top 8 by the end of the day. But Entity from this particular match did walk away with 11 points, so I think it should propel them inside of the top 8. I don't know if they'll have a safety cushion though. Although, Necro, at the start of the day, we were talking about BTWXNED, we were talking about ARCEUS Esports, and today is not working out for these 2 teams. They are on the latter half of the overall rankings, and even in this game, they took an exit. BTW on the 13th position, we see them. ARCEUS did not get a single point from this game.
That is true, Johnny. That is literally true, Johnny. But you know what? Soon enough, we're probably going to be able to take a look at the overall storyboard of this entire round. And as we do take a look at the overall standings, it's going to be CS Esports on the top. So on the 2nd spot is Team Rebel. And now Gladiator Esports, they've managed to breach inside the top 3. This is what I like to see. But look at the placement points and look at the difference between the placement points and the finish points. 26 finish points and only 15 placement points. This is classic Gladiator Esports.
Yeah, and you want to talk about differences. Look at Team Rebel, just 9 finishes, but 39 placement points. So, and also, Also, there's a 19-point difference between the 6th and the 1st position, and Team Entity is there on the 8th with 18 points. So there's a massive vacuum within the top 6. These teams are extremely consistent, and I think Chemin Esports and Entity, if they want to move up to the next stage, they have to step things up big time, because GLITCHxREBORN is not a new name in terms of BGIS, the world of battle. We know that is not a new name as well. There's a massive org as well. So I think it will be very interesting to see now what the top 8 will be like. We just have 3 matches remaining, by the way. Half the day is done.
I told you, Johnny, Entity is struggling to make some space for themselves in the game, and because of that, Entity is really not able to position themselves in the higher stances. We did see one of the players from the side of Entity just trying to go for that mid strat in the game of Sanhok in the final moments, but still not really working out, because in general, the players who were inside the circle were not able to get that many amount of elimination points. But Entity, one thing is for sure, man, they need to learn to navigate their way better inside the circle. I do understand they're one of those teams that likes to play really defensive and passive, but man, sometimes defensive and passive approach does not work out. That's when you need to start trying new things.
And I do completely agree with you. I think that has to be the case for Entity. And I think as we were talking about it, the desperation that will be there from their side, I think the next map is perfect to play for survival, to play for those placement points. Vikendi, we know game plan is set, it is standard. Go to the center early, get a compound in your control, and then just hold for position. But will they be able to execute their plans to success, or will the plans just fall apart mid-game? That is what we are about to find out, ladies and gentlemen, as we will be moving forward to match number 4 of the day. The teams are all set for the action, and CS Esports, I have to say, I am very impressed with what this team has been able to do so far in this day. They have been consistent in terms of placements, they have been consistent in terms of finishes, and they're sitting on the 1st position of the overall leaderboard. Salty, your thoughts on this new name?
I am so happy, to be honest, because this has been one of the days where every single one of the top dogs, every single one of the top teams, they've been playing brilliantly, right? But CS Esports, out of nowhere, they've kept up the amp. They have constantly pressured the top dogs, and one of the reasons why they are in that very top is because of their consistency. To be consistent in a lobby like this is not easy, and the fact that they've been able to do it just shows how much of a caliber that they possess.
Exactly, and I want to see how they will react now to the fact that there are literal giants of the BGMI scene of this country just on their toes, and they're going to be chasing them hard. But I love CS Esports because drop clashes, first 2 games, remember? And I want to see if on Vikendi as well, they're going to ruin the early approach to for one of these teams. And also, by the way, they're not drop clashing anyone. They're not drop clashing against the newer teams. They're dropping upon the drop location of some of the biggest names and some of the most aggressive teams of Tier 1 BGMI. Game number 1, it was Chemin Esports. Game number 2, they went for Gladiator Esports out of nowhere. Did not expect that to happen, but that is the case.
Exactly, and I feel like this team, they're very confident, right? They stepped onto the battlegrounds with extreme confidence and extreme belief in what they are capable of. And because of the fact that they are so good in taking their fights, because of the fact that they are so balanced in terms of, dividing between placement points, dividing their focus between placement points as well as between finish points, I feel like this is one of the most balanced teams. And that is the reason why they can potentially take the risks in terms of dropping in somebody else's location and set themselves up for success. We've always talked about these initial skirmishes are always a 50-50 situation, but when you back yourself in the 50-50 situation, one you wins that fight, I feel like they set themselves up for success, and CS Esports, every single time they've set themselves up for success.
Exactly, and I think they are doing that perfectly as well. And I think now it's just about the fact that how do these other teams react to it? Because I'm pretty sure until the overall standings were visible, no one would have realized that this team that hasn't really popped off hasn't really done anything phenomenal in front of our eyes. We haven't seen them, the individuals, pull up 1v4s or anything inside of any of the games, and instead
Yep.
they have taken one of the most riskiest approaches inside of the game. How is this team number one? That is what a lot of these big teams, and I believe that is what a lot of these players are going to be wondering. And again, as you mentioned, that approach and being successful with that approach does make us wonder how far can they push this and how long can they carry this on. Because again, every time you take a risk, it's a gamble. The odds are set whether
Yep.
they favor you or not. It's only a limited number of times that you can come out on top. And I think CS numbers, one thing that I enjoy, and one reason I said that, right, I'm actually enjoying what they're doing, is the fact that they do not really care if the odds are against them. They just accept their fate and they just play for the next game. They focus on the next game, and in the next match they
Yeah.
just go all in, because in Erangel they won that fight, and that was the reason they were like, all right, their confidence was built up. They just went all in on Erangel. In Miramar, it did not work out. The early exit was there. Then on Sanhok, they completely calmed down. They were like, all right, let's play for placement in this one. The adaptations were so quick from their side. And I think that is what we also have been talking about throughout the entire day. You have to damage control immediately. And now I think as we jump into the next match, let's see what this game is going to bring to the table for us.
You know, Johnny, I have only one thing to say about Team CS, and that is several small steps make a big leap. And I feel like this team has sort of personified that approach. There is another team that I'm actually very impressed with because of their very orthodox play that we have seen so far, and that is going to be Team Rebel, because just when we saw that point standings, the stark difference between 39 or 36 placement points and only 9 finish points. It's crazy to think that this team has managed to find themselves inside the top 5 or inside the top 3 every single map. No matter where the circle lands, no matter who survives, they just don't engage in any fight whatsoever. And suddenly, in the final stage of the game, they have all the screen time in the world. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the most exciting map of the day, the map of Vikendi, where it's actually pretty cold. Speaking of cold itself, the flight path has given us a very cold start as well, Johnny. Very much skewed towards the southern and the eastern part of the map. But of course, the circle will be once again towards that smack center. Does have castle inside it. It sort of covers majority of the major locations, so I feel like the teams won't have any trouble. But of course, the ones going on to the eastern island, the rotation might just be a little bit of a slippery task for them.
I mean, I do agree with you, but I think just because of how this map is, I mean, no matter where you go, no matter how much comfortable you think you're going to be in this game, it's just a fake sense of comfort, man. Vikendi is extremely difficult to traverse through. Every single rotation is extremely challenging. Once you start moving around, you realize this. There's too many windows everywhere. There's too many compounds everywhere. Those smaller positions, plus the sort of textures of the map also make it quite challenging to. It challenges your visibility to a certain extent. So I think again, that is another extra added thing to focus on. Team CS Esports this time dropping towards Villa. I think the early game start has been decided. It's going to be a passive one from their side for this game at least.
Let them have a passive start, let them have that start where they can actually loot and acquire those utility in peace and not just have those initial skirmishes. We have something over here, as I believe Sig from Team Excellent 4. He is up close and personal against Team Marcus Gaming, not the ideal team you want to go in a 1v3 or a 1v4 situation, so he has to watch out for those enemies up top. But so far, I can't see the rest of the players from Team Excellent 4. And this is one of those situations where, individual players or individual scouts, they get picked off because of the fact that they're so far apart from their team. Completely out in the open, Siam, he's not going to waste that chance. This is a free finish for Marcus Gaming, an easy point to actually squander.
An easy point, and they have made sure that this is not going to go anywhere but in their pockets. The first pick of the game, Marcus Gaming, Siam, is going to be the man responsible for it, ladies and gentlemen. And now I think Marcus Gaming Another big name that we were talking about, although they are in a very comfortable position in the top 8, I don't think they're satisfied with it. Teams like Marcos Gaming, teams like Chemin Esports, teams like Gladiators, teams like Entity Gaming, anything outside the top 3, and I think, alright, I'll correct it, anything other than the first position, it stings them. They don't like anything except winning. And I think that is the perfect attitude to have if you want to make a name for yourself, if you want to lift trophies again and again and again.
Yeah.
But so far, I think while a lot of these big names have in fact succeeded in gathering that respect for themselves inside of this particular lobby, I think it is just 2 big names that are a little bit further behind. Alright, I'm going to take World of Battle in this one as well. 3 big names that are struggling for now: Chemin, Entity, and TWOB. And as he was talking, but I would like to actually hear your take on this. What do you have to say about Vikendi and the importance of placement points on this particular map, or securing placement points on this map?
Like generally speaking, Vikendi kind of allows you to stay alive till the end game stage, right? It allows you to have that little bit of a comfort in the initial stages, not participate, because you know for a fact that the circle isn't going to throw you a curveball. You know for a fact that if you acquire some of the compounds near the center of the circle, if you make those early rotations and find yourself a spot, you are going to be there, right? And for teams, it becomes extremely important to stick to the basics and actually do that, because your placement points are guaranteed. This is a map where your placement points should not really be an issue. Of course, it does create much of an issue when majority of the teams actually find themselves in the 5th or the 6th circle. We have seen a lot of eliminations happen up until the 5th or the 6th stage, and that is one of the reasons why few of these teams, they do tend to falter. And when there's obviously that awkward silence every single time for such a long duration, teams feel like they have to make the first move, probably try and finish off that squad. They're just lingering right in that compound next to us. Why don't we go and finish them? And that sort of creates that little bit of a hesitation and that doubt, which leads them to elimination. I feel like it's extremely important to retain your composure, because getting placement points on this map should not be a difficult task if you actually manage to get your rotations right. If you look at one prime example, if you look at how Liquid Esports played out Vikendi on the first Vikendi map that was seen, right? They did not engage in any single fight whatsoever. They dropped down on Dobromesto, which is one of the edges of the map itself, but they carved out their path towards the center without battling anyone. And once they got that good spot for themselves, it was easy pickings. They got placement points, but also as a byproduct, they got a lot of finish points to work with. So teams have to sort of go out that approach.
Man, had that been IRL, that vehicle would had been destroyed with the way it was slammed into the wall. Vexy, man, be a little bit careful, brother. But I think, more vehicles are going to be secured. And ARCEUS Gaming, I think their rotation looks quite clean. I think they are looking to move towards the center of the map, looking to secure a decent compound for themselves. And the game plan is what I would call a default Vikendi game plan, and I think it is one of the easiest things to execute. But do they account for teams already having control of those close to center positions? And I think one of those teams, BTWXNED, they will have the advantage of the fact that they are there early and they can just scout for information just by lying on the floor of these houses, just using the third person perspective, the free look mode that is allowed to you inside of the game, and just look at the surroundings, see where everyone is headed, and then come up with a plan to get those picks for themselves.
I feel like these players, when they use the TPP mode, especially on a map like Vikendi, it kind of creates a 3D heat map of what the surrounding is. Like, you know for a fact there are 4 guys in the other compound right next to you, but you still don't engage. You know for a fact that there is a compound probably like 100 meters away from me in the south, and there is another team out there. So this little heat map that gets created in the player's mind, that is extremely important, especially when you traverse in those close quarter regions in the final stages of the game. BTWXNED, as a matter of fact, they didn't really have the best of outing so far, and they're still on the second page in terms of the overall standings, and that is something which they need to change. In fact, it is also Zyroxtreme who didn't have a good performance, and now they're under fire from Team Excellent 4, and Purkar actually has been taking down beautiful shots coming in, and Zoro is going to confirm that. So advantage for Zyroxtreme Esports, Johnny.
Well, let's see, though. They have the advantage for now, but how will they push this advantage and wipe out, or in fact try to wipe out the Opposition on the other side. Well, before they do anything, look at that. Excellent 4. They are like, nope, we are out of here. Bye-bye, boys. You guys take care. We are going to find another way inside the circle.
Excellent for just being Cherry and making a Tom out of the other team out there. This is funny because Fragger knew that he had no chance. It's a wise decision, of course. We do tend to pull jokes, but at the end of the day, you know for a fact when it's like a 2v4 situation, especially up against a team like that, Zyroxtreme, who has been really good in taking those 4v4 battles, it's an uphill battle. It's sort of a task which is impossible to complete. So it's a wise choice for them to just rather play for those placement points and do survive. But speaking of that heat map that I was talking about, Chemin Esports in one compound, there is Glitch in one compound, there is another team in the very vicinity, there is Marcos Gaming as well, spread out in multiple compounds as well. And this is something which is going to stay for a while. On other maps like Erangel or Miramar, probably teams would engage as soon as the circle would shift, and all of them would have that curveball where all of them would have to rotate. In Vikendi, they know that for a fact that it's not going to do anything up until the 5th or the 6th one.
Well, let's see though. Predator 6, Shelby looking for both can have the same at the same time, and yeah, ended up.
That's a massive dent, bro.
Yeah, exchange insurance information with each other, lads. That's how you do it.
Yeah,
I think at this point they will have like a lot of breathing room for themselves, Predator 6, and I think based on how the previous matches have gone for them, I think massive point of concern. They need the wins, and I'm not even saying good performances, mind you. I say they need the wins if they want to find themselves anywhere close to the top 18. But then again, 17 points on Entity Gaming, that is on the 8th position. You need 17 points to be on the 8th position.
exactly. That was on my mind, actually. I was thinking about the fact that the drop-off was massive, right? From the top spot to the 8th spot, right? Entity Gaming, they haven't solidified the position inside the first page. It's mostly the underdogs who are still hot on their tails. And for Entity Gaming to sort of solidify that, they need that big performance. They need that giga-banger of a performance so that they can catapult themselves to the #1 spot and maybe stay there for a while. Because just like you mentioned, they like nothing but #1 at this point. But Entity Gaming, they've been out of form recently. They've looked out of touch. Their rotations have been cut off. Their 4v4 fights haven't really panned out the way they want to. Sure, they have been managing to find those finishes for themselves to work with, and their gunfire is still on point. But when it actually comes to the team battle, there is a little bit of that hesitation. But look at this though. Team Entity speak of the devil and they come up. It is Secret as well as Somraj who shower in utility on Team CS, and now one man goes down. This is advantage for Team Entity Gaming as they push up and close in the distance. It's going to be interesting to watch out how this pans out. I believe first knock will be confirmed, and that is one man down for Team CSK Esports.
Well, let's see. One man has been knocked out, but how long are they going to survive? That is going to be important. I mean, Sarthak running forward with the DBS just knocks out Somraj inside the smoke. And now CS Esports, they're down to the last player, but Sarthak not looking to stop. Ranadeep was knocked out, sorry, and Sarthak is still looking to secure this point. CS Esports is the first point they've secured, and they have to push as quickly as possible. Otherwise, Entity, the revives are going to chime in. Oh, denied by Chemin Esports in the distance. Wow, that's the wipe? What?
That is a wipe. Entity, they've been completely finished off with just one finish point without any placement points whatsoever. They were the ones chiming in with the aggression, but they have been absolutely extinguished. Once again, it's just unfortunate circumstances for this team, right? We were talking about it. There was... Obviously, they had the chance of, maybe winning that particular fight, but it's all about the fact that they got third-party. They did not really see the rest of the surroundings. They were blindsided in that particular fight, and as soon as those DBS started firing shots, they were completely awestruck.
This is how it started. Entity having a massive advantage. The utility is being lobbed to perfection. But I think it's just a bad day for Entity Gaming, Salty, and I think you would agree with me on this. Because they started off so beautifully, but how can you expect Chemin Esports? Look at them on the radar. Showed up out of nowhere, wiped out Entity in a matter of seconds. Yeah, they had a little bit of help from the lads of CS Esports, especially that DBS. The way it was used out in the open, and Sarthak indoors just running towards the opposition, absolutely fearless. But again, Chemin capitalizing on the opportunity that presented itself at the right time as well was a big reason why both the teams were in discomfort. But now Chemin find themselves with just 2 players left standing, and WSB is the next team in front.
WSB, they are in a very precarious spot at this point because, as far as we can see from the X-rays, there are two teams in very close vicinity, and we know for a fact that when there are two teams and they're not fighting against each other, that Cold War situation can actually be detrimental to a team's success. Team Hope elsewhere, they've had a couple of good games so far. They would love to capitalize more on it and probably get themselves some more points so that they can enter the top 8 rankings. Gladiators have actually taken some sort of shots and one player has been knocked out, but that is not enough motivation for Team Hope. No, wait, they're actually trying to go on the attack, but they have been resisted by Shogun shots being fired and they decided to disengage. Beautiful stuff, beautiful resistance from Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, so far, so good. And Gladiator Esports, I think this is the moment that they were waiting for the entire game. This team likes to fight. They're waiting for the fights. And on Vikendi, fighting early is kind of tricky, so you have to wait till the mid-game stages. But now, since the opposition is right there, Gladiator Esports, they are getting a little too eager for their own good. Look at what Destro is. He hasn't waited for his team as well. He's already pushing for the flank.
That is what kind of a player Destro is, man. He does not care. He will wear his Gucci but fire you with all guns blazing. He will take you down, of course. But so far, I believe the Gladiator Esports, they will regroup once again. And so far, they are going from strength to strength. They're taking compounds after compounds, and they just, expanding their map control, expanding their awareness and the amount of information that they have so far, which is a good sign, definitely for Gladiator Esports, because they need that little bit of a placement point. If you see their general pattern of gameplay, they just purely focus on gunfights and winning those duels or the 4v4 battles that they take. It's a good sign that Gladiators, they're starting to focus a little bit more on positioning and acquiring the central parts of the map itself. And later on, we'll obviously find out how it pans out and how successful they are in garnering those placement points. But so far, it's just a second circle and a central shift. Nothing to worry about, ladies and gentlemen. Just like I talked about, all the teams, they're going to be safe and sound.
Well, let's see. I mean, safe so far, but how long are they going to be protected? CS Esports, nice recovery. Ranadeep brought back. Sarthak and Ranadeep holding their position, holding their spots. Just tucked in the corner of this building, and it's quite a decent spot inside the zone. Don't really have to move much. All they have to do is just protect each other and have each other's backs, and I think they will have late game secured. A little bit of downtime for everyone inside this map of Vikendi. Everyone's just patiently waiting to see where the zone will lead them.
Ooh.
And by the end of things, which teams will really be forced to fight, which teams will have the luxury of just waiting. But God's reign, don't really like to wait for anyone. Team Hope is their next target.
Gladiator Esports, of course, out there, they are receiving end of some sort of a gunshots out there. Shogun is very low on HP, and so is Justin. Delta as well as Destro are the only ones who can provide some sort of a cover fire for this team, but I believe it is Team Hope who is on the offense, and they've done a good job because it's not easy to pile up pressure on Gladiator Esports, but look at the way they have been pinned. Molotovs being thrown in, and Destro gets knocked out. Afu is the one who does a brilliant job. Nade, of course, explodes, but even before that, the gunshots are absolutely precise. Krish is the only one who is pushing up, and it is going to be extremely important for him to be successful. Nades being lobbed in as well, but can he hold on to that second floor is going to be the question. The first floor, in fact, of course, choke point being created, but the nade won't really, and just allows him a little bit and he himself gets taken down. Justin comes in to save the day, and Gladiators, they once again fight. Destro, I mean, he's gonna thank his forefathers that Gladiator Esports could survive that particular fight, because that one man, Krish, really pinned them. It was almost, in WWE, there's the situations when you put in those ultimate moves and the opposition just pulls out their shoulder at 2.5 calls. But nevertheless, I just have been bringing in too many wrestling references into BGMI at this point, John. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and none of them are the older ones. I don't. I've stopped watching all the wrestling like for a few years now. So yeah. But again, coming back to BGMI, as you said, Villa under the control of Galactic Gamers, and I think just because we saw no one close to the map on the no one close to their position on the map, I think they will actually have quite a big advantage in this game. All they have to do is just focus all the attention up front and take on the challenges ahead, and if they can win those fights, they can secure this game for themselves. WSP making a run out in the open like this is extremely risky, especially considering Chemin Esports is lurking around. And at this point, Scream is actually doing a pretty phenomenal job collecting all this intel for his team, which I think the calls are going to be, all right, this spot is clear, this spot is clear. I did see a pixel over there, but yeah, that might just be one individual or maybe his team behind them, but they don't really have a position to push forward. WSP, though, on the other side, I think they are getting pushed upon and they're dealing with the other team, dealing with the fight quite nicely. But the winners of Miramar on our screens, Team Rebel, have finally started to bring themselves in the action as shots being taken upon the players of TWOB.
Exactly right. I mean, I love the fact that Team Rebel, they're getting a little bit of a screen time right now, because majority of the time we've seen that they are those sneaky buggers inside the lobby who don't really do anything much. They try and stay anonymous as much as possible, and they'll try to enter inside the final circle and hurt you then and there itself, and hurt you when it actually matters. You'll see mostly they take these spot shots, they find those good height advantages positions, but they won't really go aggressive against you or probably go in for a 4v4 push. But we'll have to find out if we get to see some of those battles, because Team Rebel, they really lack in terms of those finish points. They must start collecting them upwards, because they might qualify from this round, but of course when the tier 1 lobby starts up, I believe that there is going to be a lot of fight they will have to engage so that they acquire those points. And I believe it's also courtesy to the experience that Rebel has in the tier 1 scene for years and years, and the cumulative experience of entering the final circle and how the circle actually works, how rotation actually works. I believe this is one of those teams whose communication lines are spot on.
Exactly, and as you said so perfectly, and I think the experience with the fact that their adaptation abilities are also quite brilliant, I think that is something that has helped Team Rebel so far. But again, I mean, brilliant players, brilliant performances, individually putting off good performances on the board, and again and again and again. You can't deny the fact that this team is looking extremely solid. But so far, I mean, I think the challenge for them has to be to take the first position away, or try and take the first position away from CS Esports, and this might be perfect. Ranadeep under heavy fire from ARCEUS Esports, but YouTube Khiladi misses to secure the knock for his team. And
yeah,
you do not want to allow a CS Esports breathing room, man. I'll be honest about that. They'll reset and they'll come after you.
Exactly right, but wait, YouTube Khiladi has actually been knocked out. Sarthak finding that knock for himself, and that nade could have actually wiped him off. I believe that YouTube Khiladi has been the sacrificial pawn. Shots being fired. Sarthak just does not stop another. This is great stuff. Usually what players would have done is they would have been satisfied with just one finish for themselves. They knew for a fact that YouTube Khiladi was a sacrificial pawn. The rest of the teammate had to flee, but he was determined to get another one for himself.
Look.
He is coming. He is hungry for blood.
As I said, you do not want to let CS Esports reset. They are very brutal. Yeah, they will get this pick, man. They're gonna hunt down the entirety of ARCEUS now. Just we're gonna have to watch this happen. And I think 4 eliminations secured, top 14 teams still surviving. We are transitioning to the late game stages. By the way, TWOB mid-rotation clash against BTWXNED, and both these teams are taking a massive hit because GLITCHxREBORN is actually a part of this as well. I did see their name on the feed, but all right, there they are. They are inside the zone right now, so they have the advantage in this fight.
Yeah, they certainly will be able to gatekeep the world of battle. For them, the rotation becomes a little bit of a challenge right now because late rotation again, sort of in Vikendi, gives you these, puts you in these precarious positions where you have to heal, battle with the zone, and again, so many teams inside the circle itself will cause a lot of trouble. There is gatekeeping happening every single place. Zyroxtreme, though, they are into a battle against Galactic Gamers, and Galactic Gamers, they're definitely at a disadvantage right now. Fraggle, of course, has fallen, nades being lobbed in, so much pressure being applied in Zyroxtreme. They're trying to close in the distance. Even Axum is quite low on HP. Galactic Gamers, they are being extinguished in a flash. Another one goes down, and that is the final nail in the coffin. Exin just spots one player out in the open and completely wipes him off. But Zyroxtreme, for them, problems don't seem to end because up front they have the world of battle. And then again, there are so many teams in the vicinity. The wall of death approaching them right from behind. This is an uphill task, Johnny. And how do they come up against it? I really don't see a way where Zyroxtreme actually make it inside the circle.
Yeah, I do agree with you on that. I think it's going to be a massive, massive challenge for them to actually get an entry towards the zone. Flock, look at him. Knocked out. Has gotten revive. Zyroxtreme. They can be gatekept from basically any edge they try to push forward to. And right now, this is the worst position to head towards. They're heading right into Gladiators. And Gladiators, they have solid cover. So that is a godly position that they have for themselves. Right on the northern edge. Over here, Team Rebel. Look at this. Team Rebel against CS Esports. Nikki backing off. Sarthak is looking for a fight.
This is such a funny instance, right? Rebel and Sarthak just fighting for the king of the hill. Not king of the hill, literally, but also metaphorically. Rebel, she in fact has taken down that massive team, that massive thorn in that pathway to that #1 position. Team CS has been extinguished, which means that Team Rebel, for them, the pathway is clear. They can acquire the top spot if they get a good placement once again in this map.
Had it been any other player other than Rebel from Team Rebel, I think that fight would have gone the other way. Because Rebel definitely is the strongest punch. I think she's one of the strongest players in this entire lobby in terms of just raw firepower. I'd put her like somewhere in the top 4, the top 5. But right now it's just like nade exchange between GLITCHxREBORN and WSB. Both the teams doing absolutely nothing other than just lobbing nades at each other. And while all of this was happening, WSB, one of their lads was knocked out. GLITCHxREBORN looking for a flank. Does not really work out. And WSB, they're back to 4 players. The revive has come in. On the other side, though, Ralph, his finish has been stolen by Zyroxtreme.
Exactly, but it's such a messy situation. It's not just GLITCHxREBORN or WSB. Chemin Esports is also in the mix, and the wall of death just makes it so much more complicated. Duke gets knocked out, players out in the open, Smokes being the only side of cover, and there is a Roman who is still trying to dish out some form of resistance. I believe Scream is the only one who is still alive, but how long can he hold on to? He is preferring to go in for a resurrection, which is probably a good idea at this point, but he has no lines of sight. A blind nade being tossed in, just hoping that it lands on the right spot, but so far it doesn't. WSB have that little pocket of space to work with, but where do they go from here on? It is going to be the question. Elsewhere, Zyroxtreme also up against Gladiators. This battle has been happening for ages now. It needs to find its end at this point, and Zyroxtreme needs to finish this if they want to have that top spot inside the circle.
Ooh, this is going to get very intense. Zyroxtreme against the Gladiators. Gladiators going for the push. They begin the fight. Deshra runs outside with a UMP, secures another knock. One player hiding behind the tree at an off angle can change everything for the side of Zyroxtreme, but it's not going to work out in a matter of seconds. Gladiator Esports are just destroying and running through the players of Zyroxtreme. And another squad wipe is going to be theirs. They had 10 eliminations, and I think that is going to put them at a close 14. So Gladiators are looking quite solid. Team Rebel, look at that. Their fight against Predator 6, and they are coming out on top. Rebel has been knocked out though. Evil, she has to go for a revival from the distance. How far was he? Shogun, what was that? Wow!
That was miles out, but of course she was quite low on HP, and all that Shogun needed was that one off bullet. No matter how many times there was going to be a fall or how many winds were blowing, it was always going to connect. She only needed a little bit of a damage, but of course Predator 6 and TWOB, they're still duking it out on this hilltop itself. It's such an awkward climb for all of these teams because everyone wants that piece of the pie, and it seems like Pablo in fact, has been left behind to die. Marcus Gaming, they will acquire that one finish point to work with, but wait, Vexy going in for those extra bit of finishes, but as soon as he tries to go for it, being extra greedy, preferring finishes over the zone itself, gets knocked out himself.
Well, let's see. Justin knocked out. The revive should happen extremely soon. The world of battle, well, it is a heal battle situation for Mr. IGL, and I think we all know who's winning this game. It is going to be the Gladiators. Finally, all the fights that they've taken in the previous 3 maps working out, and the chicken dinner is going to be theirs. Mr. IGL running out in the open, miles away from safety, is going to be finished off. And ladies and gentlemen, Vikendi is going to be secured by the Gladiators. I want to see what the total tally is going to look like, because 15 points for placements, and I believe they had 18 eliminations. That is 33 points.
A lot of points acquired, of course, for Gladiators, and they were already in position to sort of make this game theirs, especially the way they sort of survived that battle against Team Hope. I mean, they were almost pinned down, right? We almost thought that Gladiators would get completely wiped off, but no way. They survived their adversary, and then they came out on top. And this is the side of a true champion, right? I talked about Gladiator Esports, and I said that this team, they don't really stress much about situations which don't go their way. They just focus on situations which they can make theirs, and this was one of them. In spite of just having one player up and alive, they resurrected the whole team, came back together, reset their focus, and once they did that, there was no stopping them whatsoever.
Yeah, there was no stopping them. There was not slowing them down. And I think that is how it is with a team like Gladiators. That is how the history has been. They are going to be aggressive because they know they are good in terms of firepower. They're very confident in their skills, and they won't shy away from a fight. So the first 3 games, I think they were just pushing and pushing and pushing their limits, and now they're finally warmed up. So this game was bound to be theirs, but again, it was quite slow, this match, you have to agree.
It certainly was quite slow, but there were these awkward fights happening, right? And these third-party situations, Entity, they had the advantage in their hands. They had a couple of players from Team CS knocked out with their nades itself before they pushed in. So it was typically a 4v2 situation, but then they sort of became complacent in that situation. Nox being, given up inside smokes as well. Players completely off guard. Third parties happening. Team Entity, they were surrounded from every single direction, and there was no way they could have survived. And again, a bad game for them. I believe that they have sacrificed their position inside the top 8. But speaking of other teams, I believe like this is one of the underdog teams, Team Zyroxtreme. They have been constantly pushing up, and they've been knocking at that top 8 spot for some time now.
Yeah, and I think Zyroxtreme, I think I want to see what their total tally is going to look like from this matchup as well. Because as I said, they are knocking in the top 8, but the vacuum that is there being created by the top 6 teams is actually going to make breaking into the top 8 actually even more difficult, because one game you're going to be there, the other game you're going to completely vanish. The difference between the team sitting on from the 7th to the 16th, all the way to the last, is not that much. And I think still, you secure a game, you finish in the top 3 of one match, it puts you ahead of the competition. It makes it a little bit more easier. But after this weekend, there are just 2 matches left. Not a lot of opportunities, not a lot of options. I think because of that, the next game is going to be of the utmost important. As you head towards the last Erangel, you're pretty much just playing for fun.
Exactly, right? I mean, for Team Entity specifically, they have to come out of that position of the table where it's extremely volatile, right? That, just like you mentioned, from the 7th to the 16th spot, it's extremely volatile. And we know for a fact that Global Esports has struggled over there. They tried to fight, they tried to be consistent, but the fact that they could not really live up to expectations in the final game, it hurt them for not qualifying. I feel like Entity Gaming, if they have to make a comeback, it has to happen this game, because if they falter this time once again, I believe the players will be mentally drained of not being able to put up a performance together. And I feel like for them, it's all about getting those early finishes. They need to get an early squad vibe to bring that mojo back in the team, to bring that morale boost in. And to do that, they have to drop in somewhere else, maybe take a couple of risks. And if it pans out their way, probably the game might even pan out. They need that big chicken very desperately, Johnny.
Yeah, they need that chicken dinner in the bag. And I think we're going to be waiting to see when they actually make it happen, if they ever do secure this win. But I think so far it has been an interesting day. It has been an intense day. Today has been, I don't want to say all about tacticality, because the way Gladiator Esports is just going about destroying everyone, there are no tactics required. It's just a hunt that's going on from their side. Everyone else, though, is actually just focused on outsmarting each other. Talk about CS Esports. Random switches in game plan, random levels of aggression being displayed, but that is actually helping them catch a lot of these teams off guard. And because of that, they were able to secure the first position by the end of the previous game. But now, after Vikendi, I think they're still going to be in a comfortable position in the top 5. Team Rebel, Survival Instincts, quite brilliant. They are also in the top 5. So, again, in terms of different play styles, these teams are reacting to each other very, very precisely, with perfect countermeasures being brought into action. But since that is happening from everyone, it's just the fastest figure
It
is
gets
going to win. The
nullified.
quicker ones, exactly. It does get nullified, and the one that comes up with the countermeasures first actually does win, because by the time the other team comes up with a plan of action, they are going to be down in numbers. And I think that sort of quickness is what is being put to the test. But 2 matches remain. What do you think is going to happen? Are we still going to see that clear distinction, top 6, completely different than the rest of the lobby, that next 10 teams just left behind?
That is going to be the case. I feel like there has been that massive difference already built up, and there's no way that gap would be fulfilled unless and until, of course, a banger performance comes in from some of the teams
Yeah.
in the bottom, which is very difficult, to be very honest. It is not realistic. But, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of realistic, it is Delta PG and his 7 finishes. You expect that this is extremely normal for Gladiator Esports to kind of dominate the entirety of the top 5 players. I mean, Delta with 7, Justin with 6, Shogun with 4. Yeah, this is realistic, this is possible, and this happens almost every single day.
It's just another day at the office for them.
Yeah.
And it's not even a day filled with a lot of work. I mean, they are just taking things lightly. But let's see. I mean, CS Esports Sarthak, I think I have to give props to them. He's done a phenomenal job so far, and he is actually pretty on point with his performance. He has kept his team in a decent spot. Look at that, 6 points from this match as well, where I thought they were going to walk away with just like a few individual exits. But we do have the point rankings. Gladiator Esports, what, 33 points from this match? Impressive. And the team on the second position has a mere 18 points in comparison.
Yeah, I mean, but look at that massive drop off. CS Esports with 6 points. This team sort of had a slouch in terms of performance, and I just hope that they keep up the tempo well enough so that they are still inside the top 8 or comfortably inside the top 5, because they don't want to enter the volatile region once again. That's what I've been saying every single time. Team Rebel, interestingly enough, the team which has managed to find themselves placed in points every single time, could manage to find 3 finishes to work with, but only 5 total points. Not the best of performances. But then at the very bottom, there is Team Entity, and it seems like problems just don't seem to end for this team, Johnny.
Yeah, it has just been an extremely tough day today for Team Entity, but I don't think we should be upset about this. I don't think we should be heartbroken about this. I mean, underperformance was there, yes, but look at the bright side. If Entity is out, that means one new name, one undergod team survive long. Like, I think CS Esports today, they have become an inspiration for many. So I think this particular group is intense, and I'm enjoying the action that these guys are putting. 2 more matches, I can't wait for them.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. Two more matches. Erangel and Miramar are gonna follow, ladies and gentlemen. We are gonna come back after a very short breather. Don't go anywhere. Get yourself some popcorn. I'll see you soon.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
गाइस रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक करें साइड
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट,
Thank you.
Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है। ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे।
अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े एमवीपी भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold. कोई नहीं है सामने।
सेंटर स्लैम। स्मोक कर कवर ले।
एक HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ah, the power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
It's my turn now.
Fire away!
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. And since you guys see Salty's face not moving, guess the picture is talking. It's me, Super Johnny, joined by Salty, as we are jumping, or in fact, about to jump into match number 5 of today. And Salty, can you give the audience a recap of how the day has been so far?
This has been an extremely crazy day. I mean, trust me, this was one of the groups to watch out for. This is sort of the group of death to qualify, and so far it's mostly been the top dogs who have made a name for themselves. Apart from a couple, we'll talk about all of them. Gladiator Esports, right? They've been brilliant, they've been attacking, they've been ruthless in terms of taking those fights, and given certain chances, Gladiator Esports, they've always counted on it. WSB Gaming as well, they've been consistent in garnering those points, so they are comfortable inside the top 8 as well. And so is Marcus Gaming, so is Team Rebel, so is probably Chemin as well. But Entity and the World of Battle, these are two names that are probably missing from that top 8, and the storyline for the last 2 games is going to be to find out if they can manage to figure out a comeback, or are they going to follow the same fate as Global Esports did. They are in that volatile region where the points difference isn't much, but the level of confusion and the level of hesitation in their gameplay is very obvious. They need to overcome that. They need to overcome all the problems which is happening inside the team and hopefully mount a comeback in the last 2 games, Johnny. But do you think is it possible?
I think, yeah. I think it is very doable right now. And this, yes, the answer is very, very specific to the situation that is there today. It is very specific to these teams that are playing this particular group, the particular leaderboard or overall leaderboard that is there right now. Because again, as we the last time we saw the leaderboard, the competition was extremely close. It was very fierce. There are two different groups divided right now, subgroups divided. There's the top 6 and then there's the bottom 10. And bottom
Yep.
10, the point difference wasn't that much. So I think that is that one opportunity. That is the added variable that no one expected was going to be there in the competition today. The fact that there's not a lot of point difference, and within 2 matches, if you manage to finish in the top 2, secure like about 2-3 eliminations. Not even, usually I say finish in the top 3, secure like 5-6 eliminations. I say top 3, 2-3 eliminations, 12 points per match, 24 points should push you to the other side. And I think this can change, though. This can change. If the top 6 are the first teams to get eliminated in the next 2 games, then the bottom performers will definitely have to put in the work to qualify.
Exactly right, and definitely that work has to come in these last couple of games. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah.
We've seen how global esports, this sort of mentality kind of broke, especially after the first 5 games. Mounting a comeback in the last game is almost an impossible task. But if there is a team that can do so, it is certainly going to be led by Somraj, because this man has had that experience. This man has been everywhere and even international. So I just trust these boys. But again, it's been the run of form that has sort of hurt them, right? Even round 1, when they qualified for round 2, it wasn't really the best of showing. It wasn't really a very strong showing, which you would expect from a team like Entity Gaming, or which you would expect from players like Somraj and others. But now that they are in this situation, a lot of eyes will be on them. Our eyes personally will be on them as well. But for the teams who are up top, let's talk about the underdogs who couldn't really show up. I was very positive about BTWXNED, man. I mean, I felt like this is one of those teams who have a really balanced outfit in terms of garnering placement as well as finish points. But somewhere down the line, their game plans just did not work out today.
Yeah, their game plan is not really working out, and I think it is going to be quite interesting to see what their adaptation is going to be looking like in the next few matches. Because BTWNet during their round 1 performance was so impressive, so clean. They were popping off every single match in the 3 matches that they played. But that is the beauty of extended days, right? When you have double the matches, that means double the opportunity for you to either they do things right or also make mistakes. And so far, I think every single match that they played, they've just been making mistakes. And I don't think their tally is going to be enough to even keep them in contention of the top 8
Yeah.
right now. I think anyone outside of the let's say 13th or 12th position is basically already done. Anyone within the
Yeah.
top 12, well, win the game and you're good to go.
Possibly, right? Possibly a monumental task, of course. But we'll have to find out who actually pulled this game off, especially with the kind of momentum that a couple of these teams have. For example, like Gladiator Esports, right? They are on a run. Of course, they were almost pinned by the likes of Team Hope, who almost got themselves eliminated. But the fact that Gladiator Esports could come back even with one man standing just goes to show how cool and calm this team is, and what sort of composure lies within their veins. And on the basic maps like Miramar and Erangel, you expect the tier 1 teams to sort of dominate. It's not underestimating the underdogs right now. It's more like they have played in this lobby forever almost, and they know how every single nooks and crannies, and they know how to work out in a couple of situations when the circle actually throws in a curveball, or when there are multiple teams in the third party situations. They know how to deal with that sort of a pressure. But of course, with underdogs, we always call upon the undergods, and CS being one of them. A lot of eyes will be on them, ladies and gentlemen, as we start flying on top of Miramar. My co-pilot is going to be Johnny for this game, and of course, he is going to give you the flight path and the destination for the day itself.
Oh, well, this one is going to be quite intense, as the flight path is going to start from El Azhar. And ladies and gentlemen, today we are headed towards the city of Minas del Sur, completely abandoned, well, quite often completely abandoned on this map, but usually you're going to see a few individuals lurking here and there. And this flight path leading heavily towards the southeastern part of the map will make things a lot more interesting, considering even in the previous map, we saw a lot of teams playing from the northwestern side and playing specifically from the northern half of this map. So this time it is going to be a challenge for them to even approach their preferred drop spots. But look at that, 2 teams, Gladiators taking an exit. We all know where they like to go. Impala is going to be the name of home.
Yeah, but there is another team that's actually following them. I believe it is the team of CS, and this is going to be interesting because two top teams, Gladiators and CS, who are possibly vying for that #1 spot, landing in the same location, possibly an early skirmish, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a blockbuster. Miramar, I am already excited, and I'm just waiting to find out where the circle lands. But look at this. Gladiators, they're a little slow on that parachute, but thankfully they have compounds to loot and they're at a safe distance, so no early collision whatsoever. Justin has found a weapon for himself, Sarthak has found a weapon for himself, and Para BTC, his position is probably the biggest turnaround which can be for Gladiator Esports. If they haven't spotted this man land right in front, I believe Destro has an idea where Para BTC is, but if they haven't, this can be a massive turnaround.
Yeah, you might have a general idea of where the individual is going to be. They might have heard the sound cues of the opposition, and I think they're pretty sure they saw the parachutes as well dropping along with them. And Gladiators is that one team that you would generally, as we all say, avoid a drop clash against. But hey, man, it is CS Esports. They're not scared of anyone. They are not afraid of anyone. They're going to push forward. And look at Sarthak. He is making a run for it. He's looking for Delta, while the players of Gladiators are looking to hunt down Para BTC. Sarthak is like, all right, you guys do that. I'm going to hunt your boy. He is out there looking for Delta. Delta is just hiding. And Sarthak is actually supported by his teammate. So Delta does not really have an option apart from just lying out in this corner. He's just waiting for the opportunity. If Sarthak is in front of him unguarded, then Delta comes out on top, but it's not going to be able to secure the point for either of these teams now.
You know what? Had it been any other team apart from CS Esports, I would have said that they're probably making a mistake against Gladiators because they're just way too good. But Team CS Esports, they excel in these early battles. They excel in having the mentality to fight right from the get-go. And look at this advantage for them already as Delta PG gets completely taken out. That position, in fact, was completely dominated by the players of CS Esports coming in from multiple directions. The only option was for that player to just lie down and pray for the best, and of course his prayers weren't answered. It's not just his, even Destro goes down, and there's only Justin and Shogun who are up and alive. The strength of Gladiator Esports has been cut off by 50%, and we'll have to find out if 100% of this team is gonna get extinguished in a matter of seconds.
Destroyed in seconds. Let's see if that is actually going to happen. Delta has been picked up. Shogun off guard, and it's going to be a Spada with the VSS, mind you. He has secured the knock against Gladiators. Gladiators down to just last two players. This is payback, Salty. This is payback. Because in the first Miramar, it was Gladiators who came out on top. But Sarthak, overconfidence is never a good thing. He was
oh my god, what?
Black Rage, and Destro has picked up two players from side of CS Esports. The third player is going to be knocked out as well. He has got a 3 so far. Destro is an absolute monster in this game at this point, bringing his team back from the verge of an early exit.
Destro, my man, this man is individually completely turning this game around, turning this fight around. And once again, just like I mentioned, Gladiators, they don't care if they are up against their adversaries, if they are having their back stuck against the wall. They always manage to find a comeback. They still have two players alive, and they can completely turn this fight around. Para BTC is probably the only player who is still surviving. Sarthak has been knocked out. It's a 1v2 situation for this lad, and he will try his level best to revive Sarthak. First knock, he gets it. It's a 1v1 against Justin, and Justin succeeds as Gladiators, who reign supreme in this fight. And what a start we have had for this map of Miramar. Destro just calm and collected every single time. This man is always chill, always confident in his LV, and always confident in his aim as well. Be it in his guns or in his fashion, he never fails to deliver.
They have been delivering so far, and it has been quite phenomenal.
With an M16, Johnny.
Yeah. In the smaller burst, if you can manage to connect those headshots, and especially in the first few bullets, I mean, you would have the advantage for sure. The weapon at close range is quite deadly. And I mean, Gladiator Esports, man, I thought they were done. I legit thought they were done. CS Esports, I think again, as I said, overconfidence is never going to work out for it, and that is what happened once CS Esports secured the second knock. They got
Yeah.
complacent for a few seconds. They underestimated who they were up against, and like it was for a few seconds, but those few seconds were enough for Gladiator Esports to turn things around. Man,
Look
these
at the
lads are good.
circle, though. Look at the circle. It's actually an action replay from the last Miramar we've had. Once
Yeah.
again, that major water coverage you've had. Once again, it might just stick to the shorelines and then eventually shift mainland. But again, these are just predictions, and these are just factors we have seen repeat every once in a while. But every time there's that little bit of the unpredictability where the circle is going to shift. So I'm just hoping that certain teams start taking the shorelines, and we can see already that there are teams, for example, BTWXNED as well as teams Zyroxtreme, they've acquired those shorelines already. But if the circle does decide to throw in a curveball, then these teams are going to be in a massive world of trouble.
Yeah, they are going to be in a world of hurt, and I think it might just be a little bit more than two teams colliding at the same time. We do see CS against Predator 6. Galactic Gamers quite close to them. There's one collision. BTWXNED, Zyroxtreme on the southern side of the map. There can be a drop collision between those teams as well. But shots fired from Predator 6 deter the players of CS, Chemin Esports from stepping in their direction or in their direction any further than they already have. Psycho is trying his level best to spray down, trace those vehicles, but doesn't really manage to connect anything.
Yeah, with the Scarl, it's almost impossible to actually land a lot of those shots. You'll have to use a lot of ammunition to try and destroy a vehicle in the process, especially at that range. But he's managed to land a couple, so I hope that he managed to land the rest of them as well. But Chemin Esports, it seems like this team has sort of managed to stay in that safe spot. Definitely not out of trouble, but also relatively safe as well, at least safer than where Entity or other teams like the World of Battle is. For them, the fight is going to be maintaining that level of consistency with the placement points, or be it with the finish points. If they can manage to find those, 6 or 7 points, I believe that Chemin Esports, their case will be rested and they will qualify for the further rounds. But overall, their game isn't really a similar experience of what we experienced on round 1. Chemin Esports in round 1 were ruthless. This time around, they've played a little bit of a safer gameplay, which is not entirely wrong, especially in a group like this. You expect to sort of play a relatively safer game, but I sort of wanted to see that level of domination, just like Gladiators are showing us.
Well, let's see though. How far can they take this? Galactic Gamers. Oh, Dollar, he's not even moving his crosshair at this point. He's just placed, locked in on the last spot where Pablo was visible. He's waiting. You dare peek me. You present yourself, good sir. I will show you now what I can do. But lucky for Pablo, he's like completely focused in on the other direction. They're still Predator 6. They're still just looking for the players of Chemin Esports, who, well, to be fair, are in fact on the low ground and are just making a run for the center and the circle. Also, in fact, taking a shift towards the western side. It looks like is gonna head for the Chumacera city. Eventually.
Probably is going to end up near Chumacera, and if it does so, we are going to find ourselves in an urban warfare. But of course, that is the smack center of the circle. It will move a little bit away from Chumacera, if I'm not mistaken. So of course, there might be situations where teams would have to sacrifice their hard covers, but this was the curveball that I was talking about, Johnny. I mean, we expected the circle to stick to the shorelines, but then there's that level of unpredictability. A hard shift in the second circle itself, it's not something which we see very occasionally.
Let's see, I mean, again, an eerie silence has taken over this map. You do hear these shots being fired every now and then, but finish feed though. Not really what you expect in the mid-game stages of this game. BTWXNED Esports shots were taken towards Galactic Gamers, but again, the distance between the two teams was so much that they did not really connect anything. Entity Gaming, look, the fight for survival has reached new heights of desperation for Entity.
Yeah.
As now they are still engulfed in the blue, playing for late game rotations, and I think mid game is definitely going to be a challenge for them. The next 5 minutes are going to be of the utmost importance for Entity.
And this player, Gamla Boy, I have a lot of hopes on this person because he, as a player, is extremely skilled. He, as a player, is kind of at the equal footing as probably like a Destro, someone who can lead his team from the front, someone who can carry his team when the rest of the players aren't really performing, right? And a lot of eyes will be on this person, Gamla Boy, and how he can cope up with this pressure that he is in currently. But speaking of the circle and the rest of the teams, most of them are stacked up towards Chumacera. Everyone in their vehicles made a run for the Chumacera city, trying to acquire the best piece of real estate that they possibly can. But I believe that there is going to be enough for a couple of teams, and the rest would only have to sort of settle with the outskirts, any random compound that they find in the vicinity of Chumacera itself. We have to find out where the circle exactly ends, but so far Team Hope is going to be one team that I'm going to be looking forward to. Their performance has been rather underwhelming. They've shown signs of brilliance in certain 4v4 scenarios, but couldn't really convert them into massive match-winning numbers.
Yeah, exactly. And I think those numbers are extremely important when you're looking at the overall rankings. I think it is going to be quite important for them to actually secure those wins. But Gladiator Esports now, their playstyle on Miramar has been always a slow game rotation. And I think even though they are down in numbers, they are not going to be too concerned about the fact that they are late. They are the last team to move towards the blue zone. I think Justin, he knows exactly what he has to do to perfectly. I think they will be able to break into the top 5 at least for the final few moments of this game, unless Justin just gets completely picked off mid-rotation, because that is also another possibility. Nothing in this game is a guarantee, but let's see. Massive cluster of teams towards Chumacera already, though. And pretty much everyone is inside the zone at this point.
Exactly right. Because of the fact that all of these teams went for that early rotation, we have this massive sense of silence all across the map because it's only drivers driving their vehicles into Chumacera at this point. And no real rotations being cut off, no real skirmishes happening, no interceptions at all. It's teams just figuring out which real estate to purchase and which one not to. Of course, which one is going to reap you rewards, only time will tell. But so far, a couple of teams, including WSB, will actually have to fight a little stronger if they want to show up in the top 2, maybe. I believe they are in a comfortable spot. They were somewhere inside the top 5, but a team like WSB, just like you mentioned, they would want to be at the number 1 spot because they want to have that statement set, especially in rounds like these where there are so many tier 1 teams in the lobbies. They're like their adversaries. They play against these teams every single day, and they kind of want to show all that work that has gone behind a lineup like this.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of work has been put in. We all know that. It's not easy making a team and bringing it into the T1 circuit. But for now, the Marcos Gaming colliding against the players of TWOB. Hell is the first knock secured by the set of Marcos Gaming. And Aladdin, look at him spraying through the window, hoping to catch one of the other individuals off guard. But TWB, this is extremely awkward reaction from their side. They just completely leave their teammate to get executed by a ban nonetheless.
That hurts! Spray God! You shouldn't do something like that, especially to an opposition on the map of Miramar. He finished him with a ban. He knew that the rest of the teammates had actually fled from the situation. There was no pressure whatsoever, and he took his sweet time to exact revenge. Marcos Gaming, they are on an onslaught right now, up against Excellent 4. A lot of shots being fired, but not a lot of them will connect. Of course, the determination over there was to try and destroy the vehicle, but it's not going to happen. Team Rebel, though, they've been on the receiving end of some shots, and I believe it's going to be Team GLITCHxREBORN who is on the offense. Now, they need to find this player back up and running. Rebel needs to heal herself up and then fall back and restructure with the rest of the team. Evil taking so much damage. Team Rebel wanting to disengage. This is not a good sight for this team, essentially. They could have just gone against them, probably take the fight to the opposition because they're the one taking blue zone damage, but Team Rebel is just trying to divert their attention, probably trying to use smokes to deter the line of sight and falling back. Not the ideal situation to show your backs to the opposition.
Well, let's see. As you said, not the ideal situation to be caught off guard, but think just because they have the edge, they can actually turn around and take the fight at any time, but Rebel, the game plan is always completely different from what we expect them to do. And I think again that their approach to playing this game and how they've been taking on the rest of the competition has been unique, has been exciting nonetheless. And we all remember the previous Miramar, it was theirs. They won that game. So I think they're going to look to repeat that performance, look to repeat the chicken dinner finish in this map as well.
Exactly, but again, right, they'll have to sort of start engaging, because just like Necro likes to talk about, you're only delaying the inevitable. You might deny the fight against GLITCHX, you might find yourself the safe spot, but eventually you will have to battle these teams inside the final circle, and you should have that positive attitude. But of course, we'll find out in the final few stages of the game how this entire strategy or how this entire approach pans out, because they've mostly focused themselves on trying to stay alive as long as possible. Predator's sakes though, Pablo, of course, will find a player knocked out and will not shy from taking the finish point away from the third-party teams out there.
Let's see, Psycho is going to be the first man on his knees. Sexy Kid and Shelby still there with one more teammate of theirs right next to them. But look at Galactic Gamers, they have a four-man straight line formation inside that building for the next few moments. Chemin Esports now. Oh, this is interesting. Nate being lobbed. Team Hope fading away, but no, they keep it alive. Beautiful jump shot connecting.
Awful on the offense, movements actually not really making it work. Spyobi comes in with the DBS from the backlines. There is a spear, and Chemin Esports are gonna wipe the floor with their opposition. They are gonna find their resurrection on the two fallen brothers. So Afu as well as Shadow are gonna be back up on their feet. And so far, it seems like they have no trouble from the vicinity as well. They have the edge lines properly marked and the wall of death approaching. So no teams will come in and backstab, and no teams around, which means that they have a little bit of the breathing room to reset and refocus on the fight once again. But look at Alpha right in front of Team WSB, and WSB are the ones who will be putting a lot of pressure on her because, of course, the gatekeeping situation. Smokes will again deter lines of sight, but the third party possibility is going to be a little bit of a risky situation for WSB Gaming, because as soon as they try and climb on top of the hill to put up pressure onto Alpha, they will get shot from multiple directions.
But they don't really have to do it, because Alpha did not realize she was exposed from the other angles as well, and it was GLITCHxREBORN who secured her pick for themselves, handing an early exit to Team Rebel. But look at this, so much chaos into this game right now. Excellent 4. Revive needed. Fragger needs to be brought back into this game. He is in a very, very tricky situation. He's being put under immense pressure by the players of Marcus Gaming. Spray God still looking to hunt him down, but Siam finishes secured. Marcus Gaming Aladdin, he does secure the second knock in that fight, and Marcus Gaming, they're not shying away, they're not backing off, they're not lifting their foot off the pedal in this. Predator 6, the next team that could be their target.
Yeah, certainly could be their prey, of course. Just like you mentioned, they don't really want to put their feet away from the gas. And so far, it seems like they're just waiting for the right time, of course. They can deviate from this fight by taking a longer rotation inside the circle, but it's going to be interesting on how they decide to approach this, because Predator 6 lie directly in front of the zone for Marcus Gaming. They would have had to take this fight if they decided to enter the circle, but instead they take a longer route and try and find a compound elsewhere. They've got a little bit of a ridge that they can play off from, but they are deciding to actually ram in inside the main city, possibly trying to find some sort of a hard cover for themselves. They don't really want to play across from ridges. Entity Gaming, for a matter of fact, they have found themselves a comfortable spot inside the circle. So this can be interesting. This can be the big game that we were all looking out for. And they've already got 1 finish to their name and 4 players still alive. For Team Entity, this might be the platform. At least one time they are comfortably inside the circle and they can play from a hard cover. But they need to be extremely wary of third-party situations, because if utility gets flooded into this compound, Entity Gaming, they probably won't be able to cope up with the pressure.
Let's see, I mean, as you said, they won't be able to cope up with the pressure, but if you want to win the game, if you want to move forward, that is something that needs to be done. GLITCHxREBORN, yeah, they are getting destroyed. WSB is just running over them. And we're literally running over them at this point, and I think it's just one player from the side of GLITCHxREBORN that's left standing, and I wonder how long he will survive. WSB, Arman, he switches focus for a few seconds, and he is looking towards Team ARCEUS, but I don't think ARCEUS are going to move forward. This is a clear line of fire. Even securing any cover for ARCEUS is going to be a massive challenge. And Chemin Esports over here as well, getting destroyed. Last two players left standing. And it's Zyroxtreme out of everyone who has actually managed to finish off Chemin. Wow. They show up in the second last game. Nice.
They certainly do, right? But still in the 11th spot. 11 teams survive and 31 players remain. It's not really the final ending for Zyroxtreme. They have to push even forward, and to do that, they need to clear out Chemin Esports in the process. SpyOP might try and play the heal game, of course, but with only 5 first aid kits, it's not going to matter because the wall of death, the damage is going to be insane. It's going to chime in and bite off so much HP points off of SpyOP, and by the time he manages to kind of figure out how many first aid kits he needs to survive, I don't believe that he's going to garner a lot of placement points. But the Circle, in fact, has actually played a massive betrayal game for all the teams out there because it betrays everyone and moves away from the mainland. This is what I was talking about, right? All of these compounds, we might have expected an urban warfare, but then as soon as the Circle shifts outward, the fact that all of these teams will have to compromise on their shelters is going to make them vulnerable, and a lot of bodies will hit the ground right now.
Well, let's see. As you said, a lot of bodies are definitely going to hit the floor. It's SpyOP hiding in, not even inside, just behind that truck, trying to see if he can survive. He's the last man standing from the side of Chemin Esports, and for a few seconds he is exposed. Extremely risky move. Yeah, shots fired, he stops, and that is it. Just accepts his own fate, accepts his demise with open arms. And ladies and gentlemen, we're finally down to the top 9 teams of this lobby. Predator 6 still fighting the players of Marcos Gaming. How long have these two teams gone at it? 2 players from the side of Predator 6 finally knocked out. Marcos, they realize this is the perfect time to go for the push. Shelby is put down as well. Last player left standing, Kid in the back lines, and again I wonder, is it going to happen with the weapons or with the utility? It happens with the nades, and TWOB actually end up securing that last finish for themselves.
Brilliant stuff from the distance. They will also chime in with some sort of finish points to work with. But Marcos Gaming, where do they go right now? Which sort of position do they acquire? And meanwhile, look at this. This is an absolute fist fight happening. Galactic Gamers versus BTWXNED. And Mayank is probably the last hope for this team right now. 1v3 situation. We can't really see what's happening inside the building. But as I can see, there's only one UMP that he has to win the world against. Entity Gaming outside, completely out in the open, still trying to fire up shots. One smoke to deny any sort of backstab happening from the building itself. Mayank is still holding his ground. Meanwhile, Galactic Gamers, they're just trying to find out where is this sneaky little bugger and how to finish him off. And I believe this is time. This is when entirety of Team BTWXNED is going to fall. And they still survive with 4 men. But for how long is going to be the question. As soon as majority of these teams give up on their shelters, they are going to be extremely vulnerable. In fact, NT Gaming is extremely vulnerable at this point. MG is pushing up onto the world of battle, and they are sort of on the back foot because Vexy has been knocked out in the process. Nades being lobbed in. This might be the ending, the final blow in the coffin for Marcos Gaming. We'll have to find out what happens next.
We are going to find out what is going to happen next. In a few short moments, Entity Gaming colliding against the players of Galactic Gamers. Galactic Gamers, they have the high ground, but they're not inside the zone. And that is the only difficulty for them. For the side of Entity, though, they had 2 players down. They have been brought back into the game, but how long are those men going to be surviving? That is going to be a massive question. Marcos Gaming against TWOB. Finally, the collision does happen. Vexy is going for a push. Striker in the back lines, and, well, TWOB getting destroyed by Marcos Gaming in that fight. Brings us, ladies and gentlemen, to the top 3 of this match. Galactic Gamers still there with all 4 players left. Entity, they have all the control of the zone. They have split themselves up in a 2-2 formation, and then will gatekeep both these teams at the same time. Entity looking to secure the chicken dinner in this map of Miramar. Are they going to pull this off? That is the question. We will find the answer to that in a few short moments.
Exactly. So far, Somraj is the one who is putting a lot of pressure against Dollar. He's been knocked out. Even Karan is quite low on HP. Entity Gaming, They are on the verge of converting this map for theirs, and alright, all of their names on the lands of Miramar. Will they be able to find that big chicken which is going to topple them inside the top 8 is going to be the question so far. Somraj has done a very good job in trying to gatekeep Galactic Gamers, because as soon as they come out, most of those bodies are going to hit the ground, and I believe it's only Axum who's still alive. Dollar has actually been resurrected as well, and even Karan being quite low on HP can provide some sort of a damage. But wait, from a third party, it is Marcus Gaming who also want to chip in and chime in, and Entity Gaming, they are in a world of hurt, they are in a world of trouble. K47 might be the only player who is still alive, and with so much pressure provided, this is almost next to impossible, where they might just be able to survive.
Yeah, it is going to be quite close to impossible, as you mentioned, but again, I mean, they tried their level best. They tried and tried to make it happen, but now it's a 4v2 situation, and Entity, the 2-2 split that they thought was going to work out for them, it is proving to be a massive challenge. Alright, it is 3v3, my apologies. 2-1 formation for Entity, Secret and Gamla Boy playing together. K47 on the flank, while Marcos Gaming, they've decided to stick together. But they're taking a lot of damage, and Gamla Boy's nade are going to be precise as ever, as players from the side of Marcos Gaming are starting for the Entity. My goodness, they finally do it, securing the map of Miramar for themselves. What an amazing win.
It certainly was an amazing win, and I love the fact that NT Gaming were the first ones to get inside that open spot of the zone itself. And as soon as the zone went away from the urban lands of Chumasera, NT Gaming knew that it was their game. They knew that they could sort of capitalize on the situation by trying to be the first team inside, and they gatekept every single team coming in the way, be it Marcus Gaming, be it Galactic Gamers, or be it anybody else. All of them were on their crosses, and this is the early movers advantage, ladies and gentlemen, for all the underdog teams out there. If you are understanding how BGMI works, early movers advantage is a very crucial concept, and you've always got to be the first movers as soon as the zone shifts.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, you always have to move quickly, especially towards the last few zones. If the number is anywhere upwards of 6, get to the center of the circle as soon as possible. If there is no cover, then you might prioritize the high ground, especially in a situation like this. But Entity Gaming, I think they were just smarter than everyone else inside of this match, because they were so late in the early stage rotations. I think stage 4, we still saw them in the blue, and after that, they were able to take control of the center of the zone. So I think that is what they were working towards. But let's see, man. I mean, they still have an opportunity in the next match, and I think they're going to try and secure a few extra points, because I don't think they're going to be happy with just one chicken in the end of the day.
Possibly, but this can be a massive turnaround. This can be a massive morale boost for the side of Entity Gaming, because they've been struggling throughout the entire day, and they have been finding themselves in weird spots, in weird positions amidst multiple teams at once. But this was one of those games where they needed to convert that. No matter how much amount of pressure you put up against Entity Gaming, no matter how many teams you put up against Entity Gaming, they are expected to come out on top, and this was one of the displays. This was one of their sheer brilliance on how they tackled multiple teams at once. The 2-2 split which you talked about, one of the sides was actually dealing with Marcus Gaming. The other side, I believe it was Somraj as well as K47. Both of these players were dealing with Galactic Gamers, and they did not give them an inch to move. Galactic Gamers tried so hard to cross that fence and tried multiple things at once, right? They tried to use their utility, they tried to land in some nice nades and molotovs, but just nothing would ever work, because constantly, time and time again, knocks were exchanged, and they were in constant pressure every single time.
Exactly, and I think it is going to be quite interesting to see what the rest of the day is going to look like for these guys. But again, I mean, the last match is all that remains, and just one game standing in the way of you, and let's not forget the BGIS. Round 2, round 3 depends on what the result is going to look like in the next round of BGIS The Grind, but you will make it to BGIS, the main event for sure. And I think that is going to be the focus for the teams that are right on the verge of qualifying. So again, I think importance is there in every single match that you play, and the vacuum. We always talk about the top performing teams, and I was just being hypothetical if when I said, all right, the top performers are going to be taken out early. A few of them did in fact get wiped out super early in this matchup. So I think opportunity has presented itself in the form of those wipeouts to the teams that were there within the top 12, within the top 13. You push hard enough in that last game, you secure a nice chicken dinner, 10 points, 10 finish points, and I think that should be good enough for the top 8. But then again, you never know what happens. This lobby has been very unpredictable throughout.
Exactly right. This is one of the reasons why this is one of the reasons why I said why that region from position 6 to position 16 is so extremely volatile. One good game can completely shift the entire look of that table. And I feel like Entity Gaming, with this performance itself, they will be jumping up many positions because the points difference was extremely low. But to solidify that and to solidify their place inside the top 8, they need another good game, which I believe is going to eventually come, because now that these boys have found form, Kamala Boy is hitting his nades, Somraj is hitting his shots, and K47 is also being extremely critical in those flank situations. I believe that NT Gaming is starting to become a unit that we always thought they were. But speaking of the underdogs as well, I believe that BTWXNED, they were trying to sort of cope up in the Chumasera fight, the urban warfare that we got to see, but they were ultimately extinguished. Multiple other underdog teams were also extinguished mid-rotation or in that entire skirmish that happened in mainland Chumasera, and not a lot of them could actually come out from that compound and actually get inside the circle in the final stages. It was only 3 teams: Marcus Gaming, Galactic Gamers, and Entity Gaming. Even the World of Battle, when they had that fight against Marcus Gaming, were dished out. So teams would always have to figure out how to deal with these curveballs. As soon as the circle shifts from the compounds towards the open land, you need to know that, all right, we need to move, we need to prioritize the zone first, get ourselves the best spot that we possibly can, and then try and fight from there. But of course, speaking of fights, there is this particular player who is taking the most amount of fights and has won most of them. It is going to be the MVP of the map of Miramar, WSB Zeref, with 7 finishes. What a performance!
Yeah, it was an impressive game from the side of WSB as well. Gamla Boy on the second. I think Gamla Boy and Secret are the reason that Entity did walk away with the win in this match. I mean, those nades towards the end were the only reason that the situation was turned around against Marcos Gaming. But WSB, Entity, and Marcos Gaming, I mean, the best performance from this particular match are all here. But let's have a look at the points from this game and see how many points did all of these teams walk away with. I mean, we know WSB is going to have a lot of finishes, so their overall tally is going to look quite nice. Entity and Marcos in the similar shoes as them. And there it is, 25 points for Entity Gaming, Marcos Gaming with 22, and WSB walking away with 20 points to their name.
Yeah, I mean, 3 teams upwards of 20 points are really good news for all of them. But of course, there are other teams which we need to look out for. For Entity, of course, with this 25-point game, I believe that they sort of settle inside the top 6, top 7, somewhere down that line. But just like I said, they need one more game to solidify that point. And just like I mentioned, Gladiator Esports, right, in spite of that early comeback, they just lost too many players in the process, because of which they could only get satisfied with 4 points out of this game. Even CS Esports, after that brilliant showing in the first couple of games, they've just been a shadow of themselves. And 2 points in this map, I really hope that they have another good game on the map of Erangel so that they can solidify their place at the top. Even Team Rebel have had a slouch in form ever since Vikendi happened. So I'm just hoping that these teams who showed us really what consistency is in the first 3 games kind of give us something to actually cherish up until we see them once again in further rounds.
Well, let's see though, how far will they be able to go? That is the thing. And as you said, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see how far will they be able to take these performances and what, in fact, the improvements are going to look like as these teams look to move forward to the next round of BGI as the grind. But then again, one last game before the top 8 from this particular group is finalized for round 3 of the grind. And let's see what these teams are going to be able to bring to the table.
Exactly. There's a lot of things to be seen, a lot of things to be solidified. The world of battle, will their position be sacrificed, and an underdog team, will they be able to take their place, is going to be the question. Teams like Predator 6, teams like Excellent 4, they are knocking on the doors of the top 8 position. So it's going to be extremely tough for teams in the 7th and the 8th spot to kind of hold their ground. But of course, speaking of holding his ground, I believe that Johnny held his ground for a very long time at the desk, but now it's finally time that I get to cast with my very good friend Necro. How are you doing, man? Welcome back at the desk.
I mean, I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm feeling fantastic. I'm doing good. And considering how's this day as well been going like for a lot of these teams, it just feels like they're also having a great time. And finally, we have seen Entity just step things up. I was really concerned for this team considering how the run was going on so far. Yeah, they were, of course, trying their best to get those placement points, trying their best to get those elimination points. But now finally, they've got a chicken dinner in their hand.
They certainly have a chicken dinner, and this is going to change a lot of things. And even for teams like the World of Battle, who were lingering in that 7 to 8 spot, just like I talked about in the matchup segment as well, for them it's going to be extremely important. How do they convert the last game? Because I believe that this is probably one of those days where the positions where which teams are going to qualify and which teams are going to get eliminated is still not decided. It's extremely volatile and extremely close, and any single point here and there would make a massive change and would make a massive shift on the points table. And I love the fact, and I've said this every single day, I love the fact that the production keeps it a secret. I believe that the audience is also pretty intrigued. They are doing their math elsewhere, and we are trying to do our calculations as well. But I believe that this is not my forte. I just hope that there are teams who are doing their homework and they come back strong, because that's the only way you're going to qualify, man. If you want to qualify, get a good game of Erangel. That's it. Don't need to crunch numbers.
Exactly, and that too is the final hope, right, for this entire group. So you guys do not have any other option anyways. Erangel is the only map that's left, so you need to have a solid performance on this map. But you know what? Finally, we also saw Gladiator Esports get a chicken dinner a while ago, huh? I was sitting in the back, I was looking at the game, I was so happy the fact that Gladiator Esports got their first ever chicken dinner inside the entire BGIS. And I was like, okay, finally, this team is doing fantastic in the placement points and the elimination points in round 1 and round 2 as well. But now finally they got their hands on a chicken dinner. It looks good, right? When a team's going to be doing good in all the departments. Before, they were phenomenally well in the elimination and the placement. Now they've also got a chicken dinner on their name. So that's pretty much just perfect.
You know, when you know how to completely wipe off squads just by your sheer will and just by your sheer gunfight, I believe that chicken dinner is only a byproduct. I mean, Gladiator Esports, they've never had to stress about finding those big chickens, because they know for a fact that they gain enough points from just finishes alone, and they don't really stress. This team is extremely chill. And yes, of course, it looks really good that they get that big chicken for themselves, and now they're feeling super confident. The only problem is the fact that they feel super confident right now might be a warning sign for all the underdog teams who are going to go up against them right now. For example, it was Team CS Esports who got completely dished out in that last fight of Miramar. Drop clash in Impala. CS Esports, they had the advantage, but one man turned it all around. Destro with that M16, a burst fire weapon. But well, that's all he needs to get 2 heads, and 2 players knocked down instantly. The fight got flipped around.
Exactly. Another known team that is really just struggling inside the entire competition is Chemin Esports, man. I mean, even at the start of the day, they did not really have that good of a start. Then later on, they try to keep the consistency up somehow, but still things are not working out that well for them anymore, Salty. So look, man, final game. I know it sounds really tough for them, but you got to do it. Make it or break it. That's the only way things are going to go. Do or die moment for the side of Chemin Esports. Even Entity, I saw a while ago in the overall standings, they were not doing that fine. Yeah, that chicken dinner might have boosted them a little bit in the overall standings, but we all know it. Mid-pack is always way too sensitive. This final game has to be for the consistency. You need to get as many points as wrapped up. If you're going to get eliminated early off inside the game, well, you consider yourself out of the top 8 as well.
Exactly, and that is one of the reasons why I feel like most of the teams who are lingering in the bottom half of that first page of the overall standings right now, I mean, of course, they wouldn't have an idea or they wouldn't know for sure, but teams would know for a fact that we are somewhere in the mid pack. So let's just get ourselves together and really go for that survival game, so that at least we can ensure ourselves those placement points and then go for the finish points to work with. They need something to work with, just like you mentioned, NT Gaming. I believe that they still need those 10 odd points to sort of solidify their position inside the top 8 as well. They are there. I believe they are there, especially after the chicken. We have seen that teams who have had good games, big chickens to work with, they are usually up inside the top 8. And but the fact that they haven't been consistent, they haven't really garnered a lot of points in the other games that they played so far, that creates a little bit of a big question mark in front of their name. So for them and for the world of battle and for other big names who are in the mix, just like you mentioned, Chemin Esports as well, for these teams, this map of Erangel is quintessential and they need to convert this if they have to survive in BGI as their grind, because otherwise we know for a fact that the journey is extremely, extremely long in BGIS. You have to play from the in-game qualifiers once again. But ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be extremely interesting to find out which are the teams who are going to succeed on the map of Erangel. Is there going to be a global esports story being repeated once again, or all of the big teams going to avoid that? Is something which we will find out, Necro. I want to know your prediction before we get in this game.
Listen, my predictions, I'm not going to give it. Listen, it's been a while since I was on this disc, all right? So I don't exactly know how the flow is going on inside this entire BGIS so far, because I was looking at a couple of games in the past at some of the final moments, because I was way too busy playing Defense Derby. But now that I'm back, we do see the plain flat path in front of us of the final game of today's day. The plain flat path starting all the way from the military base towards Lipovka. And to be honest, we've been speaking about all these known teams for a while now. Gladiator Esports, we've been speaking about them. We've also been speaking about Team Rebel, CS Esports. One thing that we haven't touched upon a lot is WSB. You need to give this team so many props. They're doing so phenomenal so far inside this entire competition. This is also one of the underdog teams inside the entire lobby. And to be able to dominate the competition so well, to be able to play so good inside a lobby like this where even the T1 teams are struggling, that is just a hats-off performance.
Absolutely. Of course, the circle is going to be of prime importance. Gladiators, towards that military base region, it's going to be interesting if the circle is going to form in the extreme northern hemisphere of this map. Then we need to find out how can Gladiators rotate and how can they play the game itself, and how will they sweep across the entirety of the lobby that is going to come in front of their way.
I mean, hey, look, the plain flat path was sort of like, you can say, tilted to the southern side a little bit more, right? So maybe there's a chance we might see a southern circle, but no, instantly the BGMI gods do not agree with me. It's going to be a normal, standard, Erangel circle. That means, once again, a slow start, and podcast hours are going to start to click in. But what just happened? 3 teams dropping inside the Pachinki area. We've got P6, Predator 6. We've also got Ned, and now we've got WSP as well. This might be a little bit of targeting going on over here. We don't exactly know what's going on behind the scenes, but this drop clash that's happening in front of us so far, this is definitely going to be something that's going to surprise all the teams that are currently in Pachinki. Now, out of nowhere, things have been so dangerous for them, and considering we've got BTWXNED Esports on our screens as well, Amar on the screen, he does know that he's surrounded by a lot of threats so far. To neutralize that threat, it's going to be a tough one. And speak about that, 3 teams in that same vicinity. You can never move out freely. Look at Somrach. Oh, he thought that he was safe, but he did not hear the vehicle approaching behind him. And the vehicle behind him just got the elimination onto Somrach. It's pretty much going to be an elimination. Now he's knocked out, but soon enough he's going to be eliminated from the game. So Team Hope, that's a great start for them, as they've managed to get 1 player taken away from the team that just won the previous game. Entity not off to a good start inside this final game. As I said, even though they won that previous game, still Entity is not too safe, because Chemin Esports is right behind him. They're looking to steal the spot of Entity Gaming, and also another team that is right underneath Entity. So yeah, Entity, even though now this start is not really that great for them, they still need to do good in the upcoming phases. At least have a bit of better points secured with only this 2-man squad. All the burden now are going to be on the shoulders of these two players. And look at Entity in a massive world of trouble. They're getting pulled up by an entire team of Hope. And Hope, they're starting to take away the players of Entity.
This is so interesting to watch Team Hope. They are in a world of trouble. Of course, Team Entity, they find themselves in this precarious spot, but of course, shots being connected. Secret, I felt like he would have confirmed a knock for himself, but there is no cover whatsoever. All of his teammates have actually fallen, and now Team Hope, they know for a fact that this one finish is all theirs for the taking. Who is going to find that is going to be the question. Is there going to be even a competition, or are they going to collectively decide to feed upon Secret? We'll find out in a short while. But wait, Team Hope, they actually may go for a run. They don't really focus too much on Secret. That is a lifeline for this team whatsoever.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of weird, right? Is this like targeting going on out of nowhere? Even inside Pochinki, there's like 3 teams just drop clashing against each other. And now we've got Entity getting just wiped off the bat. This is targeting at its finest. Top tier teams not able to survive for that long, especially Entity. As I mentioned, qualification is on the line for this team. Yeah, even though they won the previous game, still, they're not that safe inside the overall standing, still in a spot that is quite vulnerable.
Hey man, I mean, it's an open game, right? Anybody is free to do whatsoever. Anybody is open. Just go in, drop, and take a fight against whosoever. It is not against the rules. But I'm pretty sure for Team Entity, this is not exactly the game plan that they had intended to face, especially at the start of the game so far. With Secret being the only player alive, I believe that a lot of job is going to be on his shoulders to try and get those placement points, to acquire at least 3 or 4 placement points before he actually meets the Grim Reaper. But of course, Team Hope, they're just lurking around trying to hunt this one man. Secret with only a Uzi in hand. I can feel how helpless he is, just trying to hide, trying to listen to the sound cues and trying to hide behind this tree. That's the only piece of cover that he has. Imagine if somebody comes in from behind and slams the vehicle and crushes him against the tree. That's going to be so bad. I mean, I was talking about something like this.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is what I said. This is what happened to Salmraj off the bat inside the game. And that was the first player as well to get eliminated from the entire game. Now, Secret, you need to understand, feel the heart pumping. This man's heartbeat's going to be on another level because he's all by himself. He needs to carry his team flag in the front. That is just way too much to live up to, man. Too much burden on this single shoulder. He needs to get a lot of elimination points, some decent amount of placement points as well, considering he's the only man from that squad. Now, Salty, as I mentioned, qualification on the line. Entity, this final man might just crack under the pressure. But this is the situation that I was talking about. Inside Pochinki, there's WSP, Ned, and even P6. 3 teams just colliding against each other out of nowhere. I mean, I'm loving it.
I am loving it as well, Necro. A triple threat with a peace treaty signed, an invisible one as well. It's not a peace treaty, it is just an ambiguity for now, though. It's a Cold War that's brewing up for now. No shots being fired, but eventually there is going to be a closure. Who is going to be on top, we'll find out pretty soon. But the circle being a very default Erangel circle, I believe that none of these teams will have the motivation to sort of make the early move, or rather make the early mistakes. All of them are going to hold their ground. That's just like I mentioned, this peace treaty is just a diversification. They're just trying to brew up a Cold War amongst themselves, and whoever comes on top is going to be the winner of a lot of finish points to work with as well. A good platform for the map of Erangel. But so far, it's been a rather peaceful start, barring a few awkward eliminations that we got to see against Entity Gaming. I mean, that was really unfortunate.
It indeed was, man. Unfortunate, call it sort of someone wanted things to happen that way. I don't exactly know what that was. But yeah, whatever just happened, it happened. Sometimes it's the people who are sitting on the top, pulling the strings and being the puppet masters, dude. But right now, we've got Chemin Esports on our screens. Another team. For them, even for them, the qualification's on the line. And Chemin Esports, you literally understand how safe this team is now playing inside the entire game, because they know one single mistake, one single misstep, position known, they will be out of the game, and also out of the entire BGI. So they need to be way too cautious, extra cautious, that's for sure. The World of Battle's on our screens, and one of these teams, even World of Battle, not really doing that hot inside the overall standings, but considering this is also one of the underdog teams, so you can say that it's an exception.
Yeah, certainly. Again, the world of battle, the lineup is an underdog lineup, but the organization in itself is a rather big organization inside the IGC. Of course, Predator 6, they tried to go in for the offense, but look at this! Scream is punching Psycho, and I believe the door was closed to try and finish him off inside closed doors. And Scream is going to manage to find that. WSB, they strike first blood, and this standstill in the sight of Pochinki has actually come to a closure as WSB find first blood. P6, they're still holding their ground, no maneuvers whatsoever, but how long will they be able to keep up the pressure? That is going to be the question, because Raiden wants to launch an air attack, especially with these explosives so far.
I mean, P6 is one of those teams that has been struggling throughout this entire day. They haven't been doing too good, but look at that nade from Barm. Gonna strike that player down in the front. What a perfect blast right on his face. And now Braden is going to be the one to take the battle right against his opponent. Also tosses in a nade on the upper floor, and that's going to seal the deal, ladies and gentlemen. WSP, it seems like they're here to wipe out the entire competition that's in the front lines, and maybe also take care or control of this entire Pochinki city. Last man alive, that's going to be in the name of Sex Kid. Let's see how good he's going to be able to do.
Yeah, Sexy Kid, the last man just surviving with a shotgun and a crossbow on his shoulders. Certainly not the kind of weaponry you want when you are up against WSB in a 1v4 situation. That is one of the reasons why he is trying to survive as long as he possibly can. There is another bulldozer situation happening as well. Team CS Esports, Para BTC, found another player out in the open, just ran over with the buggy itself. So no real shocker once again. We've seen a lot of these vehicles just doing so much damage and hurting so many teams at once. But that Pochinki situation is something which I would really love to see once again, because at this point, I believe that Team Ned, who was also in the trifecta that was happening, they had exited from Pochinki, which means that WSB currently are the kings. But how long will they hold on to that situation or that position is going to be my question, because I believe they have adequate loot, they have adequate utility, and they also don't have any sort of exterior motivation as well to try and go somewhere else, because the circle is right on top of them.
Speak about the circle, and now you can also see a massive splash of colors right in the smack center too, Salty. That means every single team is just prioritizing for that center of the circle, or at least trying to get a little bit more better spot inside the circle in general. But once again, the upcoming circle is going to be a massive dictator. It's going to decide which team might just come through victorious, as we do see a wave of vehicle just moving it in the circle. And look at this, P6, Predator 6 is Sexy Kid. Still just tying out the teams in the front. All the four players, man, from WSB, they're really on a massive hunt. They just want to find this last man out, find his exact position, and take him out of the game, delete him from existence. But this last player, too, he knows. Now he's the only glimmer of hope alive for his team. So you might as well try to stay alive for as long as possible. Or at least, even if you do not really care about the game anymore, then just try to play the spoiler and try to spoil the players of WSB. But now we've got a massive push occurring in front of us. It's a just massive fight brewing up, and the players of Ned, they're starting to get picked up one after the other. It's the players of CS Esports who've managed to already wipe out the entire team of Ned.
This was an absolute street fight whatsoever, and a massive brawl just grew up in this compound. But wait, this is not the end of it all. Team Excellent 4 from the background, Fragger coming in with a lot of shots, and one knock being confirmed, of course. He's going to find another player out in the open, and that's going to be Chemin Esports. Karlan, will he get taken down is going to be the question. The shots are accurate as hell, and he has been knocked out as well, completely out in the open. Now Fragger is the one who is on the receiving end, and he has been taken down. This is such an awkward exchange of trades at this point. Chemin Esports, they'll try and revive their fallen brother, of course. Smokes being tossed in, multiple ones of them, of course, to try and revive, to try and protect their fallen brother as much as they possibly can. But how will they lead the charge? How will they stop the resistance is going to be the question. With so many teams in the vicinity, there will be multiple teams looking to capitalize, and Marcus Gaming will be one of them.
Oh, look at the circle shift too. It's so brutal. Every single team that is currently outside the circle, they will need to move in. And now the best part is that buildings inside the circle are not taken at all. So even the smack center, which is the farm area, it's quite out in the open. No one's going to be in that area anymore. So the solid cover are up for grabs, and definitely teams will try to straight up just ram their vehicles on those compounds. WSB, still, they have managed to find themselves another world of trouble, another fight. But the best part is for WSP that even during all this commotion, they haven't lost out on even a single player.
Yeah, WSB, they're really good in retaining every single player in the process, and the team fight is actually brilliant. No matter how many risks they take, they always assess the situation first and they come out on top. The SWOT analysis is brilliant. Chemin Esports on the charge. They are trying to flush out opposition in front of them, and that is going to be GLITCHxREBORN. Roman is going to be the only player inside the compound, but from the back lines, it's going to be some sort of shots coming in. The nade was an absolute mess up, but Shadow barely survives, thankfully, to that extra room that the compound has, moving away from that line of fire, but that nade was a massive, massive mess up and could have really hurt them.
Yeah, and that is what exactly happened in the first game too, man. In Milta, Chemin Esports, one of the players blew himself up with the nade.
Do you remember how Global Esports also blew themselves up in Severny? That was interesting in the last game as well. I don't exactly remember which player it was, but he blew himself up, and almost the second player was also about to get knocked down, and that gave the other team that advantage, because of which they got eliminated early.
MG, Marcos Gaming on our screens. A name to be feared, but considering now Vexi's already out of the game, it's all down to Aladdin Sam and Spray God. WSB, they've managed to find themselves a decent compound so far, but the circle's been so unpredictable. No matter if you've got a good compound, you never know, the circle might be shifting away from you at any times. But if you're lucky enough, if the BGMI gods are really favoring you inside the game, then yeah, all good for you. Marcos Gaming out in the open, not a position that I would personally prefer, but look at the players of Gladiator Esports straight up pulling up against the players of Marcos Gaming. Spray God's way too low. Delta PG is going to be knocked out, but it's still not going to matter. The entire team of Marcos Gaming has been eliminated from the game by Gladiator Esports.
They were caught by surprise. They could not assess the situation whatsoever. Gladiators, they overwhelmed them with vehicles and numbers, and that is how the bodies are going to hit the ground. The final nail in the coffin has been struck. Gladiators, what a beautiful, beautiful gang fight was it. All of their players coming in at the exact same time, moving their vehicles all around, desettling them, and that made Marcos Gaming absolutely in shambles. They had no idea what was going on, and Gladiator Esports, they're always the first ones to react, getting out of their vehicles and firing shots up first. There was no stopping them, and look at Secret, just trying to battle the zone, patching himself up one by one, but how long will these bandages last? And eventually, he's going to succumb to his injuries, but elsewhere, there is going to be a lot of hurt, because Gladiators, they have some more targets, and that includes Team Hope as well as WSB. They are cleaning up everyone. This is a sweeping squad that is eating up every single team in the process, and they have 7 finishers already, Necro.
Indeed they do, man. Gladiator Esports, this is them in the flesh. Classic Gladiator Esports inside the lobby. This is what's going to happen when they're going to taste the blood and they're going to be out for even more. This is the Gladiator approach. This is the Gladiator Esports we've been looking at in the round 1. Somewhere down the line in round 2, this was not there exactly. They were missing, but now they're finally back in full force once again. And I'm loving to see this team in action.
Me too, man. Absolutely devastating. Gladiator Esports, they have no mercy whatsoever. We know for a fact that this is an attacking squad, right? They love charging in it at compounds, and they love completely destroying oppositions. But recently, they've really worked on trying to get their position play as well, and they are doing such a brilliant job in finding those 4 players up and alive inside the final circle. And if they keep up this performance, I believe that they are not going to do damage in this group itself, but also further in the rounds of BGIS. But I'm not going to put any caster curse on them. Let them play their natural game, and let us see what can they potentially pull off as they approach the circle. But I believe Gladiators, they sense some sort of presence in that city right up front. It's going to be interesting how they approach it.
You gotta sense that. You gotta sense that presence, man. And you better be quick enough to sense it as well, because the circle is now way too small. It's not gonna have enough space to contain all the teams in it. Still 10 teams are alive, ladies and gentlemen, and Gladiator Esports looking to send a couple of more teams back to the lobby. TWOB, one of the players, losing out on his lifeline. almost losing out on life lanes. He's been knocked out. Another nade's going to sail right into that direction. What a perfect nade. It's from the side of
Beautiful.
TWOP in a massive wall of trouble. Now even Glitch. Another nade's going to land in that same direction. Third one sent in too. The entire team of TWOP is on the verge of collapsing. And now Roman's getting a really up close and personal. Another nade cooked up. He's looking to send it inside the house. Actually sends it as well. And the nade's going to find the confirmation. But now it's a complete third-party situation. GLITCHxREBORN getting approached by the third party. DBS pulled out in the clotheslines. Roman looking to connect some shots.
Beautiful! Again, man, the entire team was almost in shambles, but then it is Team ARCEUS who came from behind. Team TWOP, they have to thank God that they got this little bit of a breather, because Team Glitch was almost on the offense, and now it's Team Gladiators. It is an absolute brawl, ladies and gentlemen. Delta PQ, he knows that there is a player vulnerable. He could not focus on the one who is still alive, and Sanhok saves the day for his team. The DBS is just going berserk, and once again, it's a weird exchange of knocks, players falling left, right, and center, and so much action happening. And amidst everything, TWOB, they live, they survive. Both the players are still revived and healthy at this point. Destro will clean up the rest of the squad of Team ARCEUS, but how healthy is Team Gladiator is going to be the question. Will they be able to force out the issue and maybe force out of this situation is going to be the question, Necro.
A big question and a tall task in front of them. Chemin Esports and TWOB right next to each other, sharing those compounds. And TWOB, they've got one of the players in the clotheslines, way too close to comfort, to be honest, in the name of GLITCHxREBORN. And look at him looking to toss the nade in. Duke looking to duke it out against the team in the front. If the nade's going to land on the perfect mark, then maybe Gladiator Esports will be in a massive world of trouble. But no, that's not going to happen. The nade's a little bit short on the range, and that's going to give the players of Gladiator Esports also the positioning advantage now, because they know exactly where the players of GLITCHxREBORN are positioned as well. Duke firing a couple of shots inside the smoke, hoping that maybe we'll be able to find some connections, but that's not going to be the case. Eventually, Gladiator Esports, finally the goal call's going to be made, and they're going to make the push happen against the opponents.
Oh my God! Oh my God, Destro has no fear whatsoever. They're actually pushing up through the smoke itself, through fire, but the lava is going to eat up Destro. A jumping shot, but Mr. IGL, he did have the TBS to work with. The shot does not connect, but that gives Team Gladiators a little bit of a breather to go in for the resurrection. The world of battle is up in front of us, and Mr. IGL must have the chance to clean things up and maybe save the day for his team once again. Heals himself up and gives the other team a little bit of a time. It's just working against him, and Destro is back up alive. This is not good news for Mr. IGL, as he now needs to deal with a 2v1 situation. And with so many teams in the background, his situation just becomes so much more difficult.
True that. Look at Shogun. He spotted out the player, and now it's gonna look to chuck that nade inside the little Vento, but eventually Mr. IGL's position's compromised. Is now also getting chased down by the players of Gladiator Esports. Eventually, IGL finds himself in a really good spot, but he's still getting chased down by the players of Gladiator Esports. IGL now not getting chased anymore. Gladiator Esports, one of the players getting third party. That's not a good news. And IGL being finished out of the game as well. Shogun in a really tricky spot. Chemin Esports in a really good spot that they found themselves in. Also having a little bit of high ground and that solid cover. It's going to help them so much wrap these elimination points up.
Yeah, Spy OP on top of that roof. He has that reconnaissance to work with. Shogun, as soon as he pops out of that fence, I believe he's gonna get ripped in pieces. But of course, he does have the nades to work with. Might as well use a smoke pathway to kind of close in the distance. But beautiful nade! It actually connects on the rooftop. Perfectly cooked. Shogun, he does have enough HP to actually work with. Reduces some sort of resistance. And now it's a 1v3 situation for this man. How far can he possibly go at this point? Molotov goes in as well to try and deny any sort of resurrection possible. Shogun, with 3 finishes to his name already, does buy himself some sort of time, but they are ambushing him inside the shack, and he's not going to survive. Chemin Esports, they are in such a good position right now. All 4 men remaining and 4 finishes to their name. Gladiator Esports, possibly the biggest pain in front of them, has been extinguished.
That is true, and now look at this. Another team pulling up on the players of TRL, and Rebel falls down. Team Rebel in a world of trouble, as Rebel's been knocked out of the game, and soon enough he will also be confirmed. And now things are starting to get even more dicey. Zyroxtreme Esports, Touch 20, way too low on his HP, but instead he prioritizes to get his fallen comrade back up onto his full HP. And now Zoro as well in a spot where he can also accumulate a decent amount of information, but I'm loving the team Zyroxtreme's position. They're in the outskirts, they're on the edges, they've got so much advantage, they've got so much intel to work with.
Exactly, and the 2-2 split right at the edge of the circle. There is nobody who's going to go and backstab them. This position is ideal for them to play. And to be honest, Necro, I'm going to be so unsatisfied if Team Zyroxtreme does not make it to the next stages. They have been brilliant in this game so far. In fact, look at this, though. Team Rebel as well. They are trying to bolster Team Chemin Esports out of their position, trying to unsettle them with the explosives, and so far they have been relatively successful. Spy OP in very low HP, and Nikki just constantly keeping up the pressure. But wait, something just landed right there. They're trying to smoke themselves up so that there is no visibility whatsoever. Team Rebel, they have the smack center of the circle, but they are drawing so much attention, Necro. This is tough to sustain.
Indeed it is, but I'm not a huge fan of what's happening on our screen so far. It's the players of Chemin Esports on the receiving end, and Team Rebel is just constantly applying that pressure. Last player's way too far away in the name of Shadow, now is also getting pounced on top by the players of CS Esports, and that's what's happening. CS Esports gonna wipe the entire team of Chemin Esports out of the game. Top 4 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, but now the smokes are also starting to get spammed. No area inside the smoke is going to be safe. CS Esports in a really dicey spot.
CS Esports definitely a dicey spot, but what on earth happened with Chemin? They were en route to winning this game. This was their game to lose, and they were being pincered from every single direction. It seemed like all of the underdogs just came together, they held hands, and they decided to topple the top rope, topple the top dog over the top rope. In fact, Galactic Gamers is still holding the edge. Karan just trying to hold his ground, has a vehicle to work with, to denying any sort of bullets coming across his way, but so far it's going to be tough to sustain. Just like I said, Team Rebel as well, just holding their ground in that shack. The smokes will deny those nades coming in, but it's going to be very hard for them to deter Team CS approaching them steady, little by little. Those footsteps, they can hear them. They can hear those deadly footsteps approaching them, and I believe that these nades been pulled out. This might just be the end of Team Rebel at this point.
But Salty, look at the split Team CS Esports has. It's just brilliant. 2 players are going to be moving in from the opposite side, and 2 players will be moving in from the back. Team Rebel, nowhere to go. Now they're trapped. They've got him in a deadlock. And for Team Rebel to break free out of this deadlock, it seems next to impossible. A little shack to just sustain all the amount of barraging utilities that's going to be on your way. It just seems next to impossible, as I mentioned. Trying to utilize the smoke as a wall in the front, but it's only going to block the visual, not everything else. Molotov used to perfection. Team Rebel forced out of that shack, and the entire existence of Team Rebel's going to be wiped out of this game. And now Zyroxtreme Esports just unloading mags on the players of CS Esports.
Mags after mags being cleaned up, and clouds are smoking right in front of us. CS Esports definitely not in the best of positions, and Zyroxtreme, they can actually use this split to their advantage at this point, because that massive split, that 2-2 split that we talked about, is going to come in help, is going to come in clutch at this point. CS, will they be able to keep up the pressure is going to be the question. The shack that was forced out Team Rebel from, I believe Team CS have found shelter there, and this attracts so much attention. Utility being lobbed in, Molotov as well as nades to flush out Sanhok of his position, and now he's gonna burn to death. There is nothing that can potentially save him. BTC still trying to provide some sort of resistance, but the nade is not gonna land. Look at how spread apart Zyroxtreme is. Of course, Exin as well, as one player has been knocked out. The nade takes in so much damage, but Zoro is providing so much backup fire, and Team CS has been wiped off, and it's a 1v4 right now, Necro.
Oh, this is what I was exactly about to mention. Galactic Gamers is in the back lines of the team in the front, CS Esports, and he's got the advantage of playing the entire spoil sport. Karan now being the last man alive from Galactic Gamers, and he knows there's an entire army of enemies in the front, but those foes need to be eliminated and dealt with one after the other. All the pressure onto that one single player, onto that one little man who's hiding inside that bushes, who's hiding inside the tall grasses, hoping that the snake's not going to be spotted out. He will try his best to keep his position unknown and anonymous, but soon enough, Zyroxtreme, they will eventually find that last hidden man.
Yeah, but Karan just wants to hold on to his position for as long as possible. Of course, the grasses of Braid will try and keep him alive as long as possible, but 4 hunters trying to hunt him down, he's never going to survive. We all knew what the outcome was going to be, and a brilliant winner chicken dinner for Zyroxtreme Esports. I told you, I love this team. I love this underdog team and the way they play, and I would have been really upset if this team would have not made the cut, but this winner chicken dinner makes things so dicey. Think about so many teams you were talking about being at the edge of that top 8 position. Chemin Esports, the World of Battle, Entity Gaming, and all of these big names. We were expecting a monumental game from them, but instead we got in from an underdog who possibly has catapulted everyone in the process. I don't know how many big teams will be eliminated at this point.
I mean, hey, we all love an underdog story, right? But ladies and gentlemen, soon enough, we're also going to be taking a look at the highlights of that previous game. And to be honest, as I mentioned, for a lot of these teams, man, qualification was on the line, including Entity, including Chemin Esports. I'm not sure if Chemin Esports have made it inside the top 8 because, look, man, the bottom of the top 8, I'm speaking about the 6th, 7th, and 8th position. They were so easy and up for grabs for all the teams that were in the latter half of the board. One solid game, and you will find yourself somewhere on the first half of the board. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, Entity might just not make it on the upcoming round of Bgis. So that can be a massive heartbreak for a lot of the fans.
That will be a massive heartbreak for a lot of fans because these players, Gamla Boy, Somraj, Secret, they are massive players and gigantic influencers in the circuit, and they have a huge fan following, so I'm pretty sure a lot of eyes will be on the overall points table as soon as it actually pops up on front of our screens. But even Chemin Esports, for a matter of fact, right, we talked about how their position was great and how they have the man advantage to work with as well. But every single direction they were being fired upon from, and with that amount of pressure coming in your way, it's just so hard to sustain. We talked about it, they got extinguished from multiple sides.
I mean, couldn't even stand against the firepower that was being just put onto them. And then we also saw this moment with GLITCHxREBORN, right? This entire scenario, this entire vicinity was just filled with so many enemies. It was Gladiator Esports who pulled up, tried a third party, but then, once again, things started sort of to fall against them, but at the end, Gladiator Esports, they managed to clear out the entire vicinity that was around them, but once again, clearing out those buildings area was a little bit too tough because the opponent always had a little bit of upper ground, always had a higher ground, so that was an uphill battle for the players of Gladiator Esports. It was a little tough to contain all of that, but still, till the end, as I mentioned, for Gladiator Esports, they were chilling in the overall standings. So no matter even if they were not really able to make it to the late game scenario, it's not going to matter. But for the players of Chemin Esports, this game was really important. They showcased themselves in the top 3 or top 5 at least, so you can't say that was a really good showcasing from them. Even CST Esports, another underdog team, able to stay alive to such a late game scenario. And even this team, I'm not gonna lie, they've created a little bit of space for themselves in my heart.
Yeah. Exactly right. The kind of showcasing that we got to see, right? The splits, or be it their firepower, be it the communication, was spot on, especially to counter that chaotic situation that brewed up in the final circle itself. With so many teams in the process, there was Team Rebel who had that shack for themselves. They tried to smoke up the entire region to deny any sort of lines of sight. There was Team CS who was coming in from the background to try and put up pressure against Team Rebel. There was Team Chemin Esports as well. And the way Zyroxtreme sort of handled that entire situation with care, deciding to put forward 2 players on one direction, 2 players on another direction. The split actually came in clutch, and that is one of the reasons why they had that massive map control when the final circle actually came in. Team CS could have actually won this game as well. The fact that they had all 4 players up and live, and the beautiful way with which they took down Team Rebel. I sort of thought that they are en route to giving Zyroxtreme a good fight, but as soon as they slammed in on that shack, it was game over. They just gave away the entire positioning. They were vulnerable, so many utilities being lobbed in their direction. they were not going to survive that. We saw how Sarthak was just burned to crisp and the rest of them being exploded to bits and pieces. That is something which happens when the other team has a better positioning as compared to you. But Team CS, they've played brilliantly over the course of the day, and I believe that with this game, they might just be, contesting Gladiator Esports for that top spot. They are going to qualify. Our main focus at this point is going to be who is actually sneaking inside the top 8. Did Zyroxtreme did enough to make the cut, or did they not?
I mean, that is a question that will only future will explain to us if Zyroxtreme have made it in top 8 or not. But let me tell you the team that were in the danger zone, right, in my opinion. For example, even the World of Battle, Entity, Galactic Gamers, these 3 teams were positioned on 6th, 7th, and 8th spot. These 3 teams found themselves in the previous game in the first half of the board. But have they really found themselves now in the first half of the board? We'll be able to find that out soon enough. But for Galactic Gamers, they managed to secure a 2nd spot in the previous game. So that means they should still be somewhere in the top 8. They should be safe. There shouldn't be any issues for them. But speaking about Entity and speaking about the World of Battle, man, I am concerned. I'm not going to lie. For Entity, there's a chance they might not qualify. For the players of the World of Battles, they might not qualify. Even Chemin Esports, they were on the latter half of the board. They were on the 9th position, just on the verge of qualifying. So many questions just erupting. So many questions are there in my mind, and I'm just waiting for that overall standing to pop up. But before that, we also need to find out which were the players who dominated the previous game, huh?
Exactly, Necro. I understand your situation. Hold your horses, because there's so many questions which are there in my mind as well. And eventually all of them will be answered as we go to the post-game segment. The MVP, the top 5 players, the overall standings, everyone is just patiently waiting for the results to be out. But you know what? When I look back and watch this entire day, it's been such a massive blockbuster for every single one of the neutral fans out there, for every single one of the BGMI fans out there. I feel like this was the day which a lot of people were waiting for. This was the group of death. This was certainly one of the toughest groups for the underdogs, but few actually shone bright like a diamond. And you know for a fact that diamonds actually shine brighter when you put them on fire. And this is why I feel like Team CS, teams like Zyroxtreme, they were put into fire. This was one of the toughest groups that they could possibly be in, but they came out on top and they came in such bright colors. I feel like this is the storyline of BGIS, the grind of, figuring out who are the diamonds amid so many teams out there in the country. And I feel like we've done a good job so far. And the elimination process, of course, has been brutal, but the ones who've actually come through, they deserve their spot. We have dished so many top teams in the process who we could have probably even imagined. But the fact that the underdogs are making waves right now, this is what makes me really happy, Necro.
I mean, one quote that I've heard in my past is that fear not the opponent who's never lost. Fear the opponent who's lost 1,000 times. That's a quote that I've heard, and I think so. All these players as well will need to probably start implementing it, right? I mean, all the known teams, as we know, they have been there for such a long time, but all the underdog teams, they've been here, they've lost for a really long time, but now finally they're able to bounce back in the round 2. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move on forward to the point standings. You guys saw the top players, you guys saw the MVP, but now finally the icebreaker will be in front of us. CS Esports, as I mentioned, they found themselves in the first spot. Zyroxtreme Esports, they found themselves in the 2nd spot. I highly doubt Zyroxtreme Esports has made it inside the top 8, but hey, what do I know? I'm not too good with maths.
Even neither am I, honestly. Gladiator Esports, as a matter of fact, look at the stark difference between the teams in the 3rd and the 4th spot. Gladiator Esports with 12 finishes and only 2 placement points. Meanwhile, Galactic Gamers with 12 placement points and 0 finish points to work with. The second page, of course, is filled with misery. Entity with 0 points. Marcus Gaming with 2 points. The World of Battle with 2 points. And ladies and gentlemen, let's just talk about the icebreaker. This is it. The group of death and the final result is going to come up in front of our screens right now. And we're going to find out which are the teams who are going to qualify. Let's have a look. I don't see Team Entity. I see the World of Battle making it 45 points. Chemin Esports have also made it with 51 points. And Gladiator Esports, 92 points to work with. This is absolutely insane, Necro. What are your thoughts? Tell me about it.
I mean, my thoughts right now is just that Entity did not make it in the upcoming round. Entity did not qualify, ladies and gentlemen. They have been eliminated from the entire BGIS. This is a really massive upset. Another big name right next to Global Esports, not going to be seen inside the game anymore. I mean, you can say that at least Global Esports had a complete new roster. They had a new revamp. That's why maybe the team synergy was not really that great. But Entity, all the players have been together and still they have not managed to qualify. This is a big blunder from the part of Entity. Only 44 points wrapped up. Zyroxtreme Esports as well. As I mentioned, I highly doubt they were going to qualify as well. So that's why they didn't. But I'm not going to lie. Chemin Esports, that was a really clutch game. Even from Galactic Gaming, that was a really clutch game.
Absolutely right. The World of Battle as well, they made it, they barely made it inside. Entity and the World of Battle, they have a difference of cumulative 1 point, 45 points and 44 points. This is absolutely crazy. I mean, the margins are bare minimum and the consequences are massive, ladies and gentlemen. This is how hard, or rather how tough this tournament is. BGI is a grind. It's becoming a news every single day with such big names bidding us goodbye in the process. And we are getting some crazy underdog teams who are really ready to shake the world in front of us. I am extremely happy to the fact that such great names like CS as well as Galactic Gamers coming up and they're showcasing what they've got, Necro. Just give me what are your thoughts for the day, man. This has been an absolute blockbuster for me.
I mean, without a doubt, the underdogs have been dominating inside the round 2. This is for sure. It cannot be changed. From the day one, we have been seeing these underdogs just dominate the field. On day one, it was the players of LOC who were dominating another underdog team. On day 2, it was some other underdog team. And now it's the players of CS and even more underdog names that are still able to dominate the entire round 2. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to lie. BGI's The Grind has been having a phenomenal storyline since the round 1 to the round 2. And considering now 2 mammoth names from the IGC have been eliminated from the BGIS, this is such a tough task for the teams that will be upcoming, because now at least the known teams would have thought that, okay, we are safe pretty much, we're going to be qualifying because these are underdog teams anyway, so they might have been taking things a little for granted, but now they cannot take things for granted at all.
They certainly cannot take anything granted at all. But ladies and gentlemen, one thing which you cannot take for granted is going to be your registration for the BGIS tournament. The deadline to complete your date has actually been extended. It has been extended till the 6th of August. So if you haven't completed your team, this is the time to find out those remaining players and add them to your roster. You can see the time, 11:59 p.m., 6th of August. You have that limited time to finish off your squad and enter BGIS with reinforced vigor. I hope you actually perform to the best of your capabilities. I hope you find that best fragger in your team who is capable of becoming the next MVP and the next superstar in the IGC, of course. But do not forget to complete your team as well. Fulfill with all correct details. Do not actually make any mistake in terms of doing that, because if you do so, there are going to be a lot of sad consequences. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, Day 3 was an absolute blockbuster. I've probably said this 3 times, but this is the only way I can describe it. And I believe the action is only going to get crazier as the days progress. Tomorrow, we have some extremely big names coming to the battlegrounds and grinding it out. So I am crazy excited for the day. Necro, tell me, how are you excited? How excited are you for tomorrow so far? Because we've got some extremely big names. I have leaks. I'm not going to give it out, but yes.
I mean, big names will be there all the time. But you know what? Now how the entire round 2 has been progressing for, I'm not getting too excited by the known names. I'm excited by the underdogs. And now I'm also going to be looking out for what the underdogs have in their backpacks, because so far they have been astonishing all of us.
Exactly. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like this is for us time to sign out. This was me, Salty, and with me was Necro. I hope you've had a blast with this day's games. But of course, we will come back with more action tomorrow. See you very soon. Same place, same time. Bye-bye.